Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to Donington Park for the MSVR meeting here today. We're live streaming all day long, 9 races of action, and we have the grid for you for the first race, which is the Focus Cup. It's Scott Parkin on pole position for this first race of the day. We'll be bringing you the action live from the circuit all day long, as we said. 3 races, then a little bit of a break for lunch a little later on. But it's Scott Parkin on pole in the 13 car. Alongside him, Liam McGill in the 62. Then it's Simon Rudd in the number 1 car on the second row, alongside Simon Watts in the 23. Then it's Ian Mitchell in the 81. Ian Mitchell on the third row of the grid with Jonathan Baker in the 10, 81 and 10 on the third row of the grid. Then it's the 777 of Sean Reynolds in 7th place alongside Richard Avis in the 77. So 777 and 777 and 77 as it were on row number 4. Then in 9th place it's Spencer Fortag in the number 4 and Mark Geraghty in the 67. That's row number 5. Row 6 is Callum Eason in the 26 and Claire Avis in the 71. It's a family affair on row number 7. Abby Walton in the 94 car and Simon Walton in the number 9. That's father and daughter in the 94 and number 9 cars on row 7. The 8th row of the grid, just one driver there, Greg Saunders, rounding out the 15 car order. The 34 machine taking up the rear of the grid. We are about to go racing then for 15 minutes of this standing start for the Focus Cup Championship. Identical 2-litre diesel Ford Focuses, all prepared by the same team. So it's all down to the driver. We're about to see which driver takes the first blow in the 2022 Championship. They're off the line and they are underway here at Donington Park. And Scott Parkin off of pole looks to have got the best start of anybody. A couple of stragglers further back, some rally crossing further back as well. But it will be Parkin that leads into the first corner for the first time of asking. Liam McGill held on to second place also. A few cars straggling further back, as we alluded to, but it looks as though everybody is clear through Red Gate for the first time of asking, as Parkin leads them down the Craners for the first time. Onwards towards the old hairpin, and is that another car in second place? Yes, I believe that's our defending champion. Yes, the number 1 car of Rudd is into second place. Paul Rudd up into P2 then. Our 2021 champion back in the category for this year after plenty of tenure in other categories before this. And trying to go all the way around the outside there is the 62 of McGill. Holds on to it as they go through McLean's Bend. Impressive stuff, finding grip where perhaps many would fear to tread on the outside of McLean's, but eventually had to settle for third place. And I think they're a bit of an ambitious move going on from the number 23 of Simon Watts up at Coppice. Now I'm very curious to see whether everyone made it through that in one piece. The answer is no. We've got one car carrying a lot of damage down there and a few cars looking to be limping. We also have the 71 of Claire Avis stopped down at the old hairpin, so dramas aplenty on the first lap. Simon Watts looked like he was going in far too hot into Coppice, and sure enough that proved to be the case. The top 3 stream across the line, and then there's a big gap to 4th place, which is now the number 10 car of Jonathan Baker. Baker in 4th. Geraghty has promoted himself up to 5th position, and in 6th is Reynolds in the 777 car. Is the 23 still running? Simon Watts. I'm not seeing Watts on my timing, so he's in 11th actually, so he's dropped way down the order as a result of whatever happened there at Coppice. We didn't quite see what happened. We saw the prelude at 62. McGill there with an absolute tank slapper going into the old hairpin. Shades of Jason Plato in the Chevy Lachetti all those years ago in the BTCC at Paddock Hill Bend. A little less extreme on the angle, I grant you, but still a spectacular front-wheel drive drift from McGill there in the 62. Clearly the rear tyres not quite up to temp. Do not let the sunshine fool you. It's not a warm day by any stretch of the imagination here at Donington Park. So tyres and brakes will take a little while to come up to temp here today, we suspect. Look at that on your screen though. Rudd our champion in third place at the moment. So we'll have to keep an eye on Rudd, because he is a proven race winner. He's a champion in the Focus Cup, and I'd expect him to be challenging for second, if not first, in the not too distant future. Look at this for fourth place, side by side. A bit of a shuffled up order in the bottom half of the top 10 owing to that incident at Coppice, and it's Baker in a fourth position for now, but he's having to make that blue number 10 incredibly wide, as Geraghty in the 67 was all over the back of him as they came out of the Robert chicane for the second time of asking. Top three through Holyrood and then down the Craner curves. And there you see the intervals, the top three well removed from the chasing pack owing to that issue at Coppice on lap number 1. And still fourth place is Baker, but Geraghty, Reynolds and Richard Avis all hot on the heels of the fourth place man for the time being. And a slightly more sedate run down the Craners that time, and through the old hairpin, it seemed, for McGill in second place after that rather spectacular run through the bottom end of the Donington circuit a couple of moments ago. Here comes that battle for fourth place, and there may be a move on for fifth there, as the 77 and the 777 have a fight. And I thought Geraghty had gone missing. Sure enough, he has. The 67 car, we just saw it on screen before we cut away. The 67 of Geraghty slowing. I didn't think we'd lost someone from that fourth place battle, and sure enough, the 67 of Geraghty now looks to be somewhat up to speed. Actually, no, that's a different yellow car, actually, I apologise. Geraghty limping home into the pit lane, seemingly with some sort of mechanical malady. Baker in fourth spot then, with now the 777 and the 77 as his chasing pack. And we'll have to see whether Reynolds and Avis can try and find a way around Baker. Those two were together on the grid, the 777 of Sean Reynolds and the 77 of Richard Avis. And now they are 5th and 6th. They started 7th and 8th. They both profited from the various dramas on the first lap. There you see the other Avis, the wife of Richard, Claire Avis, unfortunately already pulled off to one side with some kind of issue. Bit of a sideways moment there for Scott Parkin, but he managed to hold it all together. These cars do allow for a bit of exuberance, that much is clear. And McGill, who has had the most sideways moment of the race thus far, is right in the wheel tracks of Scott Parkin as they head out onto the exhibition straight for the fourth time of asking. And I was wondering if the slipstream may pay dividends for him there, but he didn't actually get the run out of Coppice that I think he needed to try and make a move into the final chicane, the Robert chicane, here at the Donington Park National Circuit. So McGill remains behind Scott Parkin for the time being. The two drivers that were on the front row remain in qualifying order, and Simon Rudd, who lined up third on the grid, is in third place. But from there, it's all a little bit different. The driver that started in fourth place, Simon Watts, is down in ninth. Meanwhile, Jonathan Baker, who started sixth, continues to resolutely hold on to fourth position at this stage. Through the old hairpin for the fifth time come the top two, hopping across the inside curves there. And McGill looked very, very close to the bumper of Parkin last time they came through this section of the circuit here at McLean's and Coppice. This time by, however, it doesn't seem as though McGill is quite in the hunt. But we'll have to see whether he gets a good run through Coppice this time. Last lap he certainly didn't. He seemed to not get the run out of the corner at all. We'll have to see whether he's close enough maybe for a move into Roberts on the next lap. The battle for fourth is looking ever closer as well. The 67 car rejoins the race. That's Mark Geraghty back out onto the circuit. So the 67 car rejoins the race after whatever issue it was that platooned him from fifth place all the way down to the back of the pack. That's very unfortunate for Geraghty. So the top three run down towards Redgate once again. Doesn't look to be much change there in that first, second, third place situation. However, things are much less comfortable further back for fourth place by the looks of it. Baker in the number 10 car is being challenged for that fourth position. Our top three continue to go. And here is this battle for 4th place. Baker in the 10 car with Avis and Reynolds right on his bumper. Now Reynolds was in 5th place across the line, but it's changed again. Avis has managed to get himself up into 5th. They try and go side by side through the craners, and it works out in Reynolds' favour. The green, red and white car continues on in 5th position. And has he got a good run on Baker there as they come towards McLean's? I suspect he does. He certainly looked to have a bit more speed coming out of the old hairpin. Baker will be watching the mirrors intently there in 4th position. Reynolds slides it wide, trying to carry as much apex speed as possible through McLean's, and that opens up the door for Richard Avis. Is Avis going to take a look up the inside at Coppice? It's a brave man that does, and he does. Let's see whether or not they both made it through the corner in one piece. Yes, they did. And thankfully they did on that occasion. Last time we saw 2 cars disappear out of sight at Coppice, it ended in a rather less amicable fashion. You see there, the battle for 7th place is also hotting up. I believe that's Eason in the 26 car. Yes, the WDE car there in 7th place, just holding off the number 4 of Fortag and Watts, who of course is recovering from that seemingly contact on the first lap of the race. So 2 packs of 3 having a good battle here. 4th, 5th and 6th, who we follow through Redgate now, and then just behind them a great battle for 7th, currently being headed off by Eason in the number 26 car, who is running a very, very wide Ford Focus indeed, to keep both the number 4 of Spencer Fortag and the number 23 of Simon Watts at bay. 5.5 minutes left to run. You see they're just running a bit wide. There was Reynolds in the 777. I wonder if this is the opportunity that Avis needs to maybe challenge into McLean's. It doesn't look like he's got a good enough run towards the corner on this occasion. Baker continues to just slightly inch away from these two as they continue to fight. Baker would be very happy with a 4th place finish, I suspect. Battle for 7th files through camera as well. Here are the leaders, and they have gotten very close indeed. Scott Parkin under a lot of pressure from the chasing number 62 of Liam McGill. Parkin, who has so much experience in MSVR and MSVT competition, be it the MSVT Super Cup, the Track Day Championship, as well as the Focus Cup and the Enduro KAs. And Parkin certainly knows how to win a race, but he's going to have to work hard to win this one, because Liam McGill looks very potent indeed. The Fife-based driver, who I believe has a background in short ovals, is absolutely wringing the neck of that Focus and torturing the rear tyres as well, and the fronts actually, having to slam down the throttle, of course, to collect those slides in a front-wheel drive car. Just put the power down and hope the car ends up pointing in the right direction again. And that did cost McGill there. He was right up behind Parkin, and he rather stunted his own momentum through the old hairpin there with a very lavish sideways moment. Less than 4 minutes of racing to go, so time is running out for McGill. There we see Baker still in 4th position as well, with the 777 of Reynolds closing in. The top 3 heading down to Robert Chicane for the completion of this 8th lap of racing. Should get about 10 laps in all told, maybe 11. It's Parkin in the 13 car though that continues to lead. It's been McGill that has been setting the fastest pace. McGill currently has the fastest lap, a 1:25.897. Granted, it's only a few hundredths of a second faster than Parkin's quickest time, but McGill has the fastest lap. He's just not found a way past the number 13, and he's also been very exuberant on track, as we've seen on a couple of occasions at the old hairpin and elsewhere on the circuit. And the 62 car not close enough at the moment for a move. He'll want a good run through McLean's and Coppice in order to challenge for this lead. And well, he's certainly again pushing the limits of those Nankang tyres with some of his sideways antics. There again you see the exuberance through Coppice. Not sure that will have helped his run out onto Exhibition Straight. There's some traffic up ahead to contend with as well. That, I believe, is the 60... Is that the... No, it's the 94 car, my apologies, of Abby Walton, who was just going to impede McGill a little bit there. Nowhere that Abby could go in that instance. But Abby Walton maybe just costing McGill a tiny bit of time as they cross on to what should be the penultimate lap of the race. 1.2 seconds between these two as they start the penultimate lap. That, in theory, should be enough of an advantage for Parkin. But one little error, and that could change. Some great battles all throughout the order, and Parkin has had the measure of the one at the front of the order. That number 13 car with its very distinctive Powerflex livery running at the sharp end once again, really picking up from where he left off in 2021, Parkin. He's taken victories before, and look at this, 3 wide almost. I thought I saw these cars 3 wide on the main straight a little while ago, and sure enough, here's the proof in the pudding, and Watts has finally gotten back through. Simon Watts, who was outside the top 10 at one point, having started 4th, I believe, has now recovered to 7th place since he's ahead of Eason. Yes, Watts back up to 7th place. Eason demoted to 8th. And Fortag still, frustratingly, not found a way past Eason, although I wonder for how much longer, as the number 4 car looks left, right, any which direction to try and get past Eason in the 26th. The top 2 cross the line to begin the final lap. The gap has shrunk a little bit, but only by 1 measly tenth of a second, unless we see something rather against the form book on this final lap. You'd suspect that McGill is not going to get his opportunity, at least in this first race of the day, for the Focus Cup Championship. Scott Parkin, a race winner in this category, took 3 wins and 11 podiums in the 2021 season on his way to 3rd in the championship. And look at this, 4th place battle is really hotting up on the final lap. It's almost 3 wide as Reynolds gets himself up to 4th position. They're still side by side through the Craners. Avis can't find a way around the outside of Baker at the Craner curves, but Reynolds has finally broken through the dam that was Jonathan Baker and moved himself up to 4th place in the 777 car. Sean Reynolds finally gets up to that 4th place, but there's no guarantee he'll still be there when they take the checkered flag in half a lap's time, because both Jonathan Baker and Richard Avis are in extremely close proximity as they run through McLean's Bend for the final time. Baker right under the rear bumper of Reynolds and was looking to the inside at Coppice, but we cut to the leaders and it will be Parkin that takes the win. I saw a spot of gravel on the back of Shot there. I think there's been some dramas in the battle for 4th place. Yes, there have, because Reynolds in the 777 is in the gravel. We saw that Scott Parkin crossed the line to take the win. The 62 car of Liam McGill crossed the line in 2nd, ahead of Simon Rudd in 3rd, and 4th place, I believe, will be Jonathan Baker. But under what kind of circumstances? Because we have at least 1 car in the gravel. We have just the 1 car in the gravel, but that 1 car is unfortunately Sean Reynolds, who got pushed out from 4th place at the very end. And that will be a sore conversation that he will have with his crew over lunch, no doubt. There is Reynolds surveying the scene. I suspect he got some assistance. We didn't see it happen on screen, but the 777 car in the gravel on the final lap. It was Baker in the 10 car that came home in 4th eventually. Richard Avis held on to 5th position as well. Simon Watts in the 23 car, he took 6th place ahead of Easton in the 26 and Fortag in the number 4. Saunders in the 34 and Simon Walton in the 9, rounding out our top 10. And we saw Geraghty there crossing the line a lap down in the 67, just in shot there. Geraghty, of course, with an issue, lost a lap over the course of that race. And there you see the top 10 that I just read out to you. Scott Parkin with the victory, well-earned victory there. Had Liam McGill pressuring him throughout the race, but withstood the pressure to take the win from the Scotsman. Simon Rudd, the defending champion, with a strong third place on his first outing of the year. Then it was Jonathan Baker, under potentially a little bit of controversy ahead of Richard Avis and Simon Watts. Eason, Fortag, Saunders and Walton rounding out your top 10 in this race. Then it was Ian Mitchell, the last of the drivers to finish on the lead lap. Sean Reynolds was classified 12th ahead of Abby Walton and Mark Geraghty. Claire Avis, of course, did not get to complete a lap. Unfortunately, we saw her car abandoned down at the old hairpin on the very first lap of the race. Now, it's not just me bringing the action here this weekend at the Donington Park circuit. We also have the famous interview extraordinaire that is Alan Hyde down in pit lane, and I believe he will be speaking to Scott Parkin in the not too distant future. Scott Parkin is down here with me now. He asked if he could stay in the car. I reckon that's the best bet. I think it's a bit warmer in the car, Scott. What a great way to start the season. Well done.
Yeah, definitely. It's where we want to be at the start of the season, so yeah, pleased with that. I saw Liam closing in the sort of middle of the race. So I was just keeping mindful of my mirrors in case he did a dive bomb on me into the chicane or into turn one where he seemed to be a bit stronger on the brakes. And then he dropped back a little bit. I think he made a few small mistakes and lost a bit of drive and lost that closeness. So yeah, pretty good start.
It's a great way to go racing, this, isn't it? Particularly for busy people during the week that haven't got time to bestow love, care and attention on their pride and joy. To arrive and drive, essentially, is a great way. Even better when you arrive and drive and it puts it on pole.
Yeah, this is it. This is the beauty of this championship. You know, if you like I say, if you're busy and you haven't got the time, you know, we've got our own race cars as well. So I know how much time and effort has to go in week out to get them ready. Yeah, it's a full-time job. You know, you need someone there all the time working on them. So to be able to just turn up with your kit bag, jump in a car and go racing, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Plenty of opportunity in a day to race as well.
Yeah, this is it. You get, you know, your 15 minutes qualifying in 2 15-minute races in a day, and you get a lot of testing on the Friday as well. So yeah, a lot of seat time, and you get used to the car and used to the track before qualifying as well, which is really good, especially for the people who may be a little bit less familiar with the circuits and the cars.
As the year goes on, do you get to stay in the same car? Is that the way it works?
Yeah, it used to be where everybody swapped cars every round, but then I think that got a little bit too much work as the number of drivers increased. But if anybody's not happy with their car or thinks somebody else's car's a bit quicker, you know, the championship's got no problem with people jumping in each other's car just to sort of either prove them right or prove them wrong.
Well done, Scott. Many congratulations, and a great way to start the day here at Donington Park with our first race winner on our first live stream. We continue with cars with roofs. We're about to go Porsche racing.
So that concludes the Focus Cup Championship's first race, but we'll see them back out at about 4:15 this afternoon. But a great win for Scott Parkin to start off his 2022 season. So next up out on the circuit, as you can see, it's a bonanza of Porsches, the 911 Challenge and Porsche Classic Boxster Cup about to get underway here at Donington. So you see the cars lining up, two different categories running here in this race. The Porsche 911 Challenge and the Classic Boxster Cup. Now, the 911 Challenge cars are some older vintage 911s, I believe, up to 964, so a few very valuable cars on the grid as a result of that. We will talk you through the grid in just a few seconds' time. It's Tim Bates on pole with a 118.493 in his lovely 930. James Neal alongside him. You can see the gulf between the two. Neil Harvey on screen as second place. That goes against what I've got on my screen. Peter Evans in third place and Christian Ayres in fourth. Then it's Vikram Sedera in fifth, Darren King in sixth, Faye Noble-Evans in seventh, and Graham Hurd in eighth. A lot of those are Porsche Boxster runners. Then it's Sarah Thompson in ninth, Perry Darling in 10th, Wayne Gregory and Simon Ruffle Ward on the sixth row of the grid. Following that, it's Mike Thompson, Darren Lavitt there on the seventh row. Then it's Mike Johnson, who we expect to come up through the grid in this one. He's one of the 911 Challenge runners. He's alongside Paul Markham. Then it's Eric Bridges and Stephen Shaw, rounding out the 18 cars we're expecting in this one. So we've got 4 cars out of the 911 Challenge stable. Tim Bates, our pole sitter, the first of them. So interesting that I had James Neal on my printout, but apparently that's not the case. I will intro in, though, Paul Jerd from the Porsche camp, and he's the expert on all such things. It sounded like, Paul, you had an explanation.
I do. There's actually 2 drivers sharing that car. So we have Neil Harvey, who bizarrely originally built the car many years ago.
Yes.
For another racer to take racing. Was very successful in the Porsche Club Championship. Now the car's now owned by James, but they're actually doing a race each. So Neil Harvey's doing first race, James Neal will be doing the second.
Okay. So that was not reflected on my grid sheet, but it was reflected on TSL, which means thankfully during the live timing we are going to have the right driver on the screen, which is the important thing. There's Tim Bates in his incredibly well sorted 911 SC in the classic Brumos-esque colours. Do love that colour scheme, and there are some fabulously turned out cars all throughout the grid in both 911 Challenge and Boxster Cup. And a good combination of cars that I think we've got here as well. Some of those front-running Boxsters are going to be in amongst the 911s.
It is. The Boxster Cup's, in a way, very much intended as almost as an introduction to motorsport. So they're very restricted on tyres. They've actually got to make 2 sets of tyres last the entire season.
Wow.
Which is quite a task, actually. Considering that in other championships, a set of tyres are gone after a race. So we've also got out there quite a few drivers today who are actually having their first ever races. So Darren King, for example, who's qualified quite a long way up, he's actually having his first ever race. And so this will be his first race start. So I think the nerves will be jangling in that car number 17. And we've also got a few drivers out there who are quite experienced. Pete Evans on the Boxster Cup pole. This is his second season, but his first ever pole position. So he won't ever have led the field away before. Okay. Also possibly one to keep an eye on. Right at the back we've got Stephen Shaw in that sort of, I'm not quite sure how to describe it. It was almost a raspberry red coloured car, beautiful looking car. Had a huge vibration problem in qualifying. They're hoping they've sorted that, but if they have, he could be a driver who's coming right through.
Yes, and Mike Johnson, I believe, with some fuel surge issues in qualifying in his classic 911. You see him in among the Boxsters, down in 15th on the grid. We expect him to make some upwards progress through the order as we get ready to go racing. It's a 25-minute race off a standing start, as you can see, for the 911 Challenge and Porsche Classic Boxster Cup competitors. Just a few moments before we go racing then, it's going to be a drag race between Tim Bates and James Neal off the line. Cars 12 and 11. It's Bates on the inside, and Neil Harvey on the outside of the front row. Red lights on. We are underway, and Bates did not get a good start by the look of it, but an absolutely lightning start from Christian Ayres in the classically livery Paragon Porsche. And Bates, though, despite bogging down off the line, is still first to the corner. Oh, and a slide, a sideways moment. I thought there was some water on the lens, and sure enough, it seems that Christian Ayres has been caught out, as have a few of the Boxsters. A collision there involving Johnson in the 47 and the purple and white Boxster. There's all sorts of chaos and calamity going on through Craner curves. There's definitely, I think, a little spit of rain. We can see it on our window in the commentary box as well. And, well, goodness me, no sooner has the race started than the race has gone into a state of pandemonium.
That's right. Pete Evans off going down the Craner curve, slid a long way across the grass. Now, he damaged that car in the end of qualifying, actually did damage the radiator and put some fluid down. Now, it was interesting, the cars were sliding off. They are on treaded tyres, so a few spits of rain you wouldn't really expect to upset them as much as it apparently did.
And that would also suggest that potentially, if this rain is here to stay, then some of those 911 Challenge guys, they're on treaded, are they?
Everyone's on treaded tyres,
okay,
yeah.
Good. So that's, I was just concerned that some may be on slicks. It's unfortunate.
Mike Johnson with body with damage, so yes, obviously contact.
Yes, Johnson collided with the Porsche that had its, the Boxster that had its rear bumper damaged down at Redgate, as we see 3 wide there among the Porsche competitors. There's the car that Johnson collided with. Now, I wasn't quite sure on the number on that one, but the Boxster field seemingly clean through the back end of the circuit. I think the rain is largely isolated at Redgate at the moment, and potentially the Craners. Sarah Thompson, I think, at the top of screen was having a problem as well. Looked like she was pulling up in the number 90 car. The order as it stands, it's Bates in the lead from Neil Harvey in second. There is Thompson. Sarah Thompson with some sort of issue, unfortunately, in second, out of the race on the first lap. Didn't even get to lap 2, and contact there between 2 of them, and all the 76 spinning wildly.
Faye Noble Evans.
Faye Noble Evans with a big moment there. Who was that, the other party in that one? That was the black and gold looking car.
That's right. Trying to see, I'm not sure, it could have been car 99, I think.
Okay, so that would be the second and third place cars in Boxster. That does match up, so that would be the 99 of Graham Hurd and Faye Noble Evans there.
I would say, leading the Boxsters, we've got Darren King in his first ever motor race.
Third overall and leading the Boxsters, and there is the 47, finally getting himself back up to speed after that collision. Certainly not a garage darling, that Porsche in its current condition, but he's going to keep racing it anyway, damage and all. There's Bates at the head of the order. Now, Tim's car has been developed and fettled by himself a lot over the years, and we continue to see the fruits of his labour. Every time it's out on circuit, it seems to be right at the sharp end.
It is a beautiful piece of kit. He's actually got it running on carburettors rather than fuel injection, and it sounds magnificent, that car, when that flat 6 is on full chap.
Really does sound fabulous, doesn't it? And there in amongst the Boxsters is the recovering 47 car of Mike Johnson. Seemingly no fuel surge matters causing him to fall down the order in this one, so he's resolved whatever problems he had in qualifying. Just scything his way through the Boxsters.
Now, we typically would expect the 911 Challenge cars to have a good speed advantage in a straight line, but I was expecting the Boxsters to be a bit quicker in the curves, but that's not what Mike Johnson just showed as he went round the outside of someone into the old hairpin.
No, Johnson very confident, planting the car and around the outside at the old hairpin. Takes a few brave pills to do that. Just went past the 17 car of King, so Johnson is up into third place. And the Boxster runners here, that now battle for fourth place, being headed by Darren King. And, well, start as you mean to go on as a racing driver. If Darren King can hold on to that position, he'll be delighted. But I think if you lead the first race you've ever been in at all, or at least in class, of course, in the Boxster element of the race, you would be delighted. Late braking there and through from the 52 of Labbett. Labbett there, very brave on the brakes. Darren Labbett, who started 14th, has got himself up into 4th. With a mighty late braking move at Robert Chicane.
That was outrageous down the inside, and yet the car stopped, stuck to turn in.
Yes, I was fully expecting a trip to the gravel trap there, and it never came. King falling through the order there as the 99 of Hurd gets past Graham Hurd, who was involved in that contact with Faye Noble-Evans a few moments ago. Has now moved himself up into 5th place and 2nd among the Boxster class runners. Ruffle Ward has got through into what will be 4th in class at the moment. Yes, 4th in class
and I think the next car back is our car from the back row of the grid, Stephen Shaw, who we said to watch out for right at the start. So that vibration problem must be sorted.
Excellent. So Stephen's got his car up in to find Vettel. That number 49, sorry, that we, as Paul did flag to us, could be a front runner come the end of this 25-minute encounter. And with less than 10 minutes completed, he's already up there into the sharp end of the Boxster order, contending for the podium spots. We've got a gaggle of 4 cars, all fighting for that 3rd place at the moment. And there he goes again, the confidence on the brakes going into the final chicane. Shaw in the 49 car moves himself up into 3rd in one fell swoop. Here comes the number 6 as well, the number 6 being Mike Thompson. The 600 of Simon Ruffle-Ward has got past as well. So Darren King, he led briefly in the early stages of this race in the Boxster element of the race, but unfortunately that appears to have been short-lived.
That's right. I think for your first race suddenly to have cars diving down the inside of you as he is, it's going to be getting your attention for Darren. So I think he's just going to sit back there, get his act together. He was certainly very, very quick in the opening laps.
Yes, I think just everyone dialing themselves back up after what looked to be a bit of a wet weather scare down at Redgate on the first lap, and everyone finding their confidence and their wet weather shoes, as it were. Bates with a 1:24.490 at the front of the order in the 911 challenge has just actually gone a lot quicker. I was about to say his lap times weren't looking great, but he's just gone to a 1:20.746. So Bates is going a lot quicker, and we'll see whether he can continue to extend his advantage at the front. There is the recovering 96 car we just saw through the screen, as well of Christian Ayres. Now tell us a little bit about that car, because I believe that's got some tenure to it.
It is actually, yeah. That's the car used by Mark Sumpter to actually win the Porsche Club Championship back in 2011. So it's a beautiful 964, and it's still wearing the Paragon livery of Mark's team back from that day. Very, very distinctive livery. An absolutely beautiful car. It's on these immaculate fuchsia alloys, and the car looks absolutely gorgeous if you have the opportunity to see it in the paddock.
Yeah, it is a wonderful machine, that Paragon livery, adorned to many a famous Porsche in British GT, further afield internationally, and of course in the Porsche Club and Porsche Open Championships at various points as well. Mark Sumpter of Paragon, an incredible Porsche peddler in his own right, as Ayres has inherited the baton and continues to drive that car. In these 911 Challenge events, we see this battle ongoing for what is, I believe, 6th overall, with the 49 of Shaw heading off Thompson and Ruffle-Ward at the moment. And Thompson not letting go of the back of that 49, is he? He's still looking very racy. Another driver actually recovering from problems in qualifying. They had some brake issues. They were changing a caliper between brakes and between qualifying and the race. So obviously, again, that's worked for them. As we cut back to Tim Bates, that is immaculate, very, very tidily through Redgate. Yes, he was taking it very easy through Redgate in particular until about 1 or 2 laps ago, and he seems to have now pulled the pin as he continues on in the lead of this race in the overall classification. Of course, the Boxsters have strength in numbers here, and a bit of a braking issue there for Thompson. We spoke about Mike Thompson's brakes, and he instantly proves that they're enough to lock up. Yes. Darren King fighting back. Well, Darren King just losing a place there actually to the 21 of Markham. So Paul Markham, who started 16th, is actually up to 9th place now, so he's on the charge too. And as a result of that lock-up, the number 600 has got past. The classic Vorsteiner livery of Ruffle Ward is through, but Thompson immediately fights back. This has allowed Shaw to disappear off ahead. And maybe try and challenge the top two within the Boxster class as we switch back to Tim Bates, who runs through the final chicane. Already 7 laps completed for this car. I love how it raises the wheel coming out of the corners, the front axle a little bit lively, and Tim Bates's car really is a beautiful thing. The Brumos stripe on the car, it was a little bit plainer a few years ago, but he's added a lick of paint to it as he's continued to improve it, and it's now probably one of the most developed Porsches vintage anywhere in the country.
Tim effectively says he's not actually sure there's an awful lot more he can do to it.
Right.
He's really got it exactly where he wants it, and it's a case of always the car evolving with the driver, and the car gets quicker, Tim gets quicker, and it's a car that he knows intimately.
Yeah, absolutely. Many years of experience under his cap when it comes to driving this little Porsche, and continues on in the lead of the race. 8.9 seconds clear of Neil Harvey in second place at this stage. Still says James Neal on my timing screen, but we're going with the fact it's Neil Harvey per Paul.
If we get a good close look, Neil Harvey's got the red race suit.
There you
so
go.
if we see the arms flailing away at the steering, then it's going to be Neil, basically. Worthy of mention, running 4th overall, Darren Labbett in the Boxster Cup.
Yes.
I think this is actually only his second race. He had one outing last year.
Wow.
So from the same unique team as Darren King. So one of his if Darren's falling back down the order, one of his customer cars is actually leading the Boxster Cup.
Yes, of course, Darren is responsible for the preparation of that car, isn't it? Isn't he? Sorry, a long-time preparer, but first-time racer, and good to see him finally getting his own opportunity to race one of his cars. There is the lovely little 964 Christian Ayres, picking his way through the order slowly but surely. I think that Ruffle Ward might have thought he was being lapped there. He was very generous in giving the position away as they came towards Coppice.
There was very specific instructions during the driver's briefing
Okay.
to be aware of who you were racing and who you weren't.
Yes.
To put it politely.
Well, of course, some of these more tenured 911s, such as that 964, very valuable cars these days. And as you told me earlier on before we went live on this wonderful stream that we have here on MSV TV's YouTube channel, you know, these 964s, anything really from 993 back, is hugely valuable now.
They are, as road cars. Some of them are going for 6-figure sums, which is absolutely incredible. You know, we've had, as I think I told you, we've had race cars converted back to road cars and sold for over £100,000. So, you know, it's nice that people are still racing these old cars when they are actually so valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a 911 SC, an older 930 vintage 911, which goes back to the, I believe in this case, late 70s, isn't it, Tim Bates?
It is just into the 80s, yes, very much. It's almost the classic Porsche look, especially with that great big tail on the back of it.
Absolutely. 12 minutes and 10 to go, so we're halfway through this race at the moment. And Tim Bates with a commanding lead, just under 10 seconds over Neil Harvey at this stage. In third place, of course, is the slightly battle-scarred number 47 of Mike Johnson. Got into a tangle on the first lap with one of the Boxsters. But the Boxster Challenge element of the race being comfortably led by Labbett in the 52. He's really doing well, isn't he? Darren Labbett, who started 14th, is up to 4th overall, leading the Boxster element of the race, and doing so by some 5.3 seconds.
And holding that gap very, very constant over the last few laps. So, yeah, he's settled in, he's in a groove, he's got no one around him, he can just drive his own race.
Yes, and that's exactly what he's doing. We see some battles further back in the Boxster Cup order and some side-by-side action there. Ruffle Ward under attack. I believe that's Markham, is it? Yes, Markham through Hollywood, and then the Craner curves and up into what is 9th overall.
Very, very assured from Paul Markham, who I don't think has raced since 2005, and that was a Formula Ford.
Wow, okay. Very different car, that. Formula Ford machinery up against near stock Boxster S. And yeah, very well done from Markham, up into 9th overall, which makes him the 5th of the Boxster runners. As up into 6th place as well still in 7th place is Ayres in the 964, so that's the little interrupter among the Boxster order. There you see that beautiful 964 running towards the Robert chicane for what will be the completion of the 10th lap for him. And it won't be too long before some of this battle becomes traffic for Tim Bates and co. And I should say Neil Harvey has just gone quicker than Bates in 2nd place. So that number 11 car, the 964, has actually just set the fastest lap of the race at 1:20.280. There's Johnson, who's also pushing on in 3rd place. We just saw him briefly. So all of those cars at the front of the order are getting that little bit quicker lap on lap, and as they embed themselves into the circuit, there's the graphic saying James Neal, but we understand it might be Neil Harvey at the wheel.
It's definitely Neil Harvey.
Okay.
I spoke to him just before the race, actually, as I was walking up here.
Right.
So Mike Johnson, that's such a shame. That is cleanly the wing and a huge great buckle on it. I can see Mike going to be trying to tug that somewhat straighter for our 2nd race of the day, but
Yes.
that was an immaculate car this morning.
Yes, it was, but that's the unfortunate side effect sometimes in a multi-class race of being down the grid, isn't it? You really need to assure yourself a good qualifying, unfortunately, with fuel surge issues. Johnson was not able to do that, just got caught out in the pandemonium at the first corner, with a little bit of rain having an effect on the about a third of the field, I think, having some variety of issue at turn 1. Unfortunately, Johnson got collected in that, and rather more damage to the Boxster he collided with than his own car, if that's any saving grace for him, but still, unfortunate stuff. There's King, still in the midst of battle, now with the 76 of Faye Noble Evans, as they're side by side running into Redgate. King with a good run out of Robert chicane and comfortably ahead of Noble Evans by the time they get to turn 1 here at Redgate.
Now, Stephen Shaw up to 2nd in the Boxsters, so he's going to start closing down on our leader. That gap is now stretched out to 6 seconds.
Yes, that's quite the gap. It's going to take some drive to manage that in 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Layman's terms, about 5 laps of racing left to go. That would be very impressive. Not impossible, but improbable is how I'd put that. And we'll see whether or not Shaw can get close to Labbott in the next few minutes, but for now we watch Faye Noble Evans continuing to hound the back of Darren King. Darren King, briefly our leader in the Boxster class, has since maybe dropped down to something position we'd more expect from someone in his first proper motor race.
It was very, very good in qualifying. I'm not quite sure if that car has quite got the edge that it had in qualifying. It doesn't look quite as settled and quite as quick out the corners, so we will catch Darren after the race to see if there's an issue, but yeah, he has had his moment of glory though.
Absolutely, he'll be ringing a couple of mates, I'm sure, after that first race performance, and saying, "I told you I could do it." Tim Bates continuing to scythe through the Boxster traffic now, putting laps on the newer cars, the late 90s to early 2000s Boxsters, the first generation 986s. Versus that beautiful early 80s 911. Bates into Redgate. I think heard a little bit of tyre squeal going on up ahead because there's some ferocious battling from the cars ahead.
This is going to be interesting if we do have back markers come into play, though. I think Tim Bates has got plenty in hand. The person who could be under pressure, though, is our Boxster leader, who lost a second of his lead on that last lap.
Okay, that is interesting. So this is the 53 car of Wayne Gregory, just being put a lap down by Tim Bates. Tim taking it very steady as they go through the former side of the Starkeys Bridge, and separates that Boxster battle only momentarily. His next driver to be put a lap down is the 38 of Eric Bridges, who has moved up to 13th overall from 17th on the grid. Nice and easy, allowing Tim Bates the inside line through Coppice Bend. And both King and Noble Evans not losing touch with Ruffle Ward, are they? That's quickly becoming a 3-car battle further back in the Boxster order.
That's right, yeah, I do like Russell Ward's car. It's one we had the original couple of years of the Boxsters. There was a rule that you had to have a classic Porsche livery on the car. So 2 or 3 of the cars are still liveried like that, and that is, as you say, that Warsteiner livery.
Yes, I think they do that in America with some Caymans, don't they, as well? They enforce historic liveries. And King there running it wide. Ended up on the grass momentarily coming through Hollywood. That will have been a little bit heart in the mouth, but he managed to straighten the wheel, keep it going, and not spin out. Easy to do on the grass, particularly when there was a little bit of moisture down in the early stages of the race in that area of the circuit. There goes the 47 car of Johnson in 3rd position overall, and then that 4th overall, the Porsche Boxster Cup top 2 that you mentioned. The gap is shrinking ever more between Labbett and Shaw. Although actually on that last lap, Labbett was a fraction quicker.
They almost exactly matched lap times, didn't they?
Yes.
So it's a little bit of to and fro. I'm wondering if Stephen Shaw can actually see the leader out there, because when you can see it and you've got a target to chase, that's an advantage. But 5 seconds might be just putting him around the next corner on most of the lap.
Yes, I think with 4.5 minutes to go, it's now rather impossible for Labbett to be chased down by Shaw. As we continue to follow Johnson around the circuit in his war-torn 964 Porsche. A rather Belgian livery to that car, isn't it? With the
back from the days of national racing colours, isn't it? Yes. Very much so. It's a lovely car that Mike has owned for many, many years. I can remember him racing that car with us at Anglesey in 2009.
Yes, that's been a long-standing Porsche entrant, Mike Johnson. And there's some more Boxster fighting. That 53 we mentioned earlier on of Wayne Gregory in amongst it with the 81 of Perry Darling just behind him. That is a battle for 15th and 16th overall.
So 2 relative newcomers having a fantastic battle, which is almost proof of concept as far as I'm concerned. You can come into this series and you will have someone to race, whatever your level of experience.
Yes, Perry Darling quite easily getting past there on the exit of the old hairpin, wafted by into what will be 15th overall, which puts him, I think, just about into the top 10 within the Boxsters as well. Gregory there running the motif on the side of his car, all the gear, no idea. I'd argue that's not the case. He's kept his nose clean and had a very solid run of it in what is his introduction to motorsport here in the Porsche Classic Boxster Cup.
I think he's going to have a little shock at the end of the race when his great friend, and similarly, although the car's a different colour, it's got a lot of the same liveries and sponsors on it. Darren Labbett has actually won the class.
Yes. And here we go. Perry Darling really kind of scything his way through the order in the closing stages of this race, picking off Boxsters left, right and centre at the moment. Now up behind the 22 of Evans. Can't get a move done into Redgate, but Perry Darling putting in quite the shift at the moment. 2.5 minutes left for him to get past the blue and red machine. Have to see whether he succeeds in that task, as we see Mike Johnson continuing to get his way through the Boxsters. He'll be the most nervous of the 911 challenge runners getting through the Boxsters after that collision earlier on.
That's right, he suffered in the early laps, has already gone through the field I think once, and is now on his second lapping of some of these drivers.
Yes indeed. 119.758 is our fastest lap of the race, incidentally, at the moment, and you may not be surprised to hear that that's attributed to Tim Bates at the head of the order in his lovely 911 SC. 1 minute and 48 seconds to go means we'll probably have 2 more laps of racing there or thereabouts, depending on where Tim is on circuit at the moment. There's the 38 car. Another lovely colour scheme on that machine, as Darren King there we saw briefly side by side in the number 17 alongside Russell Ward in the 600. King was definitely back on the offensive, and we see Tim Bates in the back of this shot as the number 6 of Thompson follows Hurd in the 99. This is a battle for third in the Boxster class, and it looks as though Thompson's got a good run as they run towards McLean's. Is he going to be close and brave enough? I don't think either close or brave enough heading into McLean's. It would be a very risky move from that far back, but it looks as though Thompson is picking up the pace at a rate of knots, and as Tim Bates follows them, about to put them a lap down and about to start the final lap of the race for him as well, Thompson is running out of time to try and get that class podium.
He is. He seems to get out the corners very, very well. He gets good traction on the corners out the car, so we're going to watch him coming down the pit straight. He's starting to look to the inside. Is he going to dive down the inside into the chicane? That's the move to make, isn't it?
Yes, well, we've seen some late braking there, but both drivers equally confident in their brakes coming into that final chicane. A little bit of smoke from Thompson as well. Hopefully nothing too major on that as Tim Bates comes past, and Bates starting his final lap in the leading number 12 car, but we continue to follow this Boxster battle. Oh, and up the inside! Bates wouldn't like that. He'll have been a bit worried as both of those Boxsters in the midst of their scrap almost took Bates with them there for a moment, and Hurd in the 99 continues to lead Thompson. I think Tim Bates has decided discretion is the better part of valour here. He has lost a bit of time to Neil Harvey, but Harvey won't be close enough to challenge as side by side between the 6 and the 99, and once again Thompson got the better run out of the old hairpin. On this occasion it profits for him. He's up into third place in the Boxster S class.
Regular podium visitor last year, so that's putting Mike Thompson, I suppose, back where he expects to be. 99, a little bit of oversteer on the corner exit, so I wonder if he's just worked his tyres a little high. And you're quite right, I think Tim Bates being very, very cautious behind these two. He just wants to see that checkered flag.
Yes, fool him once, shame on you. But let's see if Bates can get past both of the cars before the checkered flag, because Tim Bates in that number 12 car is going to take the checkered flag this time. You see the Brumo striped 911. This will be our overall race winner and the winner in 911 challenge, and I think mercifully...
Stephen Shaw slowing from second in class.
Oh, yes,
so
sure.
That's put Mike Thompson up to second in class.
Yes, that's going to knock the 49 off the podium in the Boxster S class, and Thompson, I think, will be very relieved to discover that he now has a clear run home, because the rest of the Boxsters behind him got lapped by Tim Bates. Everyone else is on their return to pit lap. Thompson will get to cruise home and take the flag in about 3/4 of a lap's time. It was Bates that crossed the line to win, eventually by only 1.8 seconds, because he was being so careful around the Boxsters on that last lap. Neil Harvey took second place there, going much quicker at the tail end of the race owing to Tim Bates's caution. Third overall already across the line is Mike Johnson, the 47, and we're just expecting the 52 across the line shortly. That's Labbett, who will be the first of the Boxsters home in the Porsche Classic Boxster Cup category. He'll take fourth overall and the class win in theory, so long as he gets to the flag. In fifth place overall, we should expect the number 96 of Christian Ayres, that started so well, had a great launch off the line. But by turn one, it had already gone horribly wrong with a spin, and Ayres eventually will cross the line for, actually, I think fourth overall. I think he's got Labbett on the final lap there. Let's just confirm that. No, Ayres did finish in fifth, ahead of the number 6 of Thompson. So that's everyone across the line to take the flag. I think that Hurd and Markham ended up doing an extra lap anyway, not realising that they'd already taken the flag. I
think their eyes were on other cars. Just say fantastic performance from Darren Labbett, because 1 or 2 outings last year tops, and
yes,
suddenly he's come out here and he's won the class, and he probably had the quietest race of anyone in all the Boxster Cups.
Probably, yeah. Everyone else had a dancing partner or a sparring partner, depending on how you want to look at it. Darren Labbett, though, in that fourth place, eased himself to class victory in the Boxsters. We've already talked our way through the 911 challenge guys at the front. Mike Thompson, second of the Boxsters in second of the Boxsters in sixth overall. Graham Hurd, Paul Markham, Stephen Shaw and Simon Ruffle Ward rounding out our overall top 10. Darren King, Faye Noble Evans, Peter Evans in 13th, Perry Darling in 14th, and Wayne Gregory, Eric Bridges, Sarah Thompson and Vikram Sudera. The latter two did not get to the end of the race. Let's throw down now to an interview with Tim Bates.
Tim just getting himself out of the car now and just gets one leg out, two legs out. Keep the helmet on because it's just started to spit with rain. But you're going to tell me you know it started to spit with rain.
It was a bit nerve-wracking on the first lap because it was just coming down and you just didn't know what it was going to be like. Yeah. And then somebody come up down on the outside and I thought, oh, I'm just going to hang back a bit, and I was in a bit of it was sliding anyway, but I managed to sort of keep it together and get round. But I went gingerly for a good few laps because it's sort of very unpredictable, really.
It was. Yeah. Off the line, I thought it was a conservative start, but it was Christian Ayres from the second row that just flew through.
Yeah, he flew through, yeah. And,
absolutely amazing. Yeah. Amazing to watch. Now, you build up quite a commanding lead, and then by the final lap you kind of needed that, didn't you, because it was conservative driving for the final lap.
Yeah, he started to sort of spit again round the back, and I thought the last thing I want to do is throw it in the gravel, so just try and look after you. That, you know, I got my board telling me how much I'd got, so I just wanted to keep it on the track, really.
So clearly the car is good. It's beautiful, by the way.
I had a bit of a struggle to get it going, actually. It flooded before I was going down to the start line, and I only just got on the start line with it. So, but it's all right now. So hopefully it'll be all right for the second race.
It's more than all right. It's a race winner. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
And thanks to all the marshals.
Well, quite right too. Yes, and we couldn't go motor racing without them, could they? Hard-working marshals will get a lunch break soon, but we've got one more race before lunch.
Yes, and that concludes our running for the 911 Challenge and Porsche Classic Boxster Cup for now, but they'll be back out at 4:45 this evening. But that concludes the race for the 911 Challenge and the Porsche Classic Boxsters. Congratulations to Tim Bates on a good victory in their first encounter. So next up, A plethora of Caterhams on the circuit, 36 cars due to take the start for this Toyo Tyres 7 Race Series 420R category. The fastest Caterhams we will see here this weekend. Some of the fastest Caterhams you'll find anywhere point blank, and some very quick drivers at the helm as well. It will be the 82 car of, well, it was meant to be the 82 car of Stuart Calder on the front row. Yes, he is there. For a moment I thought that was 87 on the front row of the grid. I thought we'd lost someone quite important, but thankfully not. Stuart Calder is there. His time in qualifying was a 1:14.375. You have to work your way back to 22nd on the grid to get to the end of everybody who finished within a second of him in one lap pace in qualifying. 22 cars within a second. That is a tighter spread than we sometimes get here in the British Touring Car Championship, so it's very competitive indeed. Here you see the rundown, Calder and Ollivant on the front row of the grid, the numbers 82 and 55. Phil Jenkins in the 88 is next, alongside Mark Stansfield in the 19. Then it's Paul Thacker in the 66, Anthony Barnes in the number 4, Rob Watts in the 77 on row 4 alongside Andy Perry in the 11. Row 5 is the 23 of Justin Armstrong alongside the 32 of Lewis Tootle. Row 6, Danny Killeen in the 9 and Ian Cowley in the 34. Then on row 7 it's Stephen Collins in the 69 and Steve Riley in the 86. Following him is Jason Cheetham in 15th place in the number 6 car alongside the 47 of Tom Heyman Joyce. Row 9 is Oliver Gibson in the 111 and Mark Drain in the 39. Gary Tootle in the 64 and Richard Bowton in at the 33. Row 11, Tom Overton in the 37 and Paul Begley in the 22. Following him on row 12 is Neil Fraser in the 60 and Matt Reeve in the number 2. Row 13 is Matt Drew in the 25 and Matt Spark in the 173. Matt Welch follows in the 40 on the 14th row in the 53. Lots of Matts there, and it's 755 Tim Burton on the 14th row, completing that in 28th. 29th is Fergus Ryan in the 57 alongside Ian Noble in the 10. Duncan Greenaway in the number 7 on row 16 alongside John Saunders in the 62. 33rd and 34th on the grid, the number 5 of Carl Nairn and the number 15 of Rick Potter. And the final row, the 18th row of the grid, is Adrian Ferdinands and Billy Nairn, 59 and 54 cars respectively. So 36 420Rs about to take the start for this race. We look forward to this one immensely. I was just saying before we came back on the microphone for this race, this is kind of like commentating the tail end of the Grand National, the final furlongs, for an entire half an hour. They're switching places, they're head-to-head running all the way through this half-hour race. It's going to be brilliant excitement. Very much looking forward to bringing you this half an hour as they stream through to take their rolling start. And we are underway, and it's not a good start at all from Stuart Calder. He gets swallowed by the pack. It's Russ Ollivant and Phil Jenkins looking likely to lead into the first corner. Who will take it? It might not be either. It looks as though Stansfield has braved the outside line and succeeded. Has everybody got through Red Gate for the first time without issue? It looks as though they have. Brilliant driving from all concerned as Russ Ollivant leads the way in the blue and green. Following him is the 19 of Stansfield by the looks of it. Then it's Phil Jenkins up into, I make that 5th place as well, has gone Rob Watts, who started in 7th, so a few profiting from the early issues, and I think Stuart Calder, our pole sitter, is as far down as 6th place now. So a horrible start to the race for Calder. In fact, no, there's Calder in 7th. So it's even worse than I thought, and it may get worse still as it's 3 wide on the run up to Coppice. The number 4 up the inside, that's Anthony Barnes, who's dropped a couple of places in the early going. Looks like it's been a relatively tidy first lap, and it's almost 3 wide as they run into the Robert chicane for the first time. I expect I'll be saying that a few times over the course of the next half an hour. Let's see who is where as they run through on the completion of the first lap. It's the 19 of Stansfield Stansfield that leads, then it's Jenkins, then it's Ollivant, but Ollivant up the inside, and also getting involved is Thacker in the 66. Thacker up the inside and into third place as they begin lap 2, running through Redgate. You hear the tyres squealing, or perhaps pleading for mercy, as they run through Redgate for the first time. And it is the number 19 of Mark Stansfield that leads the way. Bit of understeer as he runs through the old hairpin, and that might provide Phil Jenkins with the opportunity to run all the way around the outside as they approach the next significant braking zone at McLean's. Stansfield holds on to it for the time being. Hopping over the grass there. There's the number 23 of Armstrong. Now, where did Armstrong start? He started in 9th place, and he is running in, I make that 4th. So some good progression up through the order there for Armstrong. A few drivers starting well, some others having a few issues off the line. Chief among them, of course, our pole sitter Stuart Calder, who just seemed to bog down as they rolled towards the lights to start the race. We've got one car off circuit there, further back. Not sure who that is. Is that the 77 of Watts? I think it might have been Watts in the 77. Yes, he's gone missing from the front pack, so that was Rob Watts in the 77 car, who has unfortunately come to a halt there, as we see on screen, coming towards the Robert chicane. That looks like race done for him. It's Jenkins that leads then in the 88 car, hops across the curbs at the Craners. Stansfield in the wheel tracks. Takes a little bit of a speculative look to the right and not finding any luck just yet. However, one suspects the order will be jumbled up once again by the time they get to the end of the back straight and towards the Robert chicane for the third time of asking. There's that number 4 car of Barnes, who has recovered handily. He was a little way further down the pack from his 6th on the grid, but is now back up into the top 5. Here comes the leading trifecta. 3 wide again, and who's going to be in the lead by the time they get to the corner? It's the 66 car of Thacker. Thacker up the inside and into the lead as Jenkins and Stansfield in 3 annoyingly similar colours, it must be said, running all together here at the front of the order. Jenkins looks to the inside. He's not going to find any luck there. Thacker cuts the nose off in the 66. Side by side further back as well between Barnes and Ollivant. And also getting involved with that is Justin Armstrong in the 23 car. It's the 55 of Ollivant that ends up taking 4th for the time being, and I'm sure he'll try and intervene in this top 3 battle. Stansfield just behind Jenkins. Jenkins in 2nd place as Paul Thacker takes his turn at the head of the order. How long will his turn last, and will it be his only turn as our race leader? There's multiple lead changes almost every lap in these Caterham races, and really anybody in the top 5 or 6 could still win this race at this stage. Jenkins pulls out to the inside as they run towards the final chicane once again and makes the move look easy there with the help of the slipstream. Thacker demoted to 2nd. I think Ollivant there had to catch a little bit of a slide on the curb there coming through the Robert chicane. Looking to the inside of him is Armstrong there in 5th and 6th. As Jenkins goes defensive here at Redgate, holds on to the lead for now, and Thacker may be liable to fall into 3rd as the number 10 car recovers. The number 10 is Ian Noble. Ian Noble there with a little bit of a spin and almost 3 wide in the battle for 5th position. It's now 4 red or orange or adjacent colours at the front of the order, so 4 eerily similar cars, especially from a front-facing camera, but we'll try and push on as best we can as Jenkins leads the way from the 66 of Thacker. So 88 from 66 from 19 of Stansfield. Then it's Anthony Barnes up to 4th place now. Started 6th, was on the fringes of the top 10 by the end of the first lap, but has carved his way back through very nicely indeed. Some side-by-side action further back in the pack as the cars funnel their way through Coppice for the 5th time in this half-hour race. One of the cars running wide there. Not sure whom that was, kicking up dust further back as it's all getting a little bit squirrely and intense as they run through the final chicane. Thacker back into the lead and almost ran out of space there. Very much running out of space. The number 4 of Barnes, who went rally crossing there. Not sure Caterham's a rallycross eligible, but that doesn't seem to be stopping him. Almost 4 wide into Redgate for the 6th time, and all bouncing across the curbs and the grass there was Stansfield. In the lead though, it is still the 88, I make that, of Phil Jenkins. Yes, Jenkins from Jenkins from Thacker. Then it's Barnes and then it's Stansfield. That's your top 4 at the moment. Phil Jenkins is such a prolific Caterham racer and winner. Always right up at the sharp end wherever he decides to ply his trade on this particular weekend. And it is Jenks that leads for the time being. But with 22 minutes and 45 seconds to go, I don't think he's going to be able to hold the lead consistently for that time. The car that went off at this point in the lap, about a minute and 30 seconds ago, was the number 11 car of Perry, I believe, and he's back on circuit. Andy Perry back in the battle, having had a bit of an off-track excursion. Now, the top 3 or 4 were well clear of the chasing pack a while ago, but they've been fighting so hard that pretty much everybody has ended up back on their tail. Discretion often is the better part of valour, but try telling that to a Caterham racer. They're staying in relative order at the moment, maybe in a bid to break away from the chasing pack again. Ollivant there is in 5th place, leading Armstrong at the moment. The graphic on your screen is from the start-finish line, and unfortunately by Redgate it had already changed again. But you see there an illustration of just how close it is. 18 cars within 6.3 seconds at the sharp end of this race. Absolutely wonderful stuff, as we always see from the Caterhams. The fastest lap at the moment is attributed to the driver in 10th place, the number 9 of Danny Killeen, who's having a very solid run at the moment. He'll be looking to try and draft his way further up the order. There you see the confirmation on your screen, a 1:15.061 for him. Are we going to go 3 wide? No, we're not quite going to go 3 wide into the Robert chicane on this occasion. Barnes in the number 4 car in 3rd position still, kind of holding strong there at the moment. Thacker going defensive, but Barnes decides to pull the pin anyway. Looks up to the inside at Redgate and makes his way up into 2nd. And look at that, sneaking his way into maybe 4th place, not quite. But Ollivant in the 55 car is now intervening with this top 4. The top 4, even though the order has changed, the cast has remained the same for the last couple of laps. But now Ollivant is looking to try and challenge Russ Ollivant, who of course started on the front row of the grid. Neither driver on the front row has had a particularly good run of it so far. Stuart Calder is in 7th and Ollivant is in 5th. Qualifying only means so much in any motor race, but particularly in a motor race where 22 cars qualified within a second earlier on this morning. So we're only a third of the way through this one, and we've probably already had more overtakes than you get in your typical season in a lot of categories. And up the inside into the lead on this occasion is Thacker in the 66. He is through into the lead, and Barnes has followed him through into 2nd. Jenks is down to 3rd for the time being. Let's see who's got the better run towards Redgate. Certainly Jenks with the slipstream, maybe back into the lead almost instantaneously. Sure enough, yes he is, and very careful with how he placed the car as well to make sure that no one else can get a better run than him out of Redgate. See a few strewn body parts on certain parts of the circuit as well. I think there was a little bit of fender down at the Craner curves, but nothing particularly alarming at this stage. Moving up through the order as well is Cheetham in the number 6, the distinctive yellow and black car in this lead pack. He started 15th and is up into 8th at the moment. Good progress, still got 19 minutes to go. And I wonder how much further Cheetham can get over the course of this race. Look at that, the top 10, if not the top dozen, all together in one big pack as they go through Coppice and out onto what was once known as the Exhibition Straight. Going defensive there is the 88 car of Jenkins once again. Thacker can't find a way around the outside though. Stansfield on the offensive there, tried to look up the inside of Thacker. Was not able to do so. Here comes Ollivant. He's alongside and past Barnes for the time being. Now, is Barnes about to lose a lot more places? Because just behind both of them is Cheetham in the number 6 for good measure. There you go. Ollivant has managed to muscle his way past Barnes for 4th place there. And also Cheetham, look at that, Cheetham's up to 5th place. I said he was up to 8th a lap ago. He's now up into 5th in that number 6 car, the black and yellow. Carving his way through the order nicely. May yet get a podium out of this if things continue in this manner. Here come the top 2 though, Jenkins and Thacker. Followed closely by Stansfield and Ollivant for the time being. Now Ollivant, I think, will be keen to get himself back up to the head of the order as quickly as possible, having again lost out from the front row of the grid as seemingly quite a few drivers did. A lot of the drivers that are at the sharp end have had to work their way back through the order since we started this race. Jenkins continues to lead the way. It's Phil Jenkins in the 88 that leads from Paul Thacker. And off track in the background, I believe that might be the number 4 of Barnes. Sorry, no, apologies. I think that might have been the number 9 of Collins, actually. Sorry, of Killeen. I got there eventually. I think that was Killeen in the number 9 car, having a bit of an off-track excursion. Dropped 4 places on that lap, so I do suspect it was Killeen in the number 9 car. Top 3 is broken away now. Barnes has been firmly swallowed by the pack in the number 4. And Ollivant in 4th place has really fallen off that top 3. Now, Ollivant and Cheetham in 4th and 5th are a little ways clear of the 6th place runner. And if they're smart, they could work together here and try and close in on this top 3. Will they play their cards right? Well, they've already been lured in, I think, by the remainder of the top 15. Maybe top 20 even, from 4th back. And look at that, 3 wide, potentially ongoing, all the way off track there goes, I believe that was Thacker in the 66. Yes, it was. That was brave, if not probably a little bit of a nervous moment for Thacker. Holds on to the car and retains 3rd place for good measure. Stansfield up the inside for the lead as they run towards Redgate for the 12th time of asking. And it is a position made up for Stansfield. Side by side still with Jenkins though. Great action as we expected from these 420Rs. Jenkins makes sure he stays in the lead for the time being inside in the 2nd element of the Craners. And a relatively easy move all told as Stansfield and Thacker continue to pressure Phil Jenkins. Jenkins defensive there through McLean's. And Stansfield is stalking in 2nd place. 55 car of Russ Ollivant is still there in 4th position with Cheetham in 5th. Have the top 3 managed to segregate themselves from everyone else? No is the answer in short order. Look at them battling each other. They're too busy going 3 wide into the final chicane. And the 66 of Paul Thacker is through into the lead. And look at this, the top half dozen are welded to one another once more as the number 55 of Russ Ollivant looks to the outside of Stansfield. Cheetham getting involved in this as well. Cheetham very loose on the brakes running through the 1st corner. 4th, maybe even make that 3rd place for Cheetham, who I remind you started down in 15th place. Jason Cheetham is on a roll here at Donington in our first race for the Toyo Tyres 7 race series. Up the inside of Jenkins goes Thacker in the 66 car. Jenkins, then Stansfield, our top 3. 66, 88 and 19, and it is Jason Cheetham now comfortably into 4th place, and he'll be looking to continue on as he has so far in this race. Stansfield locking up and understeering, and oh, I think Cheetham's pushed it too far. Yes, oh, after such a good run up the order, Jason Cheetham with a full 360. Thankfully, he didn't get collected by anybody, but Cheetham, I think, has probably ended up back where he started. Oh, and more drama further back in the order. Not quite sure whom has been collected up in that. Potentially, is that Ollivant who's been knocked down? Yes, I think Ollivant has ended up in a collision with somebody there and has dropped down the order. Calder is suddenly there. It's all change as drama unfolds at Coppice. The 2 cars involved were Cheetham and Collins. So Collins in the 69 car, Stephen Collins, who'd also been working his way up the order nicely, is now firmly embedded in the gravel, as you can see on these pictures on the YouTube live stream that we have here today on MSV TV, the new YouTube channel for these live streams. It's wonderful to be bringing you this action live, whether you're here at the circuit or watching from anywhere around the world. I hope you're enjoying this Caterham race, because we certainly are here in the commentary box. And Thacker leads the way at the moment. Jenkins there in 2nd. And up into 3rd place is Calder in the 82. Stuart Calder, who has really not been at the sharp end from the outset of this race. Calder, who started on pole and ended up on the fringes of the top 10 very quickly, is now suddenly back up to 3rd. Double waved yellows at Coppice, unsurprisingly, as you can see the recovery of the 69 car ongoing. Collins being recovered. We have not gone to safety car. We're still green flag running a majority of the lap. Thacker and Jenkins side by side as they run towards the first corner. Jenkins looking to the outside, not able to make a move on this occasion. However, a good run out of Redgate may help him through the Craner curves. I think he's had to back out of that a little bit. He had a supreme run out of the corner, but he had the small matter of Paul Thacker ahead of him and just had to lift out of the throttle a little bit. Thacker continues to lead the way from Jenkins, Calder, Stansfield and Tootle. That was our top 5, at least as of the last time they crossed the line. It's probably all changed already. It's a good run, actually, from the 64 driver Gary Tootle, who started in 19th and is now up to 5th place. There's the number 54 car at the tail end of the order. That's Billy Nairn. I do not envy Billy Nairn in the slightest, because as he's about to go a lap down, he's going to be descended upon by, well, practically the entire top 20 in one fell swoop. And I think Billy is going to have to drive through the mirrors for a while as a result of that. Over the curbs goes Thacker and Jenkins. You see them having a bit of a sideways moment occasionally out of that last corner. One of the Porsches from the Club Championship laid down a lot of oil earlier on today in qualifying, and I suspect that's still having a detrimental effect on traction out of the last chicane for a number of these drivers, particularly such physical tail-happy cars as these Caterham 420Rs. Thacker and Jenkins just encountering Billy Nairn now. Billy stays well clear as Jenkins looks for a way past Thacker. Is not going to find room on the outside as they run towards McLean's. Of course, if he did get to the outside, it would have been the inside for McLean's itself. But he was not getting a good enough run out of the old hairpin to do so on that occasion. Still see the double waved yellows here at Coppice, so no overtaking here. Traditionally, this is less an overtaking spot and more a place to get a good run for the back straight anyway. So the fact that there were double waved yellows there shouldn't impede on the racing too much, although I think those double yellows have just been withdrawn. As up the inside goes the number 23 car. That is Armstrong recovering. I think Armstrong has had a bit of a yo-yo race so far. He's been up and down the top 10 relentlessly. Barnes down in 6th, 7th now. Of course, he was involved in the top 3 for a while, and he has fallen back actually to where he started in 6th place in that number 4 car. The ebb and flow of Caterham racing. It's Thacker that leads from Jenkins. Looking further back here, there's the 37 car, 37 being Tom Overton. That is a battle for 24th position at the moment, so fighting all the way down the order in these Caterham 420R machines as part of the Toyo Tyres 7 race series. We have 2 grids for these cars, the 420Rs and then the slightly more tame 1600cc machines will take to the circuit a little later on today. They're slightly more tame in terms of performance but not in terms of the racing, so look forward to that one as well. As Thacker and Jenkins side by side once again, Thacker on the defensive, Thacker continues to hold the lead. 8.5 minutes to go as this train of cars has rather lost a few members but hasn't got any less intense, and oh dear, a few body parts are missing from a few cars down at Coppers now. You see some strewn wheel arches there, some mud guards. Hopefully those cars won't be too deep embedded in the gravel. Hopefully they can get running under their own steam, otherwise I fear with that many cars... Ah, no, the number 2 car is quite badly damaged. That's unfortunate for Matt Reeve, who is suffering from a very damaged rear suspension there. I wonder if that car may be judged a little too close to the circuit to continue under double-waved yellows. We'll have to see as this leading pack continues on with Tootle now up to 4th place. Tootle, who started in 19th, is up in 4th at the moment with Barnes behind him. Anthony Barnes back up to 5th place for the time being as the drivers and marshals vacate the premises of that incident. Looks like we're going to continue this race as side by side for 4th position there between Tootle and Barnes. Gary Tootle, one of 2 Tootles in the race. Try saying that a few times quickly. Lewis Tootle in the 32 is, I think, some way further down the order in 14th at the moment. Some more lap traffic to contend with for the leaders then. And this could prove key because Thacker has picked the wrong side and Jenkins, oh, that was very close. He won't have liked that. The lap traffic almost taking Phil Jenkins onto the grass. He did get a wheel on the grass. And look at this top 3. They run line astern towards McLean's for what is the 19th time in this half-hour race. And the first 24 minutes of this race so far have flown by. Who is going to lead at the end of this one? It's been between Thacker and Jenkins largely for the last few minutes, but can Stansfield in 3rd or indeed Tootle try and challenge? Or, I should say as well, Barnes in the number 4, who is now up to 4th place once again. It would be amazing to see Tootle in the 64 get a podium out of this from 19th on the grid. He's currently 5th as the number 7 car has a moment further back. That's Duncan Greenaway, making sure he gets some time on the live stream in a less than convenient fashion, unfortunately. Not too deep embedded in the gravel, but in the gravel nonetheless. It's the 88 of Jenkins back into the lead then from Thacker and Stansfield. Through the old hairpin they go for the 20th time. Let's see, Thacker looked like he got a good run, as did Stansfield on the approach to McLean's. We've not seen many moves at McLean's, but Stansfield trying to look to the outside. Jenkins locking up there. Missed the apex, but no one managed to take advantage. Barnes is really all over the back of this 3-car battle for the lead now in 4th place. It's more like an 8-car battle for the lead if we're being completely honest. A little update on Cheetham. He's in 14th place now, having been 15th on the grid at the start and up into the top 5 briefly. That's yellow and black number 6. Oh, and a big moment for Thacker. It's a spin, a full rotation. Just asked too much of the rear under braking, and oh, that's a huge shame. Checkered flag has been put out early. I believe that's because there are just too many cars strewn around the circuit, so that spin came at the most costly of moments for Tootle. For Thacker, my apologies. Thacker in the 66 car spun on what turned out to be the very last corner of an early last lap. I'm not sure Phil Jenkins has got the memo. He is still pushing, but Phil Jenkins has taken the win. They flagged the race early with 4.5 minutes to go because there are just too many cars strewn around the circuit, and there is not sufficient time to get the cars back behind the barriers in time to get the race back underway. So they've flagged it early. Jenkins will be down as our winner. He will be talking to Alan Hyde in just a few moments once he's hurriedly gone back around the circuit. I hope he realises that the race is over. He's backed off now, so hopefully he comes into the pit lane, not leaving Alan too long. Stansfield took second ahead of Barnes in third, so the 19 of Mark Stansfield took second ahead of Anthony Barnes in third, and nope, Jenkins did not have the memo. He has continued on for another lap. I think he's now realised, the race is over. He's looking in his mirror. Where is everybody? Well, everybody is back in the pits, my friend. You are the race winner. Unfortunately, the flag, I don't think, came out in time for Phil Jenkins to spot it, but he is our race winner. Great drive from Phil. The 88 car with a deserving win. Stansfield, as I said, the 19 in second. Barnes in third. Driver of the race, though, has to be Gary Tootle, who started 19th and is going to wind up 4th place at the end of this one. That was sensational stuff from Gary to make up 15 positions in a truncated 25-minute race. I wonder if Tootle could have gotten further had the race not been stopped early. I'm devastated, though, on behalf of those of you supporting Paul Thacker. The number 66 car started 5th, was right up there in the lead battle practically from the word go, and then on the very last lap here at the final chicane he has his spin, and eventually that dropped him down to 10th place. Thacker in the 66, he'll be very disappointed if not disillusioned with that one. Phil Jenkins may have crossed the line first, but he'll be the last one in the queue to get back into pit lane once he does get himself parked up over by garage number 1 here at Donington Park. He will be getting spoken to by Alan Hyde. You see there the recovery ongoing for Matt Reeves' number 2 car, which has a very broken rear suspension on it, courtesy of that incident that happened at Coppice. Huge shame that happened, but here is Phil Jenkins, and I'm sure that in just a few moments we'll hear from him and Alan Hyde.
Yeah, Phil is a winner, but I'm not sure he knew that. He was the last car into pit lane. He came in shaking his head. He's got his helmet off. He's clambering out of the car, and I'm about to congratulate him, but it will be really cool to know. I like the way, very nimble out of the car, very impressive. Did you know that you'd won the race?
I have no idea what's going on. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. It's a bit embarrassing, really.
No, not embarrassing. You won the race, and you had to be there to win the race.
Unbelievable, yeah. What
Great battle you had.
Oh, I'm just staggered, speechless.
Worn out.
Brilliant, yeah, it was amazing. I didn't have a clue what time it was, what day it was. I was just for the cause. I just keep going until everyone comes in, I suppose.
What you describe is proper Caterham racing, I'm afraid.
Yeah, lights to flag stuff. It was brilliant. I don't know what happened behind, but it was hard at the front, and the guys kept me pretty honest. But yeah. I really have no idea what's just happened.
Well, the flag went out slightly early, so that's why you ended up coming into the pit lane last, having won the race. You confused all of us, don't worry.
I confused myself. I think it's kind of worrying. Yeah, amazing. I really enjoyed it. It's one of the best races I've had. I didn't have high expectations coming in yesterday. Not my favourite circuit, Donington, and nice to beat Mark Stansfield in his back garden. I'm delighted.
It's a great circuit, though, isn't it? It might not be your favourite, but it's a flowing circuit. Many drivers have told me in the past that when it clicks, Donington is one of the most rewarding circuits you can drive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does flow down the Craner curves, the old hairpin, and you're really picking up some good speed through those sections. Yeah. So yeah, to have people literally pushing you through those sections over 100 miles an hour, it's I think it's some of the best racing in the country. I really do.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Congratulations, you're a winner. Great way to start the year.
Thank you.
So there you go. Great to hear from Jenkins there. He took the win. Little did he know it, ahead of Mark Stansfield, Anthony Barnes, Gary Tootle and Danny Killeen, our top 5. Then it was Stuart Calder, Justin Armstrong, Oliver Gibson, Andy Perry, and the unfortunate Paul Thacker with that last lap spin in 10th. Neil Fraser in 11th, ahead of Tom Heyman, Joyce in 12th. Jason Cheetham recovered to 13th after his spin. Steve Riley and Lewis Tootle rounding out the top 15. Paul Begley, Russ Ollivant down to 17th there at the end of the race, didn't spot that. Ian Cowley in 18th, Matt Drew in 19th, and Mark Drain rounding out the top 20. Tom Overton was next, ahead of Carl Nairn in 22nd place. Fergus Ryan in 23rd, Matt Spark in 24th, Tim Burton taking 25th, ahead of Rick Potter, John Saunders, Ian Noble, Richard Bowton, and Duncan Greenaway. That was our top 30, a few more yet to come. Adrian Ferdinands, Billy Nairn, Matt Welch, Matt Reeve, Stephen Collins and Rob Watts, our entire 36 car order, albeit with some of those guys going missing towards the end. I believe 32 finishers ultimately, with Billy Nairn the last of them. So that was the Toyo Tyres 7 race series 420R category, as spectacular as we expected to be. However, a few minutes shorter than Phil Jenkins expected the race to be. It will now be a little while before we get back to on-track action here, both here at the circuit and on the live stream. Our next race is set to begin at 5 minutes to 3 local time here at Donington Park, 14:55 for our next race, and that will be the Porsche Club Championship. But for now, let's all take a breather after a stunning Toyo Tyres 7 race series event. Good afternoon and welcome back to Donington Park for a packed afternoon of racing from cars of all shapes and sizes. We have everything from full-on sports/supercars to prototypes and of course the mighty Caterhams, just to name a few. It's going to be a great bill this afternoon. We've got 6 races to contend with, starting with the Petro Canada Lubricants Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. We're expecting 22 cars on the grid for this race, although there were a few dropouts in qualifying, so hopefully we do get the full quota of 22. We'll have to wait and see on that one. My name is Adam Weller. I'll be bringing you all the action here today, along with Alan Hyde in the pits and a few guest commentators for some championships as well. We're certainly well manned here today in the commentary box, and the grids are particularly well manned as well. Here is the grid for this Porsche race that's coming up. It is Peter Morris on pole position in the number 2 car. He is alongside Chris Dyer in the number 9. It's James Cayley on row 2 in the 11, alongside Kevin Molyneux in the 33. Row 3 of the grid is Kevin Harrison in the 16, alongside Simon Clark in the 23. Richard Ellis is set to start 7th, but I did see his car still in the garage while everyone else was making their way to assembly, so I'm not sure if Richard Ellis in the 3 car will be there. He's set to be 7th on the grid alongside Bill Cayley in the 80. Andrew Muggeridge is next in the 17 car, and he will be joined on the 5th row of the grid by James Coleman, the first of the Boxster runners. Row 6 is Colin Tester in the 99, and Neil Delage in the 62 joins him on the 6th row. Then it's Angus Archer in the number 70, alongside Andrew Porter in the 44. Paul Simpson is next in the 88 car on row 8, alongside Oliver Chatham. Row 9 is the 45 of Paul Seagrave, alongside Carl Hazelton in the 24. Trevor Lewis is next in the number 30. He is joined on row 10 by the number 10, Julian Morris, starting 20th. The final row of the grid, Vince Blacker in the 64, alongside Richard Forber in the 78. But that, of course, is any mechanical maladies notwithstanding. Thankfully, we've got an eye on the pulse of the paddock with us in the form of Paul Jerd once again, the Porsche specialist of the afternoon. Paul, I think there are a few people missing from that grid, if I'm not mistaken.
We do have, unfortunately. Richard Baston had his engine go big time in qualifying, which actually sent James Coleman into the barriers, which what looks like a heavy impact, but his car is also back out there, so hats off to whoever designs those big soft barriers these days. Now, probably, there's always that cliched phrase, race against time, isn't there? But Richard Forber has had clutch problems in that car all day. And currently on the way from Cheshire is his old race car, the one that he actually won the Boxster Cup in last year. And they've gained permission that no one else has objected. So that car's going to come down. We're hoping to get it here for race 1, but it hasn't got here yet. So it's hopefully not still on the M6. But they're going to come along. They're going to throw a pair of slicks onto that, set of slicks onto that car, because it ran on treaded tyres last season. And hopefully we'll go racing in race 2.
Okay, well, fingers crossed for him then. I did also see Richard Ellis didn't look likely in the garages, the number 3 car.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of an issue with Richard, actually, so we'll keep a little eye out on that one.
No, the number 3 car is out there on the grid, just seen that on the camera shot. So yeah, he had his garage door shut while everyone else was leaving the pit, so I thought he'd gone home.
I think he just didn't like the draft. It's a little bit breezy down there.
Okay, so rather less of an issue than I thought then for Richard Ellis, but a great field of cars assembled. And there in the top 4 spots you have the 3 predominant cars in Class 1, the 997 there on pole position, Peter Morris, alongside him the Porsche Cayman, the first generation Cayman S of Chris Dyer, and then there in 4th place is Kevin Molyneux in the 996. 3 very potent road cars. Of course, the 996 and 997 are both C2 911s, which is basically the base spec 911.
It is. We don't allow four-wheel drives in, so we don't see the Carrera 4s, and we don't allow turbocharged cars, basically. A couple of things to keep an eye on, actually, is that Simon Clark, 23, who's won Class 1 for the last 2 years, and changed over to a 996 over the winter. So this is actually going to be his first race start in that fully rear-engined car, and he was discussing earlier on that he's actually spent the last several seasons watching all the 996s and 997s around to get much better starts, and suddenly he's under pressure to stay with them off the line rather than have the excuse that his Cayman doesn't quite do that so well. So we'll keep an eye on car number 23, that nice white Talkboys car just going through shot there. And we've also got Kevin Harrison, who's out in a 996 and has a huge reputation for doing very, very fast starts. But he's now got a different clutch system on the car. So again, that's someone else who's going to be trying to maximise getting that 911 off the line.
Now, the 62, I have it down as Delage on my screen, but on the entry list it's Delegri. Is it Delegri?
I was going for Delage. I hadn't actually noticed that it was different on the on the online program. So yeah, new to the series actually. So another person having his first race and his first time trying to get one of these cars off the line. So hopefully everyone will do. We had a little bit of excitement at the first corner in our opening Porsche race of the day, the 911 Challenge and Boxster Cups, where it would appear that the rain and the hail was actually far more at that corner than it was with us about 300 metres away.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't take much distance to have a completely different set of weather circumstances, and sure enough, as they got to turn one, they found a lot less grip than I think they even had on the formation lap. It's going to be interesting, actually, with the 62 of Neil Delage there, in amongst the front of the Class 2 Boxster pack. Could be an interesting skirmish between the front-end Boxsters and that 997 if he stays where he is.
That's right. The Class 1 car's obviously got a much better power-to-weight ratio. Essentially, we're balancing cars by power-to-weight ratio within the classes and separating the two classes that way. So you mentioned that the 997 is the newest car on the grid. It's also easily the most powerful with around 355 horsepower, but it's also the heaviest. It's actually sitting at 1460 kilos, wow. Whereas the 996s, which are around 320 horsepower, are 1365. So there's a big weight difference. So, but it does seem to work. You know, we're not seeing one model rush off into the distance. You know, you can be competitive within your class, but sheer pride says that if you're in a Class 1 car, you don't really want to get bounced by the Class 2 guys.
Well, absolutely not. It's interesting though, so you know, not even just across the year, but track to track, the form book can change with the different strengths and weaknesses of the cars. I have a feeling this is going to be a very intriguing 25 minutes of Porsche action, bringing it to you here at the circuit at Donington Park, and also across the world on live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you are watching from your home or other chosen address, or indeed if you're here with us at Donington Park, it's going to be an exciting one this 25 minutes. Let's see who gets the best launch. It's going to be a battle of the Strasser cars coming off the line. Chris Dyer versus Peter Morris. We're expecting the red lights any second now. Green flag waves. Red lights will follow soon after. There they are, and we are underway, and it's a good start by the looks of it from Dyer. Also, Molyneux looks like he's got a good start as well, but I think Peter Morris may just have a nose ahead by the time they get to turn one. That power advantage in the 997 proving key there, even though he bogged down a little bit off the line. Dyer holds on to second place. In third place, I believe that's Cayley in the 11. No, sorry, that's is that Molyneux in third place?
I think that could actually be Simon Clark in the 23 car.
Yes, it is. Yes, 23, not 33. Yes. So Clark in the first of the 996s.
So he did make a good start in his first start in that 996.
Yes, and actually he came from, what, 6th on the grid. So that's very impressive indeed to be up into third. Already hounding the back of Chris Dyer for second place as they run through McLean's for the first time of asking. I do love these cars, this kind of production GT situation that we've got here. These cars all built from road cars, of course. And you see them all there filing through the order. The Boxsters there in Class 2. A little further back, we'll get the order on those as they come across the line for the first time. You see there Dyer under immense pressure from Simon Clark as we complete this first lap of racing. The Boxsters do indeed have Neil Delargy kind of in amongst it at the front of the order in the Class 2. So the Class 1 car getting in amongst it with the Class 2s. The leader in Class 2 is the number 47, Coleman, in the 47 car, leading the way, as we see Morris and Dyer leading the overall field in the Strasser.co.uk backed cars, the 997 and Cayman respectively. But yes, a good start from Coleman, who, as you alluded to earlier on, really had a very up and down qualifying session, the highest of highs and the lowest of lows.
Very much so, and it was what looked visually a huge impact, and so it's a top work from the circuit designers and the barriers, and also his team in just tidying that car up and ensuring it is still competitive for him.
Keep an eye on Simon Clark as they run down the back straight on this occasion. Molyneux going up the inside there, move for 4th position. Has he made that stick? Looks like it was going to be a clean pass as they left our line of sight. Not quite, actually. Molyneux backed out of that one, and James Cayley retains 4th position. Now, I thought Simon Clark would have a run on Dyer as they run down towards the Robert chicane, but that did not materialise. Simon Clark having to settle for 3rd place for the time being. As the 997s and 996s, the 996 still the predominant model in Class 1. 996, of course, was superseded, I believe, 2004-2005. But still a very well sorted machine. Of course, the first to step away from air-cooled engines way back in the day. We don't have any air-cooled cars on the grid, sadly, anymore because of the value of 993s down, as we've discussed during the day. But it is Peter Morris at the moment that leads the field in his 997. It's one of the newer cars leading the way from Chris Dyer, from Cayley also, from Clark also in a 996. So the first 996 in 3rd place at the moment. 3 different Porsches in the top 3, which I think is evidence to suggest that the balancing works very well indeed.
It does. It's been honed over a good few seasons, and you know, these very different cars, because even with the Cayman with its mid-engine rather than rear engine has an effect on how you actually generate the lap time from that car. So it does work very, very well. But Pete Morris, hugely experienced, former double champion. He's actually back into this is his favourite circuit, and I can't shudder to think how many laps he's actually done around here. But yeah, really knowing the way. And Simon Clark under pressure from James Cayley.
Okay, interesting. So lots of pressuring going on here for Clark in 3rd place. He started off extremely strong from the 3rd row of the grid, and maybe a bit like what we saw from King earlier on in the Porsche Boxster Classic Cup race. Now that he's had that brilliant start, the reality of lap time starts to take hold. Can Clark hold off the likes of Cayley? There wasn't that much between them in qualifying, even though Cayley was well clear in terms of the actual grid position, so they should be evenly matched. But at the moment, it does look like Cayley is on the move here behind Clark.
I think Clark is now in that position where, whereas a lap or so ago he was looking forwards at Chris Dyer, he's now worried about what's in his mirrors and reacting to that.
Oh, absolutely. The 2 Strasser cars have disappeared off into the distance here, and Simon Clark is going to have to drive through the mirrors at least for the next little while. Cayley there in 4th in that rather lovely gold and green machine, just being pursued by Kevin Molyneux, who we've seen have a couple of goes already at James Cayley. Hasn't been successful as of yet, and he's going to have to watch, because behind him on the offensive as well is Kevin Harrison in the 16 car. Harrison looked to the inside of Molyneux, and I think actually ended up costing himself with that one. Had a look to the inside, but cost himself a lot of time having to back out of the move going through Redgate on that occasion. So the top 4, 5, 6 all running through the old hairpin, and I did notice there that Clark briefly had his wipers on coming through the old hairpin, so let's hope that we aren't going to get more mixed conditions, because that would be a particular problem for these cars running with slick tyres.
Very, very much so. There is a wet option, but it's not the work of a moment to change tyres for these cars. You've got 5 studs on each wheel. It's not a Formula 1 3.5 second stop. It's that's your race gone if you're going to come in for tyres. But Clark again closing back up on Dyer now. I think his car is possibly stronger in that first half of the lap than it is on the second part.
could well be the case. We just see James Coleman there. He leads Class 2. We got a little look at him. He's leading comfortably as well, it must be said. At the moment, he's practically 5 seconds clear of everyone else in the Boxsters at the moment. So comfortable lead in Class 2. There you see at the back of this leading train that number 3 car of Richard Ellis. I thought that Ellis was missing, but he's still there and still where he started in 7th place, just behind the number 16 of Kevin Harrison at the moment. The Strasser cars seem to have been caught up again now, having broken free briefly from the chasing pack. The top 7 are now practically line astern. As we look further back in the pack, is this the number 99 car of Colin Tester? Yes, it is. 99 car is second.
Running second, as I say, dropping a few back. I don't think he quite matched the pace of James Coleman, but James Coleman's very experienced in these cars, and this is Colin Tester's first outing in this series.
Okay, so that's interesting. Yes, so he's actually just behind Cayley on circuit, the 80 of Bill Cayley, the Cayman. Not quite running to potential at the moment, seemingly.
First time out in that car. That's actually the car that Simon Clark won the championship in 2020, but this is Bill's first race in Class 1. He was a race winner in Class 2 but has stepped up, so racing alongside his father this season.
Okay, that is going to be a steep learning curve for him, certainly. We'll see how he progresses across the season. Certainly for today, I think he'll want to try and get past this man, the 47. James Coleman, our Class 2 leader at the moment, running 8th overall. You can see visually there just how far ahead he is of the next car in class, which is the car following Bill Cayley in the number 80, so he's got a good 5 or 6 seconds of cushion at the moment. I am starting to see some flecks of moisture on my window here in the commentary box as well. Just a couple. If it is raining, it's spitting, as we should really look to the front of the... Oh, we've got an issue there for Molyneux. Molyneux just slowing there in shot. We just saw Kevin Molyneux momentarily. I think there's been some shuffling of the order towards the front as well. And yes, there's all changed there. Molyneux was slowing down, coming towards McLean's. There he is. Now,
a little bit of a haze of possibly smoke out the back of that car as he's trying to look for somewhere just to park it out the way.
Yes, absolutely. Meanwhile, Dyer has fallen back from the back of Peter Morris and is now under immense pressure from both Simon Clark and James Cayley. Now, Molyneux there, the car looked clean. I don't think he was entangled with anybody. I think he's just had an engine issue there, as you alluded to, Paul. And, well, that's going to be gutting for him because he was challenging for that podium along with James Cayley behind Simon Clark. Clark now in 3rd place, still with Cayley behind him, but he is now once again looking to make progress. He's not just on the defensive, he's on the offensive too, because Chris Dyer has fallen back that little bit from Peter Morris and could soon be in the clutches of the two 911s behind him in the Cayman.
It is. This is where Pete Morris is going to think, I've got a tail gunner so I can push. And this really is his opportunity to open out an advantage, because they are closing on Chris Dyer, but not quite close enough, actually, I think, to look into on the brakes into the chicane.
We've seen what these Porsches are capable of as well. Sometimes we do see them out in other classes, and you get to see them kind of go up against some factory-built race cars even, depending on where they crop up in off weekends. And it really does show you kind of the potential of these 997s, even in, you know, relatively tame trim in C2 spec, the base road car. This 997 and the 996 for that matter, and the Cayman, are all incredibly well-sorted cars, even in kind of basic race-prepared specification, and in the case of the 997 with a hefty lump of ballast too.
But very much so, actually. Yeah, there is quite a bit of weight in there. We actually have a couple of rule changes over the winter, in that the 96s and 97s are actually allowed to use GT3 suspension arms in certain places, because we did have a few failures. So it was a case of just putting in a little bit of a more reliable standard Porsche component. So slight, if you like, upgrade, but nothing major. But yeah, they are very quick and very sorted cars in some very capable hands.
Absolutely. The battle further back here between the 88 and the 70. This is for, I think, 3rd in class. The number 88 of Simpson up against Angus Archer in the 70. Archer hounding the back of that 88 car. Paul Simpson, who started in 15th overall, he is now in 12th place, so he's made some good progress through the order.
That's actually the battle for third in class. So Angus Archer, double race winner at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit last year.
Yeah, good to see them scrapping there for third in class, and here is that lead battle once again. Illustration there as we cut between the two battles of just how soon the lap traffic is going to become a factor, as well as Simon Clark on the defensive heading into Redgate. It won't be long before this leading quartet ends up in the traffic. In fact, there you go, the first of the Boxsters is just over the horizon for Peter Morris, who leads the way here. Lights flick on as he heads towards the old hairpin. He's going to make sure that those looking in the mirrors see him clearly in that number 2 car. So it is Morris from Dyer, from Clark still. Clark having really staved off James Cayley there on the braking zone for Redgate, has once again given himself a little bit of a cushion. And I think this is really going to become the X factor now, isn't it? Once they get into this lap traffic, this is where the face of the race can change. If you catch a car at an inopportune moment on the wrong apex, you can cost yourself time and positions.
First car there, Vince Blacker, nicely getting out the way, but he does need to take his line to get through the chicane, so that could possibly give Pete Morris an advantage and hold up those 3 cars behind.
Yes, it could. Concertina, the 3 cars behind, it looks like they've all got through without too much delay. Chris Dyer continues on in 2nd place. Clark is a little bit closer to him after exploring that final chicane with the lap traffic ahead. However, does remain the same for the time being. Let's see how they get through this next car, which I believe is the other Morris, Julian Morris, just being lapped there in the number 10 car. Julian makes it fairly easy for everybody. Clark there runs it a bit wide, didn't find the apex particularly there at the old hairpin. Doesn't seem to have lost too much time as a result of that. Already over halfway through this 25-minute race. That's gone by very quickly indeed. And great fights up and down the order. This lead battle, though, could really go any which way between the 3 of them. At the moment, Morris looks like the favourite, of course, by dint of having led the race the entire way. However, it won't take much of a hold-up for him to suddenly have Dyer and Clark for company.
I think you're exactly right, especially with the back markers. So far, they've almost fallen a little bit better for Pete Morris than they have for the cars behind, and he's a wily old fox, is Pete Morris. You know, he's a driver who actually won this class back in 2002, so plenty of experience, and he knows when to slot a car between himself and those guys behind.
To the inside there is Simon Clark, and more a speculative move than anything, just to kind of say, I'm here and I'm not going to work with you, I want to get past as soon as possible. Cayman 987 versus 996 911 as they run towards the old hairpin for the 12th time in this 25-minute race. Obviously using the national circuit here at Donington this weekend, this means the laps are going thick and fast. The fastest lap of the race, incidentally, was set before the car expired by Kevin Molyneux, a 1:15.107, the fastest we've seen out of these cars so far, and we were only seeing 14s or so out of the Caterham 420Rs, which are obviously significantly lighter and not even that much slower in a straight line, so that really says a lot for the performance of these Porsches. And Clark looking racy as they run down the back straight. I don't think he's going to be close enough into the Robert chicane for a move, and thankfully he didn't prove me wrong on that occasion, but you do just get the feeling that if there's even half an opportunity, Clark is going to take it, and in fact I think history tells us that as well when it comes to Simon. He's a very audacious racer. Very,
very much so, and also an interesting position, of course, of having been in the Cayman himself for so many seasons. He's going to know exactly where the Cayman is strong and weak around Donington Park, and where he can exploit his new car to actually take advantage of that.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, as the year goes on. He's going to get to certain circuits and think, the Cayman might have been a bit stronger here, and there'll be other circuits that suit the 996. I don't think he'll ever have flat-out buyer's remorse, but there will be certain places where he'll think, I might have had the edge last year.
That's right, yes. Unfortunately, within the rules, you can't really start bringing along a car for each circuit,
no,
which would be the ideal scenario. But yeah, he's taken things. He said it's fancy to change. He said the car feels surprisingly different in certain ways, but he's extracting roughly the same lap times from it.
Yes, so 8 minutes and 50 left to run as they head down the exhibition straight once more. And it is still Peter Morris that leads the way here. Top four have very much broken away from our 5th place man, which is the 16 of Kevin Harrison. He's in 5th. He started in 5th. And yes, as I said, just kind of falling away from the top four. James Cayley is still there or thereabouts, although he hasn't really challenged Simon Clark at any point in the last several laps. Richard Ellis is there in 6th, and then you have to go back to Bill Cayley, who has managed to get past Coleman out there on circuit. So James Coleman is now down to 8th overall, behind Bill Cayley's Class 1 car. So that Class 1 versus Class 2 battle at the moment falling in favour of the Class 1 car, as on paper you would expect.
Very, very much so. They've got the power advantage on the power to weight ratio, basically. But it's quite interesting because Bill Cayley, of course, is out with Simon Clark's old championship winning Cayman. So he's still getting to grips with that car, and this will be his first race in Class 1. I did ask him earlier on if he was under orders not to beat his father, and you always wonder as to who's actually paying the bills there.
Of course, yes. I'm sure there's still very little quarter given between the two of them, though, when it comes down to it. Now we're into the real thick end of the lap traffic. This could get interesting. Morris finding his way through and actually causing a bit of a change there within Class 2. The number 24 car getting
Carl
past...
Hazelton.
Yeah, so Hazelton getting past the 30 of Lewis. So that's Trevor Lewis losing position to Carl Hazelton.
Very experienced racer, Trevor Lewis. He's a man who's actually raced in British touring cars round the streets of Birmingham.
Oh wow, okay, so that's a good 33 years ago at minimum.
Exactly.
So, yeah, goodness me. There you go. So the Birmingham Super Prix, of course, such an incredible event in the late stages of the 1980s. One of several street circuit events run for Formula 3000 back in the day. Of course, both Poe and Macau used to be Formula 3000 events many moons ago. There goes Morris past the 44 car. That is Andrew Porter being put a lap down. And once again, I think he's got the lion's share of the luck when it comes to the lap traffic there. Chris Dyer not so lucky. And he's going to really hope to separate himself from Clark here with that back marker, and sure enough, through Coppice they do indeed sandwich the back marker, and that has held up Simon Clark just a little bit. The deck finally.
And Paul Simpson's car stopped right at the side of the track, that looks.
Yes, that's on the approach to McLean's, that is. Literally just before the apex of McLean's, actually. And, yeah, that's less than ideal. All contact there between two of the Boxsters there, just as we cut away. That was the 39 and the 24 that got into each other there. Sorry, the 69 and the 24, I think that might be. Certainly the car that was on the receiving end of the tap was the number 24 of Carl Hazelton. Hazelton got a little bit of a tap there. 5.5 minutes of racing left to go then, and Peter Morris, you see him there, the car kind of bucking and weaving a little bit as it goes through the Craner curve, scrabbling for traction. Dyer there in second, and there is Simon Clark. Comes back to what you were saying earlier on, they test the limits of these tyres, don't they? When they do get to that limit, you do see the car kind of almost straining to stay with the slicks.
Very, very much so, and of course they need to bear in mind that they need these tyres for one more race today, so this is almost only half the life cycle of the tyre.
Yeah.
So it's a case of trying to win, but trying to go as quick as you can, but without really just taking that little bit extra out your tyre yet.
Interesting to observe whether or not they start taking a little bit more out of them in the final 5 or so minutes of the last race, or whether they're so warm that they don't want to take any chances with the loud pedal. Through the Robert chicane comes the number 2 car once again. Really has been a controlled drive to this point from Morris. Now we've got a checkered flag on our graphics, and we have a checkered flag out on circuit too. Interesting. So that race has been stopped some 5 minutes early. Not sure of quite why. I don't think...
Possibly that Paul Simpson car is the only thing I can think of.
Yes, that would make a lot of sense actually on reflection. Yes, so checkered flag for the second consecutive race has been thrown a little bit early. Peter Morris takes the victory as a result of that, ahead of Chris Dyer. Third place goes to Simon Clark. That is our podium for that race, but Peter Morris will take the win. We'll do a full rundown of the order a little later on after we've heard from Peter Morris down in the pit lane. Peter will be happy with that result. Across the line already has come our winner in the second class, and that is Coleman in the 47. Unsurprisingly, taking a win. He was never really in doubt in that class. He eventually won by the better part of 6 seconds, if not slightly more than 6 seconds, over the second place driver, the 99. That, of course, being Colin Tester. The rounding out of the podium within Class 2 was the number 70 of Angus Archer. The Class 2 cars firmly involved with the bottom end of the Class 1 order there. Meanwhile, Peter Morris did a very good job of siving through the Class 2 drivers. Always seemed to have the traffic at an opportune moment.
I think he used a lot of his experience there to pick his moments, and of course of the entire field he was the one driver who was quite happy to see that flag come out bright and early, because I think, like any race driver, he'll take a win any day of the week.
Absolutely, and he was kind of a lap or so away from the really tricky bits where you get to the front end of Class 2, and it can get very hectic all of a sudden once you're at that point. Quite right in saying there, Paul, that the other Paul Simpson, was the cause of that early checkered flag. We see there that he's parked up at Garage 1 as Peter Morris, and we'll hear from him in just a second with Alan Hyde.
Car and about to close the door, and he says, off come the gloves. We'll get the helmet off as well, and we'll get a word with Peter. We'll find out if he was pleased to see the checkered flag maybe a few laps before it.
4 or 5 minutes early.
It was.
On the board to that, there's a few back markers broken down. It was a good call.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody's going to catch me, but it was a good call to just end it for a bit early. But
Well, you got yourself a useful little gap, didn't you?
Yeah.
That was really playing into your late race strategy.
yeah. And the thing is, I've got a second race. I use the same set of tyres, so the Caymans and the lighter cars are better on a second race.
Yeah.
So if I can keep them behind me in a second race, I'll be well happy.
Yeah,
So.
well, I was thinking about the tyres. You've done 2 less laps, and that's quite important, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. Yeah, I mean, basically, if I've done 3 laps less than the qualifying. I saved the tyres in qualifying, so yeah, and the car's great. I mean, thank you, Strasser, for a great car this weekend.
You get a bottle of water as well. Can I ask about the start? Because I thought you spun up the wheels a little bit too much, but it was fine.
It wasn't my best start, but then it hooked up.
Yeah,
I mean, he's hooked up quite well. Even in his second gear, they hook up well. So, and I thought I was going to lose the first place, but then it hooked up nice.
Yeah, it really did, and the win is yours. Many congratulations, well done. Car, happy with car?
Oh yes, the car's great. Yeah, all these little modifications we do over the winter build, and I tested here Thursday, and it was great. You know, when you get in a car, you're thinking it doesn't feel like a handful. It just felt nice from the start. So thanks again, Team Strasser. Yeah,
Absolutely superb. Well done. Many congratulations. That's our winner down in pit lane. 5 more races to come this afternoon, all part of our MSVR live stream.
So there we go, the Porsche Club Championships first race of the weekend, going to Peter Morris, the number 2, ahead of Chris Dyer in the Porsche Cayman. Simon Clark finished 3rd ahead of James Cayley. Kevin Harrison rounding out the top 5. Richard Ellis, Bill Cayley in 6th and 7th. The first of the Class 2 runners home was James Coleman in 8th. Andrew Muggeridge finishing 9th, and 2nd in Class 2, Colin Tester rounding out the overall top 10. In 11th place, it was Neil Delage in his 997. Angus Archer rounding out the top 3 in Class 2. Paul Seagrave in 13th, ahead of Oliver Chatham. Andrew Porter. Trevor Lewis in 16th. Carl Hazelton in 17th position. Julian Morris, Vince Blacker and Paul Simpson rounding out your top 20, albeit with Paul Simpson, of course, withdrawn on the side of the circuit there at the end of the race. Same can be said for Kevin Molyneux. The driver who had the fastest lap of the race did not see the completion of the race, unfortunately, dropped down to that lead battle in the relative early going. So that rounds out that race for the Petro-Canada Lubricants Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. More racing to come here at Donington in just a few seconds' time. Okay, so back to the circuit here for our next race, which is the Sports 2000 Championship. The grid is already appearing on the screen. It's Michael Gibbons on pole position for this one alongside Richard Johnson. Timothy Tudor in the 40 is next alongside Joshua Law in the 91. Row 3, Paul Traherne in the 71 alongside James Barwell in the 77. Row 4, Tom Stotton in the number 1 car alongside Dominic Linivsky in the number 3. Row 5 is Nick Bates in the number 4 and David Houghton in the 8. Row 6, the man we see all over the place in this car, the 148, Andy Chittenden, goes wherever the car will be allowed. He is on row 6 alongside Steve O. Row 7, Peter Williams in the 88 alongside John Eiley in the 44. Row 8 is Peter Brower alongside Roger Donnan in cars 6 and 34 respectively. Row 9, the 111 of Grant Gibson and the number 9 of Andrew Butler. Row 10, Ashley Law in the 73 alongside Joshua Needham in the 25. Mike Turner is in the number 7 and row 11 alongside David Gorst in the 103. Final row of the grid, John Owen in the 28 and Colin Peach in the 117. Now that's the grid. I'm very happy to say that with Sports 2000s always comes an additional commentator in the form of Chaz Draycott, who has joined me here in the box. Chaz, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, Adam. It's a wonderful sunny day. It may be freezing still at Donington Park, but it's fantastic to be here. And what a brilliant start to the campaign this is going to be for the Sports 2000 SRCC Championship, I should say. Sponsored this year by Locks for Vans. We were changing sponsors over the winter, and the guys at Locks for Vans have put a fantastic amount of money into the series and really given it new life. So much so that we've got 24 Duratec's this weekend and 21 Pintos. It's been absolutely amazing to see the great turnout by all of these cars, so much so that we have split the grids for this race meeting, and of course will do for the next race meeting in 3 weeks' time at Silverstone. It's going to be really, really good to see just how much that changes the racing here, because as you've seen before a lot, I imagine, with multi-class racing, you know, the slower classes don't always enjoy it, the faster classes sometimes don't enjoy it, because you're having to work your race around slower cars, and as the slower cars, you have to spend your race getting out of the way.
Yes, there is still something of a multi-class element here, of course. There are 3 registered classes for Duratec A, B and DB. In brief, if at all possible, before the end of this formation lap?
Yeah, the Duratec B cars are just basically some of the older Duratecs. Basically just how long ago they were constructed as cars. There is a car there. Paul Traherne is actually going slowly, which is not good news, because Paul had next to no luck last year in that number 71, was due to start 5th. And it looked to me like he had his hand in the air, then slowing out of the old hairpin. That would be a terrible, terrible start for him. Derek Bell is for, that's the DB class, that is. Derek Bell is for drivers over the age of 60, basically. Okay. There are a number of them out there. You know, some of the old boys in the paddock, it's fantastic to see them. And yes, it is Paul Traherne with his arm in the air, which is a real shame. We see there the 88 of Peter Williams just ready to go past him. But that is gutting stuff for Paul. He was just talking to me earlier in the paddock about how he had no luck last year and he was happy with his qualifying, and now unfortunately that seems undone. But one of the best things about this is that these cars, they get sort of kept in the paddock, so people sell their cars onto others and then get new MCRs. Roger Donnan, for example, in the 34, the car starting directly behind him on the grid, the number 9 of Andrew Butler, that's Roger's old car, and it was chasing him through most of qualifying. It was quite funny to watch, actually.
Yeah, it's always entertaining when you end up against your own vehicle. I've seen one person crash into their own old car once before, but I won't tell who that was, because I just know I wouldn't be appreciated. It's Michael Gibbons and Richard Johnson on the front row of the grid, then the 76 on the inside, the 21 on the outside. Keep an eye on Timothy Tudor as well in the number 40. Not that we could miss that car with its very bright colours. Did I see Peter Williams withdrawing from the circuit there as well? I think I saw the 88 car coming off, so a couple of cars dropping on the formation lap. You see there the 71 of Paul Traherne, meant to be on the third row of the grid, just sneaking into the pit lane there in the back of shot as well. So we're a couple down, however it's still a very strong grid of the Sports 2000 Duratecs, as we've alluded to. Great to see that the class is now at a point where the strength is such We have two completely separate grids. It's going to be Gibbons and Johnson off the line in just a few seconds. We expect the green flag and the red light. Here is the red light. Let's see who gets the best run. It looks like it's a good start for the pole sitter Gibbons. Johnson not as such. Timothy Tudor trying to get to the inside, does get to the inside. Tudor will have second place, and a big dive.
Yeah, that was Josh Law, sorry there, Adam, just chucking it down the inside. Now, interesting to note as well, when you look at the front of the two cars that we've mentioned there, Tim Tudor and Josh Law, starting on the second row of the grid, they are the brand new MCR S2N. They've got a different front end on them, and they've been really, really feisty. Oh no, that's David Gorst who hasn't got away. He's on the start-finish straight still, but side by side their safety car is out for that. Dominic Lesniewski got his typical lightning bolt start. All last season I was bigging up how quick Dominic was. Every time I mentioned it, he got a terrible start, but every time I didn't talk about him, it was a belter. We look there at Josh Law, and you can see they've got a much more aggressive front aero package on this new MCR S2N. It's a fantastic looking bit of kit anyway, but Gibbons got a tidy start, stayed ahead of Tim Tudor, who also then stayed ahead of the number 21 of Rick Johnson. He was incredibly quick in qualifying as well. He was really happy with his efforts, but yeah, safety car straight off the bat. Not the best start to the season, admittedly, but at the end of the day, safety is the main priority, as we both very well know, Adam. I'm sure we've spent many a time staring at cars behind a safety car.
Oh, absolutely, yes. It's a necessary evil, certainly.
Yeah.
We're talking about Andy Chittenden. I mean, Andy... I think I probably commentated on him about 7 times last year.
In different series, I imagine.
And at no point was it Sports 2000s. He shows up everywhere in that car, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does get a lot of running in that car, does Andy. He was spending a lot of time last year, especially getting used to the MCR S2. He used to race in the Pintos, which we'll be seeing tomorrow. They had a fantastic qualifying session earlier. But yeah, Andy went straight from one of the Pintos into this MCR S2. It was a brand new car when he bought it as well, and he's just been making sure he gets as much running as possible out of that thing. And that's important with cars like this because, you know, they're so light, there's so much downforce. They're unlike any other road car that you could ever get used to. They are a real different kettle of fish to a lot of other race cars you see. Very bright and colourful grid as well, but still, it's fantastic to watch these things go around. They're almost as quick as GT3 cars around Snetterton, and considering that they're only 2-litre engines, 200-ish horsepower, it's fantastic. Really shows you how good the downforce is, I guess.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Snetterton is not a circuit that on paper would be, you know, to their strength. Yes, of course, you've got that middle sector, that new addition. I say new addition, it's been like that for 11 years.
Feels new.
Yes, still feels very new. It's more twisty and technical than it used to be, yes, but, you know, there's so many long straights there, and the fact that they are so close to GT3s, even at Snetterton, says a lot for the potential of these Sports 2000 cars. You even see it among other prototypes, and again, Andy Chittenden being the guinea pig here, showing up against, you know, all sorts of things, be they radicals, be they CN prototypes, LMP3 cars. He was up against them all at various points last year in various prototype championships, and often really did hold his own in the little MCR.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very potent car. As we can see now, the safety car lights have gone off. Oh, that was a bit of a wobble on the way into the chicane there for the BMW. I believe it's a 235. Anyway, Gibbons doesn't have such a wobble. He knows exactly what he's doing. Michael Gibbons, multiple champion in the Sports 2000 Championships. Last season finished 4th, though. He had a number of DNFs, one of which came at the start of the season here at Donington in a big accident with lap traffic, but he's made a good start. Josh Law looking straight down the inside of Rick Johnson there. The 91 just chucks his nose down there. Doesn't want to scuff the new front end of that car, at least, against the very pretty carbon fibre machine of Rick Johnson. He just tucks in behind him now. And behind them, I believe that's the number 1 machine of Tom Stoughton in 5th place. He started 7th on the grid. Reigning champion is Tom. Had an incredible season last season. Out of, I think, 12 races, he got 11 podiums and 7 wins. He was absolutely on fire. His worst result was 4th at Brands Hatch last year for Tom Stoughton. It was an absolutely mental season, to be honest with you. Josh Law was 2nd in the championship, and now the two of them going head-to-head once again. You can see the Locks for Vans livery on that car as well. 2 cars in Sports 2000 are branded like that this year. Tom Stoughton's car and the number 27 in the Pintos that we'll see later on of John Harmer and Mark Noaro. But look at Michael Gibbons go now. He's really stretching his legs here, and that's exactly what he wants to do, because in qualifying he had contact with another driver and had a puncture halfway through, still managed to get pole though.
Yes, I think we've had a few qualifying sessions today that have been the highest of highs and lowest and lows in various different categories. Fast lap and then an immediate downfall thereafter, but thankfully it hasn't affected any of them in the race. as of yet. Keeping an eye on Josh Law, he's already put a proper send into the first corner on a couple of occasions at Redgate, and on that occasion he did decide even that he was too far back from Richard Johnson to have a go, but he's definitely going to be contending for a podium, and I think Stoughton will want to get his skates on as well. As you said, last year the worst he finished was 4th. The last thing he'd want to do is start up his season with a 5th.
Yeah, definitely, and I know Tom as well. I know how fiercely competitive he is. They're all such lovely guys in this championship, though. I've spent the morning sort of reintroducing myself, reacquainting myself with everybody. It's such a great place to be and walk around chatting to everyone, but when they get out on track they are so fierce and so competitive. You know, they're really, really on it, and you have to be in these cars. You know, you cannot mess around, even with the guys that are getting used to the new MCRs as well. I was talking to Roger Donnan, series secretary, this morning, and he said it's the first time he's driven an MCR that oversteers. He says usually you get a little bit of understeer, but you can dial it out. This time he's having to dial out oversteer, which means that it's a very lively bit of kit. You can see the difference between the two though now as the 21 and the 91, Rick Johnson and Josh Law, come towards us. Rick defends the inside line, and I tell you what, just behind them Tom Stoughton's thinking, I fancy this. Josh sends him the dummy one way, puts his nose down the inside but backs out of it. That's going to surely help Tom Stoughton close up slightly. He's got a bit of a gap then back into 6th position. Then it's Dominic Lesniewski, who started on the same row as Tom Stoughton. He has got James Barwell just behind, started 6th and currently sits 7th. And then car 8 is P8, David Houghton, in 8th position after starting 10th. But I tell you what, that gun of Tom Stoughton looks very good this season. It looked great last year as well, to be honest with you, when it got rewrapped, but even in the new livery it still looks phenomenal.
Yes, well, that was one of the first things that myself and Alan Hyde alluded to in qualifying earlier on. We said, that does look very good.
Oh, the beautiful bronzy colour.
Yeah, it's really good. It's an exceptional looking car, and it was driven exceptionally well last year. Stoughton there looked to me like he was a bit slow out of Coppice, but no issues as such, still holding racing pace down the back straight towards the Robert chicane for the 5th time of asking, and let's see again whether Law can get close enough. He's a bit further back this time. I don't think he's going to have a dummy to sell on this occasion. Also, looks to me as if both of them are slightly closing in on Timothy Tudor.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it looks like Tim's not as far ahead as he was maybe a lap or so ago. And that is one of 2 cars out there that is actually run by University of Wales Trinity St David as well. And it's going really, really well. They had a bit of a tough time last season, did Tim Tudor and John Eiley. But they have had a fantastic start here in this new MCR, certainly going well. But look, Rick Johnson gets a great run out of the old hairpin up the hill towards McLean's. Is he going to look to the inside now? Tim just covers it off before they get to the braking zone, but he's going to run wide, a little bit of a wiggle mid-corner. But Rick Johnson in that all-carbon fibre MCR with the completely black helmet as well looks really evil, chasing down Tim Tudor, and this is now developing into a 3-way fight. Josh Law has the front row seat for this one.
Yeah, Johnson, the Duratec Darth Vader, looking to the outside as they approach the Robert chicane. Not close enough for a move. Good defending from Tim Tudor as they run through the chicane. And I think Law may have a good opportunity here for another attempt to move. Tudor's probably going to stay defensive here if he possibly can. And it's not an enviable position for Richard Johnson. Do I defend? Do I attack? What do I do? And amazingly, Joshua Law for once doesn't dive it up the inside. Wasn't quite close enough after. Whoa, Tim Tudor there. Really had to take evasive action, did Richard Johnson. Tudor just seemed to bog down almost out of the corner, and that was very nearly quite a big incident.
Yeah, this is the thing, these cars are so nimble, they change direction so quickly. They're almost like a Formula car, but it just looks like Tim Tudor's just not got the power out of a lot of these corners, you know. He's not got the run out of the old hairpin, he's not too smart out of Redgate either. It just looks like the car on corner exit doesn't have it, but he's defending incredibly well. But now look, Tom Stoughton's part of this party as well. He's right in there with them. Suddenly Josh Law feels the need to defend, and the unenviable position that Rick Johnson was in from having to decide whether to go forwards or try and defend from behind, now that lies on Josh Law as well.
All of this happens while Michael Gibbons disappears off to the head of the order. 5.2 seconds clear. I'll just acknowledge him briefly. There he is on camera. But we are firmly focusing on this battle for second place because it is getting very interesting indeed. Tudor once again having to lean defensive, going to the right as they approach Redgate, and they all fan out going into the first corner. And again, a good run for the number 21 of Johnson, and he's learnt from his previous mistakes, hasn't he? Tried to dive to the inside last time, didn't do it on this occasion. Downforce should mean they can get through the Craners side by side, but Timothy Tudor decided to back out of it. Johnson up to second place.
Stoughton just tried it around the outside of Josh Law as well, just got on the curb and he thought, nope, I definitely don't want to touch that grass, and he backed out of that one. Rick Johnson then nice and tidy up into second place. It was good. Tim backed out just that little bit just to give him the room, and he managed to slot in just behind. But look at these things going through McLean's. They are going through there so quickly. Josh Law going through it a little bit quicker than Tim Tudor. He's now looking down the inside into Coppice. Tiny bit later on the break, slots it down the inside, but can Tim get the run on the exit? We've seen it so many times, you and I, Adam, of how many times you can switch back very quickly on the exit of Coppice. You can go in deep and run wide. Tom Stoughton suddenly becomes part of it. Tim Tudor's back side by side with him, and he's actually going to get it done on the brakes, is he? Well, we see Michael Gibbons crossing the line again. Oh, nearly contact. Tim just runs a little bit wide. Josh was a bit squirrely on the exit there. I'd wonder if he maybe made a tiny bit of contact and punctured the tyre, but as he leant on that right rear, it didn't look comfortable, that MCR. Now Tom Stoughton's in it. Lesniewski's under attack by James Barwell. 2 by 2. Noah's Ark into Redgate. Tom Stoughton's going to try and get the run off the exit. The corner, he nearly rubs panels with Tim. Just slots in front, and Barwell just slots in front of Lesniewski. Beautiful stuff.
Very interesting that Tim Tudor just doesn't seem to have the bike coming out of Redgate. On every lap, it's like it bogs down coming out of Redgate in particular. And that's what's costing him on 2 consecutive laps.
There's something not quite right with that car, Adam. Definitely. Yeah. He's not got the run there out of the old hairpin, but by a long way compared to Barwell. Barwell nearly ran into the back of him there. It's a real shame for Tim Tudor because that qualifying was so impressive compared to some of the results they had last season. And all of a sudden it seems to have come undone a bit here. I hope they can get it to the end. But I'm sure you'll probably agree with me on this one. While we get a little bit sentimental about that MCR, it's got a real Minardi vibe about the livery to it, doesn't it? Like early 90s Minardi.
I can see that.
I love it.
Absolutely, yes. Tim Tudor, it's weird because down the straight the car seems fine. It's just initial power application, as if the diff just doesn't want to give him power or something in the early going or something like that. It's very strange, but Tim Tudor continuing to have to make his car the widest on the grid, now coming under fire from James Barwell, as you alluded to, and then behind them is Lesniewski in the number 3. Meanwhile, both Johnson and Joshua Law have disappeared off, and of course Tom Stoughton have disappeared off in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The gap between Gibbons in the lead and Richard Johnson in 2nd is a mere 9.1 seconds with half of the race completed. I think it's going to be important for Johnson now to get some quick laps in and prove to himself that he can maybe hang with him in the 2nd race tomorrow. Tudor, meanwhile, still under pressure from Barwell. Again, that initial power surge, and you see there's so nearly contact between the two of them. Barwell up the inside and will have the position, yes, up the inside into what is now 5th place. Barwell in the 77. Tim Tudor about to come under a threat from Lesniewski next, and he really is falling through the order. A big shame, but in the pits is the leader. Gibbons is in the pits. Michael Gibbons, with half of the race complete, has withdrawn. Clearly a problem for the 76 car. 44 is in the pits as well.
John Eiley.
And Gibbons in. That's a huge development and a big misfortune for Michael Gibbons, who was doing so well at the head of the order.
You can see his dad Alan there running out into the pit lane, and he was really not happy. Not a clue what happened. The car looked fantastic. It didn't look like there was any issue whatsoever. Not sure whether he's cooked the brakes or felt a sudden drop in power, because it might have just happened down that straight there where we couldn't see him. But that is absolutely devastating for Michael Gibbons. As I said, start of last season he had a big DNF in the first race, and it was that bad he couldn't race in the second one either, so he lost big championship points there, and already the campaign has got off to a poor start. We had a quick look there at Grant Gibson and John Owen together. John started at the very back of the grid, but has made his way gradually up the order to now be fighting with Grant Gibson. Both of them in the Duratec B class. At the moment, it is the number 6 machine of Peter Brower that is leading that class. He's 12th overall behind Andy Chittenden, and Colin Peach has apparently come into the pits as well now. Colin having an issue, unfortunately. So starting to drop like flies a little bit here with just over 10 minutes to go. But this is John Owen now and Grant Gibson on our screens. But you can see Gibbons dropping down the order on the left-hand side on the timing tower. That is so devastating, man.
Stoughton, meanwhile, we talked about his minimum finish of 4th place last year. 4th or better, nothing else will cut it. Sure enough, he's up into 3rd place now, up into the podium. The defending champ Tom Stoughton, and I think part of his championship run, as well as being mighty quick and oh so dominant at times last year, was also down to just, you know, outlasting, surviving, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, you know, these guys, all of them pretty much prepare these race cars themselves. You know, a lot of them are maybe just a two-man team. And it's great because you do see the inner workings of these cars so much. As soon as you take the shell away, they are so exposed and so easily accessible, the inner workings of these cars. It's fantastic to see them being worked on. If you do get the chance to go into a paddock at Sports 2000, do go and have a look, because they are literally just, there's so much room around the engine, you can access any of it from anywhere around the car. We did just see John Owen there, though. I wanted to point out that the wing on that car didn't look straight. I noticed it on the grid. It did look a bit skew-whiff. Now,
I'm glad you've pointed it out. I thought it was going crazy.
I thought maybe the screen was on a slant. But no, it's definitely a little bit wonky to, well, for lack of a better phrase, that wing. We look now at the second place. Well, actually, no, first place, sorry.
Yes,
Rick Johnson now. Josh Law behind him. Josh inheriting second position. And Josh right now is 1.5 seconds, give or take, behind him. And you can see pushing through the old hairpin. You can just see when they're pushing, because they just catch that lip of the curve, don't they, on the exit?
It sounds like we have a chance to catch up down in the pits with Alan Hyde. Alan has found someone in the pit lane. Let's go to him now.
Not just someone, not just anyone, but the erstwhile race leader, Michael. Goodness me, I'm sorry, I stopped you from pushing the car down the pit lane. What happened?
I'm not entirely sure. We've lost drive coming out the last corner on that lap. Not sure if it's clutch was I didn't really have a clutch for most of the race. I was just doing it all like without all the changes without the clutch, but we were still quick and stuff, and I just got the last corner and whatever it was just let go completely, and now I have no drive at all.
What a terrible shame. The race had been going so according to plan, hadn't it? Hadn't missed a beat.
No, it was like it couldn't go any better. Like nailed the start, nailed the restart, and I don't want to be that guy. Like it was a massive gap. It was getting bigger, and I wasn't having to push that much. And I don't like going to Donington. It goes wrong every time I come.
Oh no! Oh, well, you've got to start pushing now. Unfortunately, the wrong kind of pushing.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we'll get it back and hopefully sorted and have a race tomorrow.
Michael, good luck. Thank you.
Fingers crossed for Michael Gibbons that the problem isn't too major, but great to hear from him with Alan Hyde there as we see the car number 9 in. Andrew Butler into the gravel trap there in a very precarious position indeed. 7 minutes and 50-odd seconds to go. Butler there waving at them as if to say, no, I don't want to go back out on track. I think they were going to try and push him. I wonder if maybe that was a lock-up because of an engine issue or something like that he didn't want to be put back onto the circuit there.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the last lap, actually, they've come across the line since then, haven't they? So I think he was pretty close with the old car, well, the old owner of that car, I should say, Roger Donnan, but we'll have to wait and see if we get anything from that. But the car had definitely done quite a lot of rotation to get to that point, hadn't it? It must have at least done 360 degrees nearly. But I think maybe contact, or like you say, just locking up the rear axle on a downshift or something will be to blame there. But no safety car at the moment, just local yellows covering that one by the look of it.
Yes, I'm wondering if we might do local yellows and then throw the flag 5 minutes before, which is what we've done in the previous 2 races.
Oh, really?
So we'll look lively for checkered flags.
Oh, there you
safety
go.
car is out. There you go. So they've decided that the safety car should go out, and in theory, 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go, there is a tractor ready for snatch not too far away from that area of the circuit. I do think we could maybe get 1 or 2 laps out of this, which could make things incredibly interesting.
Oh yeah, there'll be a fantastic sprint to the end. We get a good look at some of the other cars a little bit further down the order here.
I think I saw as well, I think Stoughton has ended up behind James Barwell. I think I just caught that on screen before we cut away. Hopefully we'll see the leaders again in the not too distant future. But yes, I think James Barwell might have got past Tom Stoughton off camera somewhere there.
Yeah, Barwell was actually going really well at the order as well. He did start 6th with a number of others behind, and there you go, yeah, confirmed on the left-hand side of our screen as well and on TSL timing. Barwell moves up to 3rd place. Great stuff, because that was the ex-Michael Gibbons car as well, before he bought the one he's in now last year, if that makes sense. Yeah, he started racing the one he's in now last year. And then his old car went to the Barwells. There's James Barwell and Tony Barwell that share that car. And it's a good-looking bit of kit. It goes well, that's for sure. There we see one of our wonderful marshals, who we must thank again for being out there this weekend. Without them, we cannot go racing. and it's great to see them all enjoying it as well in the nice sunshine. It may not be the warmest of days, as I've said, but still, it's good to be here and back out at a circuit again. It's my first gig of the year, this. I can't believe we're already in April, and it's been that long.
No, the year has very much crept up on us, hasn't it, the
Oh,
racing
yeah.
season, but it's all stations go at this point right through to November here at Donington Park. Do check out the website to see what's coming up here, both from MSVR and the broader scope of categories. As always, we've got so much excitement to come here at the circuit, one of the best tracks in the UK and Europe, and we'll have another great year of racing. This, of course, is the very first MSVR weekend of the year as well, so it's the first for the organising body as well as yourself, Chaz. And yeah, 4 minutes and 50 seconds of racing to go, and I do think we might get 1 or 2 laps at the end of this, fingers firmly crossed. But it's certainly going to be difficult for Richard Johnson to hold off Joshua Law, because Joshua Law is probably one of the most attacking drivers out there.
Yeah.
And he's not averse to a 50-50 move.
No, definitely not. I mean, he got his first win in the championship last year. He actually took 2 wins. But then, unfortunately, had a bit of a rough time at Brands Hatch Indy. There was an accident after the start, just down at turn 1. It took out a number of drivers, and Josh had his wing clipped in that one. It sort of just dragged the wing off the back of the car. Unbelievably, though, it's one of the greatest displays of strength I've ever seen. His dad, Ian, bless him, straightened the wing out with his bare hands in the pit lane and then sent him back out. An absolute animal, bless him. But yeah, Josh had a really, really good season last year. Like I say, finished in 2nd place in the championship, 7 podiums, including 2 victories. But unfortunately, Tom Stoughton was just in another league to everybody last year. Like I said, 11 podiums and 7 wins from the 13 races we do. I said 12 earlier, apologies. It was 13 races. And yeah, Tom was pretty untouchable, to be honest with you. But still, the field continues to just creep around, and with it being quite a short lap here, Adam, I mean, it's what, 1 minute 9:079 is the fastest lap of the race, so let's call it 1 minute 10 on average, maybe 1 minute 11, as there is Andrew Butler on our screens. It's not gonna. We're not gonna need that long to get just to like 2 or 3 lap sprint to the end here, are we?
No, and I think they are intentionally slowing the safety car here to try and get it underway at the end of this lap. If it doesn't go this lap, we might struggle to do more than a 1 lap sprint. So I think they're being very, very wily here. Of course, the temperatures are going down. The drivers will be screaming, "Make the safety car go faster," like we hear in the Formula 1 most weekends. But at the moment, that's probably the best way forward, to give them 2 laps of extra racing. Just back off a little bit, and hopefully the situation will be rectified before they get around to the Robert chicane in about a minute's time. There is the car. I'm not sure that we're gonna. If that's the last of the hooking up that needs to be done, we might be okay. We'll have to wait and see whether or not that car is going to be removed in time or not. You see there the marshals working hard, and this weekend, as with most weekends, a lucky marshal from the Orange Army contingent this weekend will get to go in a Formula 3000 car at the Bedford Autodrome, which is an initiative that MSVR do at their meetings.
Wow.
I did hear a marshal talk about having a go in the F3000 car at Bedford, but I didn't realise they did this kind of raffle at the end of every weekend. Cool. So that's really, really good indeed. A great initiative to reward the volunteers that help make motor racing possible. I think motor racing won't be possible here for another lap, and unfortunately I think we're going to have a safety car finish here, because with 1 minute and 40 to go, we are not getting around the circuit again in time.
Not unless you see one of the best laps you've ever seen from this safety car.
I was going to say, unless they've V10 swapped. They've got an M5 engine from 2005.
Oh yeah, proper M5. Yeah, sorry to any current M5 owners, but it's not a proper M5 these days.
E39 is the best one, no discussion, V8.
Yeah, well, checker flags out.
Yeah, there you go, so they've decided to call it their 3rd consecutive race that hasn't run to full distance, unfortunately, but in this case, merit for doing so, of course. There's no point just trundling around behind the safety car for another lap. That means then that in maybe slightly follow circumstances towards the end of the race, Richard Johnson has taken the win from Joshua Law. James Barwell in 3rd place, and in the worst finishing position he had all year last year. Tom Stoughton starts off his championship defence with a 4th place finish. We'll run you through the full order after we have heard from Alan Hyde down in the pit lane in a few minutes' time. He will gather Richard Johnson as soon as he pulls the car up at Garage 1 in just a few minutes. The Ancaster Leisure-backed number 21 car, though, will be or is already, of course, our winner. The Duratec Darth Vader in the all-black helmet. Richard Johnson with a great victory, a good way to start off his campaign. And I think even though we have lost a few there, Michael Gibbons and co, I think a good indicator potentially of the state of play for the 2022 season. Some of the guys we expect to be right up there all year long, finishing in that top 5.
Yeah, it was some great battling near the front end as well. There was a bunch of jostling as we usually get further down. We just look at Nick Bates here in the number 4 car. He's basically the series chairman in that number 4 machine. Fantastic looking MCR. And then we see our beautiful BMW 2 Series pace car as well, or safety car I should say. There is Andrew Butler's car looking a little bit sorry for itself at the side of the road. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Roger will go past that and maybe weep a tear or two and be thinking, oh, what have you done to my old car? Hoping that it would have a nice season. But Rick Johnson was fantastic in that one. You know, an amazing fight with Josh Law as well. It was really, really important for the two of them to get past Tim Tudor. A little bit gutted for Tim Tudor, though. You know, if you consider how well he did in qualifying and how well the car was going early on, that could have easily been a race win for him, obviously with the problems that Michael Gibbons had. But I think that's the main talking point of the race, that Michael Gibbons was so fast in qualifying. For the majority of the session, he was the second clear of everybody else. Yeah. And then for it to go wrong like this in the first race, that's got to be so heartbreaking for him, because him and his dad and his mum Maureen as well. I'll give his mum Maureen a shout out because I've given Ellen one and not her. But the three of them are fantastic. You know, they're great people, and they'll be gutted. But there is your race winner, though. Great start of the year, or for the year, for Rick Johnson. What a guy.
What a guy indeed, and we'll hear from him in just a few seconds with Alan Hyde down in the pit lane.
Yeah, delighted team offering their congratulations, and double thumbs up from the cockpit. Off come the belts, and just get himself out of the car. Off come the gloves. Quite a bit of adrenaline still pumping away. This is with some speed that the helmet is coming off. Be interesting to know. I mean, clearly delighted with that.
A year ago today, we came here and unfortunately we left having a car fire and broke my elbow in the process. So to be back here today, a year later, with the rebuilt car and a win, that's amazing.
That's why it means so much.
There's a lot of reasons, but yeah, family's here as well, so thanks to them.
Yeah, I mean, an unpredictable win as well, because a couple of things happened during the race. Firstly, the race leader into pit lane. Big surprise.
To be honest, he'd gone. I thought I was P2, and hanging on to P2 with the safety car coming out, I thought was the best I was going to do, because Josh was definitely quick in a straight line. Yes. Certain corners, I knew where I was a little bit quicker than he was, so sort of got the measure, but really didn't want the safety car. And then he didn't come past, so I couldn't believe it. So yeah, very happy with the win.
Car is absolutely gorgeous, I have to say. A lot of work has gone into this.
It has. Clive and Cindy MCR, they produce some beautiful cars, and yeah, I'm very proud of it. So yes, yeah, very, very happy indeed. And just bad luck to Mike Gibbons, because you know it was his win really. But yeah, I'll take it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, quite right too. Final question. Yes. We didn't know whether the safety car was going to stay out until the checkered flag, nor did you. What were your thoughts thinking about the restart?
I got a timer in the car, so I knew that we weren't going to get back to the check, and hopefully they've learnt the lessons for Formula One, that they should finish a race under safety car. Yeah. So I sort of knew they would. I thought they'd do the right thing, and which they did. And you never want to finish under a safety car, but it saves a lot of last lap incidents when the brakes are cold and that sort of thing. And mine were definitely cooling off, so you can't keep them to temperature behind the safety car. So it was the right decision. Worked in my favour today. If I was Josh behind, I'd have been wanting it differently. Yeah, of course you would. So yeah, no, thanks to all. Had a great day. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mandy. Thanks for having a chat to us. There we go. A beautiful car and a winner as well. A delighted winner with a story behind the win. There we go. More racing yet to come.
So there you go, a surprise win, a jubilant win for Johnson. Let's run you through that finishing order in full. Richard Johnson taking the win from Joshua Law, James Barwell, Tom Stoughton and Timothy Tudor. Your top 5. Lenevsky in 6th position ahead of David Houghton, Nick Bates, Steve O and Andy Chittenden. Your top 10, of course, deceptively close together on the timing screen owing to that safety car. Peter Brower in 11th place ahead of Roger Donnan in 12th, Grant Gibson in 13th, John Owen 14th, and then the non-finishers Andrew Butler in 15th, Colin Peach in 16th, Joshua Needham classified 17th, of course Michael Gibbons, such a shame that his race ended early, John Eiley 19th, and the last of those that registered a lap, Paul Traherne, of course, didn't get to that first corner of the race, had an issue on the formation lap. If you enjoyed that Sports 2000 race, there is more coming tomorrow, Chaz, of course. A good schedule of Sports 2000s on Sunday.
Yeah, usually what we have is basically 2 races a weekend, Duratex and Pintos in one race, but we've actually split the calendar for the first 2 race meetings of the year. We have so many cars that basically we can have 2 separate races. So tomorrow morning at 9:10 we start things off with the Sports 2000 Historics Championship, which is the Pintos. Then at 11:55 we have the second of the Duratec races for the weekend, and then before the Enduro KAs get going in the afternoon at 5:1 we have the final Pinto race of the weekend. And I for one love the fact that the Pintos have their separate races. I have a massive soft spot for them. If you do get the chance to go into the paddock and have a look at the cars, do, because the Pintos and the Duratecs are all very, very gorgeous.
Absolutely, an immaculately presented field in both of Sports 2000 categories. We'll see more of them tomorrow, but for now, congratulations once again to Richard Johnson on a well-deserved victory there in the first of the Duratec races. So then, rapid fire racing grids here today. Next up, we have the Focus Cup Championship, and it's a partially reversed grid, which should make things very interesting indeed. Simon Watts will be on pole position after his dramatic first race of the day, alongside Richard Avis in the 77, 23 and 77 on the front row. Jonathan Baker will be third in the number 10, alongside Simon Rudd in the number 1 car. Row 3, Liam McGill in the 62, alongside Scott Parkin in the 13. Row 4 is Abby Walton in the 94, Ian Mitchell in the 81. Row 5 is Simon Walton, the father of Abby, in the 5th row of the grid, alongside Greg Saunders, the 9 and the 34 on the 5th row. In row 6, we have the number 4 of Spencer Fortag, and he is joined by Callum Eason in the 26. Row 7, Mark Geraghty in the 67, alongside the 777 of Sean Reynolds. Rounding out the 15-car grid is Claire Avis, who of course sadly didn't manage to turn a lap in race number 1. I can see the 71 car at the back of the order. Looks like we've got the full quota of 15 with us, just counting them up. Yes, we do. So it is going to be a full grid, and hopefully everyone will get some laps in this second Focus Cup race. We saw some dramas in the first race of the day earlier on, many of which surrounded Simon Watts, who had some contact at Coppice on lap number 1, but lived to tell the tale. And he'll be looking to capitalise on this opportunity from pole position. Richard Avis, who was in amongst the sparring all race long earlier on. Well, starting from the front row, he'll hope for some positive results. Jonathan Baker had a very good race earlier on, and lining up in third alongside defending champion Simon Rudd. I'm sure he has high hopes as well. Simon Rudd, who only came home third earlier on, will be hoping to maybe improve on this one. He's got the two people that came home ahead of him, just behind him on the third row. That's Liam McGill and Scott Parkin. Of course, we saw some exceptionally exuberant driving, let's say, from Liam McGill in the earlier race. The Focus throwing shapes in his quest to get past Scott Parkin. Never did manage to find a way past the car that just went through our screen there, but we'll have to see whether any inroads can be made in this race number 2. Of course, Liam McGill will start ahead of Scott Parkin, and he'll be hoping that he can stay there and get ahead of some of the cars ahead too. Be interesting to see what Abby Walton can do from 7th place as well. It's a very jumbled up grid with some heavy hitters further down the order. Sean Reynolds, of course, had contact on the final lap there in the earlier race, and I think that was with Jonathan Baker at Coppice on the final lap. And as a consequence of that, he didn't finish the race strictly and has ended up 14th on the grid for this one. So keep an eye on the 777 of Sean Reynolds as well, the green, red and white car. They're in 14th from the 15-car grid. I think he will be one to watch. So the Focus Cup machines now arrive on the grid. And it's Simon Watts on pole position. Richard Avis alongside him in the 77 car, 23 and 77. The two cars to watch out for on the front row. Who will get the best start? Will it be someone on the front row that leads into the first corner? Or will someone from row 2 or perhaps even row 3 get a mega start in these diesel Focuses? Identical 2-litre Ford TDCi Focuses, diesel-engined cars, all of which prepared by the same outfit, so parity is pretty much assured. Let's see who can claim the victory in this one. The second race of the day for the Focus Cups is go, and it's Simon Watts with a decent start, but I think Richard Avis got a slightly better one. It will be Avis that leads into the first corner by the looks of it, unless Simon Watts is really brave on the inside heading into Redgate. Second may well fall to Jonathan Baker. Yes, it does. It wasn't a good start at all from Simon Watts. He just got the wheels spinning. I didn't think it was quite as bad as it eventually turned out to be, but sure enough, Simon Watts, now side by side with Simon Rudd. It's Simon on Simon, and Simon Rudd manages to get third place. And here comes Scott Parkin up the inside of Simon Watts, and Richard Avis with a huge amount of oversteer at the old hairpin, just about keeps the car in a straight line. And McGill with a big moment, the 62 car, the man from Fife, having an issue there on the first lap of the race as well. Don't know if he fell or whether he was pushed, but McGill, who came home second earlier on, his day may be done. If not literally, then certainly he's not got a chance of a podium now that he has come off the circuit there. Richard Avis keeps going, but I think he's down in third position now. A few of the cars further back just now starting to climb up through the order as the field streams down towards Robert Chicane for the first time, and it is Jonathan Baker that leads from Simon Rudd in the number 1 car. Third place, Richard Avis. Then it's Simon Watts, Scott Parkin, and rounding out the top half dozen, I believe, is that Saunders. I think it could well be. We'll just wait to see when he crosses the line. No, that's the 81. My apologies. That's Ian Mitchell in 6th place, but the top 5 have already broken away, and through into 4th place goes Parkin, the 13 car, up into P4. The Powerflex back machine. And Simon Rudd, I think, wants to get this move done as quick as possible. And Reynolds, for the second consecutive race, ends up embedded in the gravel. We just saw a shot of it there. The 777 car firmly in the gravel, and sideways is Scott Parkin in 4th place as well. He'll be looking to try and make short work of Richard Avis. I don't know whether he'll be able to do that in practice, but that's what he'll want to do in theory. Avis, I'm sure, will make this car wide. Simon Watts is still on the offensive as well behind Scott Parkin. Parkin tries to go all the way around the outside as he runs through McLean's for the second time. 12.5 minutes of the 15 to go short, sharp sprint races in the Focus Cup Championship. Makes for fabulous entertainment, and let's see how long it's going to take for Avis to be dispatched by Scott Parkin. Parkin looks like he's got a good run there as we see the situation down at the first corner. That will be covered by double yellows. Hopefully all the drivers are very careful with the snatch vehicle and the marshals there at Redgate. Baker still leads the way. Rudd with a good run as they approach Redgate, but they will be under the policing of double yellow flags, so everyone should hopefully ease off, and it looks as though they have indeed done so, which is really good to see. Everyone through single file there, and then back up to racing speeds as they come under the green flags once again. Jonathan Baker leading our field here from Rudd, from Parkin, who did get the move done for third place. So Richard Avis has been demoted to fourth, and his next sparring partner may well be Simon Watts, trying to recover some valour after the bad start that he had from pole position. Through McLean's they go once again, and Rudd still pressuring Baker. It's a good run towards Coppice for Rudd, but the straight simply isn't long enough for him to try and make a move on the blue 10 backed car on that occasion. Let's see if he gets an equally good run down the exhibition straight towards the Robert chicane. Doesn't look quite as promising or fruitful, but he may yet have a look to the inside as they approach the final chicane. Baker continues to hold the lead. Rudd did not try and make a move there, was not close enough, and he'll be eager to try and get this done before Scott Parkin ends up in his immediate vicinity. Now, do we have yellow flags still down there at the first corner? I can't tell. It's side by side as they run towards Redgate, and yes, you could see lifting off there Simon Rudd. So the double yellow's still enforced here by the looks of it, although the car has gone, so maybe just being peeled away now, the double yellows. Hopefully next time by, Redgate will once again be an overtaking opportunity. A little bit of tyre rub there from Jonathan Baker by the looks of it as they went through the Craner curves. Simon Rudd still not able to find a way past Jonathan Baker. Baker will be so keen on trying to get a victory here, especially up against an opponent as formidable as the defending champion Simon Rudd. Simon Rudd, though, is having to go defensive because here comes Scott Parkin looking to the outside as they went to Coppice. Couldn't quite find a way through. Down the back straight they go, and Parkin once again trying to find any which way past Rudd, or tried to sell the dummy there for just a moment, but ends up staying on the outside. And once again, Rudd holds off Parkin, but Rudd will not be happy with this. He would much rather be trying to challenge Baker than defend from Parkin. Simon Watts is also through into fourth place. We just saw that in the back of shot. He got past Richard Avis there on the approach to the chicane. Avis down to fifth place and now defending from Mitchell. Also getting involved in that battle for fourth place is Geraghty in the 67 car. So Mark Geraghty, who started 13th and of course had his lion's share of issues in the first race, came to a slowing halt about 5 minutes in. He seems to be having a much better time of it in race 2. Parkin there runs it a little bit wide at the Craner curves, just missed the apex. Here's this battle for fourth place, and taking a bit too much of the inside grass there was Simon Watts. That looked like a rather uncomfortable bounce and shake as they went through the old hairpin. You see there the rear camber on these cars as well. Standard fare for your front wheel drive saloons to have a good bit of positive camber on the rear. Oh, and going off there onto the gravel, I think both Watts and Richard Avis there went wide. Kind of Watts goes off first, and then I think Richard Avis simply followed off in sympathy, and that's given the 67 car Geraghty a great opportunity to fire his way up the order into fourth place. no second invitation needed. He's gone from 7th up to 4th over the course of 1 lap, going to the mistake there from Simon Watts and Richard Avis, both of them running wide at Coppice, almost ending up in the gravel. And well, Geraghty is up to 4th place, and I think he's now going to have to spar with Simon Watts to keep hold of that 4th position. Mitchell is up to 6th as well. Good run from Ian Mitchell. He started 8th on the grid and is now running 6th. And look at this 6-car battle for 4th position. At the moment, it's advantage Geraghty. Up the inside of Avis there goes Eason in the 26 car. So Callum Eason makes up positions, and Geraghty losing positions there. 2 places gone in one fell swoop. Did not get the run at all through the old hairpin. And Simon Watts in the 23 car is back up to 4th position. So Watts reclaims his place no sooner than he lost it, and Mitchell is up to 5th place as well. Mitchell will be trying to challenge Simon Watts before too long by the looks of it. Well, Geraghty soon took advantage, but very quickly lost the momentum there as Baker continues to be put under pressure from Scott Parkin, who's now up to 2nd place, and Simon Rudd, who's been demoted to 3rd. Here comes the top 3 now, and look at that, and nose ahead is Parkin. Baker in the middle there. Rudd has the inside line, and I think Jonathan Baker has been rather rudely demoted to 3rd, or has he? He tries to go all the way around the outside of both Parkin and Rudd. It could still go any of 3 ways as they try and find a way to go 3 wide approaching the crater curves. Brilliant driving between the 3 of them. It's going to be Scott Parkin that just about takes the lead of the race, and Rudd with the inside into the old hairpin claims 2nd place. He's been trying to get past Baker ever since the start of this race. And finally, the number 1 car, Simon Rudd, is through, albeit he's now through into 2nd place because Scott Parkin has very quickly dispatched both of them. Parkin, the winner of the earlier race, is back in the lead, and he will be delighted with that. Rudd in 2nd place then. Can he challenge Parkin in the previous race once Parkin and indeed Liam McGill got away from Simon Rudd? That seemed to be case closed for Rudd getting anything better than 3rd place. Can the number 1 driver, the defending champion, do anything to have a go at Parkin on this occasion? At the moment, it looks as though the 13 car is firmly dropping Simon Rudd. Let's see if that proves to be the case over the rest of this race. Further back, it is still Watts in 4th position. Let's take a look at this now. It's 3 wide for 5th place. The inside there is Geraghty. Mitchell with him, and then I believe that's Eason. Oh, a squeeze out situation there that Mitchell had to back out of, and it's Geraghty up into 5th place once again. And side by side between Mitchell and Eason. Eason with the inside line at the Craners, but into the old hairpin. I think Mitchell might get the place back. Oh, off the track goes Eason. I didn't think there'd be space for 2, and bouncing across the grass. Just about making it, much like a Derbyshire hare, across the grass there coming out of the old hairpin. Good going there to keep the car on the straight and narrow, but he's fallen back behind Richard Avis. And look at that, the recovering 62 car involved in that as well. Now in 10th place is McGill, Liam McGill, the driver from Fife, who had an issue on the first lap at the old hairpin. Look at him trying to find a way through. Well, the Ford Focus was a very capable rally car in the late 2000s, albeit Ford Focuses with 4-wheel drive, which these cars are not. McGill looked like he might be going for 9th place there as the top 3 continue on. And oh, contact there almost between McGill and Eason had to avoid the tyre barriers there at the chicane. The Robert chicane with those tyre barriers on the inside of both elements. And that almost cost Easton dearly. He did very well to avoid the barriers there. Fortag has kind of come out of nowhere and ended up ahead of Mitchell. So Spencer Fortag, who started 11th, is now up to 7th place. In fact, no, apologies, he's now up to 6th place. He's got himself ahead of Mitchell since they crossed the line. So Ian Mitchell demoted to 7th. Good run from Spencer Fortag in this second race by the looks of it. There's the top 3 with Jonathan Baker 3rd in the queue. 2 minutes and 12 seconds of the race left to go, means we should have 2 more laps to run here. It's that number 13 of Scott Parkin that leads the field. Scott would be delighted to make it 2 from 2 here today. What a way to kick off his championship run. Simon Rudd, meanwhile, would really like to be on the top step at some point in the first weekend of his title defence. But only one can get their desired result. Of course, Jonathan Baker, let's not rule him out either. He's looked very strong in this second race. Rudd starting to look very racy. Good run out of Redgate. Not going to be able to draw alongside at the Craners, but looks like he's found a couple of tenths following the wheel tracks of Scott Parkin here. This will be the penultimate lap of racing for the Focus Cup. And let's see if Rudd can find a way by. They head towards McLean's for the 10th time in the race. And that wonderfully liveried Powerflex car continues to lead the way. There go the top 3, these diesel Focuses. Through Coppice. And Scott Parkin, our race leader, came from 3rd to 1st in 1 lap. Can he hold off the pressure from Simon Rudd for just 1 more? Look at Rudd, he's visibly close this time as they run towards Redgate to begin the final lap of racing. Has a little look to the inside, but is not close enough there. Don't think he'll unsettle Scott Parkin with that kind of thing anyway. Both Parkin and Rudd have a good amount of experience under their belts. And Parkin through the Craner curves as side by side, meanwhile, between Garrity and Fortag. Garrity in the 67 car and McGill trying to get involved as well in the 62. This is the battle for 5th position. Garrity in 5th from Fortag from McGill. Can we see any shift in positions there before the end? We'll have to wait and see. Let's see if Simon Rudd can do anything about that number 13 car ahead of him. Parkin rounding Coppice for the final time. Just 1 more braking zone between Parkin and victory. He's going to have to keep an eye on Rudd. I think we may have lost Jonathan Baker there. I think I heard the sound of something going on. Baker was not with them. I don't know whether he's just fallen back massively or whether he's had a moment in the gravel. I think it may just be the latter as this battle continues to kick off. And it is McGill who's managed to get himself up the order there. Baker is still there in 3rd place, and your winner will be Scott Parkin. Scott Parkin taking the victory. Great race between he and Simon Rudd. Big thumbs up from Parkin to Rudd as, getting too close for comfort in the final chicane there was Mitchell with Spencer Fortag. There's McGill taking 5th place, 3 positions gained. In fact, make it 4th place. What's happened there to the number 23? I think there was a penalty applied to Watts. Yes, there was. Okay, I missed that on my timing screen. Apologies. But Watts, I think possibly for track limits, had a penalty applied there. So the 23 car of Simon Watts fell back to 9th eventually, even though he was 4th on the road behind the 13 of Scott Parker, the number 1 of Simon Rudd, and the number 10 of Jonathan Baker. And that means that from a spin on the first lap. Liam McGill eventually managed to claim 4th position. Good going from the driver from Fife. Good going all round from everybody in that race. It was fiercely entertaining racing, and Scott Parkin eventually claims the win here in the Focus Cup Championship race number 2. A pair of victories, which is always good going when you've got a reverse grid format. And look at how close the rest of the top 10 were. There is our driver that came home 10th, the 26 of Callum Eason. That entire pack from 4th through 10th were practically welded together for most of that race. I'll run you through the order in full a little later after we've heard from our race winner, but for now, the race winner Scott Parkin cruising around the circuit, taking in the applause from the spectators here at Donington Park. And Scott Parkin will be parking next to Alan Hyde in just a couple of moments' time, and we'll hear from Scott after yet another fabulous performance here in the Focus Cup Championship.
Yes, you can get out the car this time, Scott. Well done. Many congratulations. You could take your helmet off, but there's no need, because an open face helmet makes life very easy indeed.
I've got bad hair. So.
you've got a helmet here. Yeah, yeah, okay. It couldn't have gone any better today. Steady progress. That was your key, wasn't it?
Yeah, so started pole on the first race, won. Obviously that puts me into 6th position, yes. So I knew that was going to be difficult, but the idea is just to get your head down, just do those laps and just pick off the places.
And not rush it at the start. That's quite important, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. The sort of everything's telling you just to go straight for it, for the first corner. But I've been bitten here a few times trying to do that. So it's just about being measured. It helped that the guy at the side of me had a bit of a bad start, so I jumped one place on the line, and then there were a bit of a kerfuffle at Old Hairpin. I'm not sure what happened. Somebody spun, and then just a case of picking off the places. So
good use of the word kerfuffle. It's oft underused in motorsport. I'm all for using it much more. Yeah, I noticed the start was good, not supreme. It was just everything was steady and slowly, because you've got time, haven't you?
Yep, exactly. This is it. Like I say, everybody tries rushing it and thinking get the best start. But if everything comes together, then it's 15 minutes. It's not a long race, but it's a long time. And you've got time to do everything.
So the perfect day for you.
Yeah, this is it. Couldn't be any better. So hopefully the same tomorrow in the KAs as well.
Super. So. Oh yeah, well that's a different story completely, isn't it?
That's playing the waiting game. Yeah, that's definitely not one at the first corner.
It is slowly.
Yeah, race of attrition and 69 horsepower. It's going to be pretty interesting.
Yes, it's certainly an actor. Scott, thank you very much indeed, and well done on today. Super day.
Thanks a lot. Cheers. Thank you.
So there we go, Scott Parkin, 2 from 2 in the Focus Cup Championship. Great to hear from him there with Alan Hyde. Let's run you through the order for that one. It was Scott Parkin that took the win by just under 0.2 of a second from Simon Rudd. Jonathan Baker in 3rd place. Liam McGill inheriting 4th because of Simon Watts' penalty. He ended up in 9th place. Mark Garrity takes 5th. Spencer Fortag 6th ahead of Ian Mitchell in 7th. Richard Avis in 8th place. Simon Watts, as I said, down in 9th. Callum Eason rounding out our top 10. Claire Avis crossed the line 11th. Good to see her reach the finish after her issue on the first lap in race 1. Simon Walton taking 12th ahead of Greg Saunders, Abby Walton and Sean Reynolds, who of course did not finish, but it's the last of the 15 cars on our result sheet there. So then the Focus Cup guys are done, but we are far from finish here today at Donington Park. Our next race will be coming up in just a few seconds' time. And so our next grid of cars is already with us, and you can see it's more of the delightful Porsches, the 911 Challenge and Porsche Classic Boxster Cup once again taking to the circuit. The front row of Tim Bates in the number 12 and James Neal in the number 11. We're sure it's actually James Neal this time. Row 2. Oh no, what's up? Tell me.
Right, I got that completely wrong in race 1. In fact, it was James Neal in race 1, and this will be Neil Harvey. So, unfortunately, entirely due to me, we spoke about wrong driver for 25 minutes.
Who's driving now?
This actually is Neil Harvey in the car. Hold on a second. I shall look out the window and I can see red overalls in the car. So definitely Neil Harvey.
Definitely Neil Harvey. Okay, so second time in a row. Unfortunately, we don't have the information in front of us, but it's Tim Bates and Neil Harvey at the wheel of the cars on the front row, cars 12 and 11. Then it's Peter Evans in the 22, the first of the Boxsters, alongside his wife, Faye Noble Evans, which we think might be, if not a first, then certainly quite a unique thing in motor racing. Row 3, Darren King, once again up there at the sharp end in the 17, and part of his first weekend of racing. He's alongside Christian Ayres in the 96. Row 4, Vikram Sedera in the 66, and 99 Graham Hurd. Row 5, Sarah Thompson in the 90, Perry Darling in the 81. Row 6, Darren Labbett in the 52 and Simon Ruffle Ward in the 600. Mike Thompson on row 7, he's in the car number 6 alongside Wayne Gregory in the 53. Row 8 is Paul Markham in the 21 alongside Mike Johnson in the 47 car. Row 9, the final row of the grid, Eric Bridges in the 38 and Stephen Shaw in the 49. So we're expecting 18 cars. Paul Jerd, do we have them?
I suspect not, because I can't see Sarah Thompson. I was down there literally 10 minutes ago and they were still trying to get to the bottom of the clutch problem. I'm just trying to see if we can see that car. It's that very distinctive psychedelic yellow and red livery.
Yeah.
So Sarah was going very, very well this morning, had a clutch problem in the race, and they were bleeding it just now and having just real problems, and they suspect that, in fact, having changed the master cylinder, it might now be the slave cylinder. We've also got Stephen Shaw starting from the back row. Now, he drove all the way through to second place in race 1 and then had an electrical problem. He said the dash was just disappearing on him, the car was dying and coming back. They've been round and tweaked and tightened everything they can find, but no guarantees that isn't going to return again in this race. But it only happened last time once he'd actually steamed through everyone else, so watch him for a charge from the back. And another driver who's going to charge from the back, because we saw him do that in race 1, is Mike Johnson. If you remember, he's buckled that wing on that 911 SC, that yellow car with the black and red stripe just gone through our shot now. They've straightened it out. It's been judiciously taped with more tape than you can buy in your average WH Smith, I think. And yeah, that's going to be two drivers who are certainly going to be charging through from the back of the grid.
I think rather different tape available as a rule at WH Smith than the kind we've got there, but
that's WH Smith's loss, definitely.
Absolutely right. Big shame that Sarah Thompson's not out there on the grid. No secret that Sarah suffers with hearing issues. She's deaf. And they use a light system, I believe, to let her shift the gearbox.
Fundamentally, yes, she can't hear the engine, which is when you're a driver is a key thing. So when she actually had an engine problem at Alton Park in mid-season last year, she actually, unfortunately, couldn't hear that the engine was giving its death rattle until it threw the oil all over her rear tyres.
Oh dear, that's hugely unfortunate. There's a good article about Sarah and how she gets to drive the car with that light system and so on Autosport that you can Google if you want to know more about Sarah. But great to have her racing again with us in 22, albeit a big shame that she's not on the grid for this, the second race of the day for the Porsche Classic Boxster Cup. So then the cars are just lined up now. As you see, it's the two 911 Challenge cars at the front of the grid. We've got a couple more of them mixed up through the order as well. Let's see who gets the best start from Neil Harvey and Tim Bates. Tim Bates on the inside, Neil Harvey on the outside. So Bates and Harvey, let's see, as the red lights will come on in just a moment. Of course, also keep an eye on the husband-wife drag race on row 2. Good start from Bates Bates. Good start from both on the front row, but not a good start for Faye Noble-Evans, who drops through the order. Unfortunately, it will be Peter Evans, the first of the Boxsters, to turn 1.
Contact between Faye and actually Mike Johnson. Who's taken a lot of places, but I think is now minus the mirror on his driver's door.
Okay, and Neil Harvey has taken the lead of the race with a good start there over Tim Bates. So Bates in second place this time around. He may have to fight hard for this one. He kind of cruised home, avoiding some Boxster battles in race 1. May not get those luxuries this time around. Third place on the overall is Christian Ayres in the X-Mark Sumter Paragon Porsche. And a big moment for Harvey. Oh, he's going to do well to avoid the barriers there. Thankfully, he has. Just about, but he's in the gravel. Can he keep the car going, or is he going to end up dug up in the sand? He's just about going to get back out onto the circuit. That was a mega save. Yes, I am going to call it a save because he didn't hit the barriers. Neil Harvey there just, I think, asked too much at the rear there. Back end went light. And at one point there, he was facing the wall. He was very lucky and very skilled to avoid the barriers there on the first lap of the race. Well, I was talking about Tim Bates having to fight for this one, but it's suddenly become an open goal for him once more.
Especially because I think we also lost Mike Johnson somewhere down near the old hairpin, who's now tailing around at the back of the grid, having been sort of somewhere up around 4th or 5th.
All kicking off then. Here's the second place car of Christian Ayres being followed by the Boxster battle, and the Boxsters are once again being led by Darren King. Darren King, our novice racer in his first weekend, has officially led a lap in both races. I think he could pull the car into the pits now and be fairly happy, but he's going to try and hold off Peter Evans, who's down there in 4th place. Behind Evans is the not the number 6 anymore, it's the number 19 of Hurd, the 99 car, Graham Hurd.
Who was third in race 1, so showing his pace.
Yes, so 5th overall, 3rd in the Boxster class at the moment, as I just absolutely love this 964 that we have on screen there. Christian Ayres, absolutely beautiful car. Bates is off into the distance as it stands though, and I wonder if Neil Harvey has kept going. He did cross the line, yes, and in the pits has come Johnson in the 47 car as well, so Mike Johnson in after the first lap, so problems for the 911 Challenge runners. Meanwhile, Hurd trying to go for the inside coming into the Robert chicane, and he's going to make that stick. Very nicely done. Good run out of Coppice, and moves up to 2nd in class at the Robert chicane. And oh, it's open season up against Peter Evans, because look at this, there goes the number 6 car for good measure. Mike Thompson, who started on the 7th row of the grid in 13th place, he's now up to 5th overall. But look at that as well, the number 49 car comes in steaming. Stephen Shaw, who started last, is up to what, 7th overall, 6th overall at the moment. And I wonder if all is well with Peter Evans, because he's fallen through the order quite quickly there.
He did. He was looking competitive only a lap ago, and it's suddenly fallen down. But with these evenly matched cars, I think if you do get offline, you do lose that little bit of momentum. There's enough guys out there who are happy to make you pay for it.
Yes, very true. Very much swimming in a sea full of sharks in any of this style of racing. A lot of these competitors really know what they're doing at the wheel of their Boxsters. The leading Boxster at the moment, though, is a driver with very little racing experience, Darren King, but he'll know his car inside out, because I imagine he had most of the hand in putting it together.
But very much so. As one of the guys who actually runs the unique Porsche Centre, then he's been building these cars and helping these cars with their customers at the circuits for long enough, and suddenly he's out in one himself, and he's got the glory of leading.
Twice. I'm sure he'll be talking about that one in the workshop on Monday, even if things go drastically wrong from here. But for the moment, he is really gapping the rest of the field. Graham Hurd is a good 2.2 seconds back from King. So 3rd and 4th overall, the leaders in the Porsche Boxster class. And King is firmly in control at the moment, and managing to keep pace as well with this car of Christian Ayres, the Paragon green and blue. Yeah, very good performance from Darren King. I mean, obviously, he's got a great mechanical knowledge, a great knowledge of the car, but any which way, your first weekend of racing comes with a huge amount of pressure, and it's massively impressive that he's up there at the sharp end.
He is. He's using, I think, Christian as a bit of a marker, and Christian, I think this will only be his 4th or 5th race. You know, he appeared with that car mid-season last year, but is a very, very well sorted car, and he's actually had help from Paragon on getting the setup and the tyre pressures, etc. correct. So he's got a nice little marker out there of a car that technically should be a little bit quicker, but they're looking evenly paced today, and yeah, a handy lead, I think, of 2 or 3 seconds now over the pursuers.
Speaking of handy leads, we just looked at Tim Bates there for a moment. His lead is probably already in excess of 10 seconds with his competition gone. In fact, there is what would have been his competition. We just saw Neil Harvey picking his way through the Boxsters at the chicane there. So Harvey will try and navigate his way back up into the overall podium positions, but he's not made it easy for himself with that spin on the first lap. My heart was in my mouth when that spin happened. I can only imagine what was going on for him. But he'll just be happy that the car is still in one piece. He's up to 11th overall as they cross the line that time. Here comes the Boxster fight then, or rather the Boxster leader, still chasing Christian Ayres at the moment. And let's try and check in with that battle just behind the 17 car if we can as well, because that battle for 4th onwards is also for 2nd in the Boxsters. And we're going to have to see if anyone can break free from that and start challenging this man King in the 17.
That's right. His challenge is from behind, not in front. He's actually using that car as a marker, but he's got really no interest in overtaking Christian Ayres. It's not going to do him any good. There's no point in taking that risk.
Running wide, I think there was the 99 car. Apologies cutting over you there. Graham Hurd ran it wide, and that's given the opportunity to Mike Thompson. Mike Thompson is coming through. Here comes Stephen Shaw as well, who I will remind you again started at the back of the grid, and he has managed to get himself up into 5th overall now. He's 3rd in class. Thompson and Shaw have both released themselves from behind that 99 car, and I just wonder if their next target could be the leader in class. There was a spinning Boxster at the top chicane there. Yes, the number 21 car of Paul Markham having a moment as Thompson and Shaw continue on in what is now 2nd and 3rd in class, 4th and 5th overall. And yeah, so that was good opportunism from both drivers.
Very, very much so, actually. Both of those guys up from the back of the grid after problems in qualifying, because, of course, the grids are set from your 1st and your 2nd best times back in qualifying. So bad qualifying can hurt both your races.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot at stake in qualifying with this format, and, well, they've both recovered admirably well thus far. Let's see if and when they can catch up to Darren King. In the first race earlier on, Darren had an obvious surge at the beginning of the race, leading the class, and then he kind of fell through the order as the race went on. That hasn't happened yet, but with 2 very handy drivers in Thompson and Shaw, who will no doubt be wise enough to try and work together, maybe he could end up having to fight for that win if he can get it. However, Graham Hurd might have something to say as well. He might want to be heard, and oh, there's a big moment there for
Pete
22.
Evans.
Oh, Evans there. I think he must have hit the barriers there. There's no way he avoided the barriers, surely. But Evans in contact there with Neil Harvey. At least I think he outbraked himself behind Neil Harvey. Had to take evasive action. And he had a big old spin. I hope the gravel caught him and he hasn't damaged the car too badly there. 9 minutes of the race complete. And the 22 firmly off circuit there, unfortunately, at quite a rate of knots as well. So we continue to follow the 17 of Darren King.
That's right, he's extended that gap to almost 5 seconds, so he's being remarkably consistent. Because in race 1, the second he got overtaken, he almost lost his rhythm for a good few laps, and it took him for a while to establish himself. But that's just experience. This is Darren's 2nd ever race.
So safety car has not come out, so that hopefully suggests that the car did not end up in the barriers. Obviously, if there was barrier damage on Peter Evans' spin. In fact, there you go. Peter managed to avoid the barriers altogether. That car went into the gravel at a rate of knots. So I'm amazed that it actually didn't go into the barriers. Very lucky boy.
It is. It looks the front spoiler a little bit deranged, but other than that, I can't see any huge amounts of damage because the car did go out of our sight. It's got some blackening around the move. That's from an incident in qualifying when he hit the back of Sarah Thompson. So, yeah, that car did disappear at some speed.
No, I'm amazed that he managed to avoid the barriers there, but I'm very glad he did. There is quite a lot of gravel there at the Robert chicane, so good stuff there that we get to see Peter Evans drive the car back into the pits under its own steam. That will have been heart in the mouth, won't it, for Neil Harvey? I think he might have a little bit of red paint on the side of his white car, courtesy of that moment, but that apart, the car seems to be okay. It's been a dramatic race for Neil, and he's not even halfway through yet, so hopefully he can get to the finish without too many more dramas.
That's right. I think the driver we need to keep an eye on is Mike Thompson, who took a second out of Darren King on that last lap. So very experienced Mike, a lot of podiums last year in this series. So, you know, we've got a bit of experience chasing down a driver in just his second race.
Yes, absolutely. So that third overall car, as we see the leader Tim Bates going through Redgate yet again with a commanding advantage in excess of 20 seconds. But third and fourth overall, the 17 and 6 cars are the ones we'll be keeping our eyes on, because that is the Porsche Boxster category lead, and the gap is ebbing away at a rate of knots. They should be coming onto the main straight now. Sure enough, there they are. There is that 17 car of Darren King, third overall, leading the Boxster class at the moment. Currently has the Neil Harvey car between himself and the chasing pack in Boxster. I think there was a move for third place going on in the back of shot there as well at one point, potentially between Shaw and Hurds. And yes, indeed, Graham Hurd has managed to get back past Stephen Shaw there by the looks of it at the back of shot. Yes, so that was, third in Boxster. I was correct. I always hesitate with my own interpretation, but it was indeed Graham Hurd getting past Stephen Shaw in at the back of shot. Darren King, though, continues to lead here in the Boxster class. There is that number 17 car leading the Boxsters. You see that yellow and black cross. That means he's within his first 6 races. We know that this is race number 2 for Darren King. And, well, he is being caught, but will he get overtaken?
That's right. Tim Bates gone through with the fastest race lap of 1:19. So it's on the pace there for Tim, but Darren here now just letting Neil Harvey pass. That was actually, for an inexperienced racer, that was well done. And hopefully he's lost the minimum time, possibly just lost a little bit of momentum out that corner. As we look in the background, and there's that yellow and black car that's just dropped out of shot, and that is starting to loom larger and larger in Darren King's mirrors.
Yes, it is. So the 911 Challenge cars kind of, I don't want to say in the way, that's a bit too harsh, but just interrupting there briefly. I think Neil Harvey may have had some tyre rub actually there going through Hollywood by the looks of it. I thought I started to see a little bit of smoke, but that's not the case by the time they come back into our line of sight. Here's the car that's second in the Porsche Classic Boxster Cup at the moment. That is Mike Thompson, who started in 13th overall, now is 5th overall and challenging for not just 4th in the overall race, but 4th or the lead, I should say, in the Boxster class. And, well, if he gets a good run out of Coppice, it could be done, as Neil Harvey moves up to 2nd overall there, getting past Christian Ayres. Ayres seemingly losing a bit of momentum. Neil Harvey is suffering with some tyre rub, I think, there. Just saw him smoke again. But he has 2nd place overall. Let's keep an eye on those 2 Boxsters, though, in 4th and 5th, because I think Mike Thompson might try and get the move done. But Darren King covers off the inside for the time being. Mike Thompson be looking for any which way past. Darren King very slow through the Robert chicane there, but he was right in the middle of the road, so there was nothing that Thompson could do. Mike Thompson trying to find any which way past. He'll look to the inside here if he possibly can. Darren King, though, continues to lead and goes defensive at Redgate. 10.5 minutes of racing to go. It's going to be a big ask, a massive ask for Darren King to hold on to this lead for the next 10.5 minutes, given the rate of closing between himself and Mike Thompson. But let's see if he can do it. Let's see if he's up to the task. Certainly, it seems as though his racecraft is in order because he's putting in some good defending.
I think so, and in fact, neither of these drivers, obviously Darren King in only his second race, but have actually won the class before.
Okay.
So this, whoever, and these two now 4 seconds clear of the rest. So it does look like, with less than 10 minutes to run, that it will be one of these two on the top step of the podium.
That would be very exciting for either man. Mike Thompson running towards Coppice. Christian Ayres there, just ahead of them in the 964. Of course, he's effectively an invisible car to this battle because he's running separately in the 911 challenge. So we stay firmly focused on the two Boxsters as they once again run down towards the chicane. And is Thompson going to be brave enough on the brakes? The answer is no. Is King a little quicker through the chicane that time? Yes, he is. He kind of overshot the chicane on the previous lap and ended up very slow in the middle of the road. No such dramas on this occasion. So it is Darren King who leads Mike Thompson at the moment in the Boxsters. It's a battle for 4th overall, but it's the lead in the class, and a good fight as well going on for 3rd in class as well, a little further back behind them, with Hurd under pressure from both Shaw in the 49 and Labbit in the 52. Meanwhile though, King just maybe asking a bit too much of the inside there at the Craner curves. Bounced over the curbing quite a lot, but managed to keep the car on the straight and narrow. Here's Tim Bates leading the race overall with 8.5 minutes left to go. It's been another cruise eventually for Tim, albeit this time to a more extreme degree because Neil Harvey had that spin and that's put him way back, even though he has now recovered to 2nd place. You keep getting the impression that Mike Thompson is just a few moments away from making the move, but it seems as though Darren King is doing a spectacular job of holding on. Let's see if he can do it as they approach the chicane once again.
I'm actually wondering if Mike Thompson's been quite canny here, and he's going to wait to make his move so that they don't slow each other up and bring Graham Hurd back into the competition. Okay. At the moment, they are really looking at 1st and 2nd. So, you know, the canny thing might be to sit it out for a couple of more laps and ensure you've got that gap to back to 3rd place and then start battling.
Interesting. Personal best lap of the race for King, a 1:23.193, which is one of the quickest times we've seen out of anyone in the Boxster class so far. There's a 1:22.878 out of Shaw,
who's again now starting to drop back, just like he did in race 1. He got right up there with Mike Thompson at one point, and is now tumbling back down the order. So maybe that intermittent electrical problems come back to strike him.
Possibly so. King then still in 4th overall, still leading the Boxster class, but Thompson's got a good run out of the old hairpin. Is this the moment that the lead changes hands? We'll have to go back to McLean's if we possibly can. Tim Bates, we saw just briefly there in the lead. We do not see a change of lead at McLean's. I thought that Thompson may have the run. You see him bouncing over the curbs. At this point, there's no doubt that he's trying. Looks to the inside at Coppice, can't get it done there. If a good run lands on his lap here coming onto the exhibition straight, then this might be the opportunity he needs. We've got less than 7 minutes to go. A change for 3rd in class. Meanwhile, further back, the 49 car of Stephen Shaw is into 3rd in the Boxster class, but let's see if the lead changes hands. It does not. Darren King once again has the measure of the braking zone into the Robert chicane. Mike Thompson there in 2nd, and then the pink car behind Stephen Shaw up to 3rd place, and I believe it's that Labbit that's got through as well, the 52 car up into 4th in the Boxster running as well. So
in
all
fact,
change.
It's Graham Hurd who's falling down. So Darren Labbit, our race 1 winner, now starting to come into the equation.
There you go. So it's all change here in the Boxsters, but Darren King once again proving his mettle here in his first race weekend. He's been holding off Thompson so far. I said 6 minutes ago that holding off Thompson for 12 minutes would be a gargantuan task. He's halfway there at the moment. Let's see if he can do it for a further 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Thompson hounding the back of King. Is he going to look to the inside at McLean's? He can't quite do it. But that 17 car is being made wide. The unique Porsche boss, the co-founder, doing a good job here of proving not just that he can build cars, but also that he can race them.
That's right, to be under this much pressure in only your second race and to be, well, I haven't seen him put a wheel wrong yet, is a very, very impressive performance.
It really is. However, I do think that both Shaw and Labbit are coming in hot behind. I think they're gaining on these two as well, so the longer this goes, the more at risk they may be of losing their positions first and second completely. We'll have to wait and see. Sedera has got past Hurd on that lap as well, so the 99 car is definitely falling through the order with some kind of problem. As you alluded to, intermittent issues with that car. It does look as though they might be back.
That's right, and there's a move to the outside, and it's in fact, that looks like Shaw actually getting hung out to dry. So who's that? It's that Labbit, our race one winner, who's coming again strong in the final laps, looking very, very pacey. He's just set his personal best lap with a 1:21.6. Yeah,
so he's up to third place. We mentioned that he was right there with Shaw, and he's now managed to get past. So he's up into third in the boxers. He wants to lead the charge up to these dueling duo. This dueling duo, I should say. Mike Thompson making ample use of the curbs and the approach to Coppice. You don't always want to do that. It's sometimes risky to be on the painted curb as you brake and indeed turn in for a corner, but he seems very confident in what his car is doing. 4 minutes left to go, and every time we get a wide shot like this, it becomes clear that the top four in the Boxster class are getting closer and closer together. Let's see what Thompson can do. He's not really within range at the moment. However, look at Labbit in that 52 car. Could he make short work of both of them to try and get a double win out of this weekend? That would be a sensational day's work from Labbit. I'm making it sound a lot easier than it could potentially be, but it's now firmly a three-car battle for Boxster honours.
Very much so, and of course Darren King is going to have mixed emotions there because Labbit is in one of his customer cars.
Yes, well, unfortunately, he's got the joker in the middle between the two of them. Mike Thompson, who once again gets a decent run out of the old hairpin, but let's see if it's good enough for a move into McLean's. Not close enough once again. Not seen many moves there. Seen the odd brave one, but by and large, people thinking better of overtakes at McLean's, which is probably the correct thing to do, let's be honest. Let's see who gets the best run onto the exhibition straight on this occasion. Right in the slipstream now is Thompson. He's welded to the back of Darren King. Is Darren going to go defensive here? Once again, he does not. He seems very self-assured that he's going to have the corner, and indeed he does. And I think Thompson may have made a slight error there in trying to dive to the inside because he's compromised his run through the chicane, and Darren Labbit is now firmly a part of the conversation.
Totally a three-car battle for the lead. So this now puts Mike Thompson, he's been focusing on Darren King ahead of him, but now he's got a car behind to worry, who's diving down the inside into the red gate.
Ooh, that was a very close for comfort move, but it was a successful one. Darren Labbit, who also has that black and yellow cross to his credit on the rear bumper, two, officially speaking, novices at the head of the order then in the Boxsters, and Darren King could well be on the verge of a victory in his first weekend, but as you said, his own customer could yet be the spoiler in that. Mike Thompson, let's not rule him out either. He's still with them as they run towards McLean's once again. This is lap 17 of the race for these guys. We should get 2 more laps out of this race because Bates has just crossed the line to start his penultimate lap. Diving to the inside for the lead, hopping across the curbs. He's made it stick. Labbit in the 52 car once again, twice in the same lap. He made extremely bold moves, and once again it is Labbit that leads with what will probably be 2 laps to go owing to Bates's position on the circuit. Oh, Darren King, the rhythm I think has gone again, unfortunately, but look at Labbit. Labbit with a moment coming out of Robert Chicane, and it's going to be a drag race down to the first corner now between Stephen Shaw and Mike Thompson. Stephen Shaw, who hasn't really looked likely at all in this race, suddenly leads the Boxster class with a pandemonium moment once again for the Boxsters, and there's duelling between Thompson and King. It's great racing. King's trying to reclaim his second after that minor moment at the chicane. A bigger moment for Labbett has put him down to, I believe, 5th in class. But goodness me, a twist in the tail at the very end here for the Boxsters. It's Stephen Shaw that leads. Mike Thompson could yet have the win here. He's looking very offensive here, looking like he wants to make a move as they approach McLean's. Let's see if he can get the run he needs to maybe finally make a move stick at the Robert chicane. He's always been there or thereabouts, but he hasn't executed an overtake at Robert chicane that we've seen on camera. Clock has ticked down to 0. We are going to get one more lap out of this for the Boxsters, because the race, of course, will finish when Bates crosses the line in the 911 challenge. Darren King under a lot of pressure there. That's from Sudera, isn't it, in the 66 car?
Another of his customer cars.
There you go. Sudera up the inside and takes the podium away from his own car builder on the start at the end of the penultimate lap of the race. There you go, the entire Boxster top 5 in the same shot there briefly, but it's going to be a duel between both the 49 of Shaw's and the number 6 of Mike Thompson for the win here in the Boxster class. I don't think it'll be long either before we have Bates across the line down on the start-finish straight. If we can take a look, there indeed is Bates coming around the final chicane for the final time to take the win in the 911 challenge and in the overall race. But we know that that isn't really the battle on circuit. The 911 challenge guys have been great fun to watch, but the Boxsters have been providing the lion's share of the entertainment in this one. So let's take a look back to that battle for third and fourth if we can. I think they'll be somewhere around McLean's at the moment. Sure enough, here they are at Coppice now. So here comes the leader. It's still the 49 of Shaw in the pink car that leads. Mike Thompson still behind, and Thompson, I don't think he's close enough. Short of something going wrong for Shaw, I think this is his race to win. However, Thompson looking quite quick down the back straight. Shaw with just 2 corners to go hops across the curbs at the Robert chicane, and a bit squirrely, but I think he's going to claim the win. He does claim the win in the Porsche Classic Boxster Cup ahead of Thompson, ahead of Sudera, who'll be delighted with that podium, I'm sure. King takes 4th in class eventually. Darren King once again leading quite rather cruelly on this occasion, leading for pretty much the entire race, and then it all fell apart in the last couple of laps. Rounding out the top 5 in the Boxsters will be Labbett in the 52. Darren Labbett, who led for the briefest moment in time in the Boxster class. He eventually has to settle for 5th. Well, that was a race of trials, tribulations and undulations, wasn't it? There was a lot going on there.
It's very much so. We had Tim Bates in a race of his own at the front. Neil Harvey, who came second overall, recovering from a huge spin, but actually matching the performance of car owner James Neal from race 1. But,
yes.
But that Boxster Cup battle, you know, considering that we have some very inexperienced racers out there, and this really is intended as a route into motorsport, I think really did its job. It was exciting. It looked very clean from where I was.
Yeah.
And yeah, what a fantastic battle.
Yeah, it really was clean, considerate driving from everybody, albeit right on the limit. There was a little bit of door-to-door at one point between Thompson and King, but that was all fair, clean racing. Tim Bates it is, rolling back into the pit lane, and he'll get a word with Alan Hyde. But goodness me, that was a great race in the Boxsters, and it was only enhanced by the fact that we have these beautiful 911s, such as this 930, driven by Tim Bates. Tim Bates, your overall winner, to speak to Alan Hyde.
Here he is. He's come to a stop down in pit lane and just carefully taking off the straps on the back of the helmet, and off comes the helmet itself. He'll pop out the car. I'll get as close to the car as I possibly can, actually, because the warmth feels quite nice on a day like today. But Tim climbs out, and well, you couldn't have asked for more. 100%, 2 wins.
Yeah, brilliant. Had a great day, enjoyed it. I see Neil got a really good start, and he was leading me all the way up to McLean's, and then he had a bit of a moment there, sort of drifted off into the gravel. So,
how much has the cool temperatures that we've had today affected things?
Yeah, quite a bit, I think, because I thought when he was going up there, he was on the Pirelli tyres and he was going in quite hot, and I thought,
yeah, we'll see how this one works.
Yeah, and I was there to pick it up. So
yeah, exactly that. And then a comfortable gap at the front of the field, so you could just drive the car, drive the lines the way you wanted, and pick your points to get past slower cars.
That's right. Yeah, looking forward to the meetings when we go on. I think there's some more people coming out, so hopefully we'll get a bit more competition and give me a bit of a run for my money, I think.
So, well, exactly. That's what we go racing for. Tell me how much has to be done to this car between now and your next meeting. I mean, I mentioned it this morning. It's beautiful. It's immaculate. There's a lot of love goes into this.
Yeah, thank you. I've had it since 2007, so I've raced it since then, and just keep tickling it and keep doing bits to it. I had a bit of a problem with it missing though in that last race, so I've got
something to investigate.
Yeah, I've had it all day actually.
Have you?
Right, so I hope to get that sorted for next.
Those problems never get better on their own.
They don't. No. It was coming in and out. So when it was working, it was great, and then when it wasn't so good. But good enough to sort of keep me up there. So
2 wins, it can't be bad. The old girl did well. Well done, Tim. Many congratulations. A double winner, Tim Bates, down in pit lane.
Great to hear Tim there once again. Another great victory for him in his very well sorted 911 SC. Beautiful car in those Brumos colours. Bates then winning by 33 seconds ultimately over Neil Harvey, who had, let's say, trials and tribulations over the course of that race. A spin, but still second place ahead of Christian Ayres in the Porsche 964 in the Paragon livery. Stephen Shaw maybe surprising himself with the classic Boxster Cup victory ultimately, taking 4th overall ahead of Mike Thompson, Vikram Sudera, Darren King and Darren Labbett. The top 5 in the Boxster class, Perry Darling and Graham Hurd rounding out the overall top 10. Simon Ruffle Ward taking 11th place ahead of Wayne Gregory in 12th. Eric Bridges finishing 13th ahead of Faye Noble Evans. Paul Markham in 15th place. He did cross the line, albeit a lap down, whereas Peter Evans with his huge spin coming into the final chicane, and Mike Johnson, who only did 1 lap, of course, both failing to finish. But a fabulous showcase for the Porsche Classic Boxster Cup. That's their day done. Congratulations to our winners Bates and Shaw in the second race for the 911 Challenge and Porsche Classic Boxster Cup. So the second last race of the day is with us now on circuit. It's the Toyo Tires 7 Race Series 1600s, and it will be Gary Smith on pole position, the 22 car, alongside Stuart Bell in the 19. On row 2, it's Don Henschel in the 62 alongside the 47 of Luke Rosewell. Row 3, the 13, Michael O'Reilly alongside Finley Cooper in the 141. Row 4, the 79, Jeff Newman alongside Bren Maud in the 55. Row 5 is Mark Roberts in the 33 alongside Caroline Everett in the number 10. Row 6, the 142 of Ian Fortescue, and the 777 of John Styring on that row number 6. On the 7th row, it's Chris Savage in the 27 alongside Ryan Grant in the 24. Rob Warner is next on the 15th slot in the grid, 8th row, the 58 car alongside Ben Roswell in the 17. Row 9 is the 85, Colin Loughlin, alongside Greg Hyatt in the 50. Row 10, Andrew Donaldson in the 77, alongside Paul Wells in the 56. Row 11, Rob Good in the 36, alongside Andy Ebden in the 54. And then the 12th row, the final row of the grid, the 57, Dave Antrobus, alongside John Russell in the 14. So what should be a 24-car grid for this race. It's going to be a half-hour race, just like the one we had for the 420Rs earlier on. And much like the 420Rs, we're expecting a lot of position exchange in this race. Caterham racing typically involves big packs, all exchanging places. Like trading cards on the schoolyard in 2008. So it should be an entertaining race, and I'm looking forward to seeing what can happen here between Gary Smith and Stuart Bell. Smith was 0.2 of a second quicker in qualifying, yes, which by Caterham standards is actually quite a lot. However, of course, with the effect of the slipstream, the small advantages in qualifying are effectively nulled coming into the race. We saw that earlier on in the 420Rs, the front row of the grid. Both had really quite poor races ultimately. So the full field of 7s heading toward the grid for what I believe is a rolling start, half an hour race. This should be a very entertaining race indeed, as I'm sure many of you can attest from here at the circuit or on the live stream that were here for the 420Rs earlier on. We are, however, just starting to see spits of rain, both on the camera and on my window here in the commentary position. So, I'm not sure whether to expect fighting or walking on eggshells here in the first couple of moments of the race as the cars line up 2 by 2 for their rolling start. We've already got a car spun before the start. That's the 142 car of Ian Fortescue that had a spin. Everyone else is okay. Oh, one car into the barrier immediately. That was the number 24 of Ryan Grant. And well, there's an indicator of what the conditions are like out there at the moment. It's extremely treacherous. The remainder of the field head towards the first corner, and there's some argy-bargy and all sorts going on around the circuit. There's spinning and red flags are out as well, so the race is immediately neutralized and everybody slows down to a creep because these conditions have immediately caused a few issues for a few drivers out there on circuit. That did not look fun at all. We had a few more spins at turn 1, but the red flags are out here at the Donington Park circuit. That was not a good start to the race at all. We had 2 cars spin effectively in a straight line, courtesy of the sudden outburst of rain. These cars are on treaded tyres, but sudden rain is sudden rain ultimately, whether you're on slicks or cut tyres. And you see there the 24 of Ryan Grant just being spoken to there by the marshals. Looked like he was in conversation, which is good news. But the session has been stopped. The race has been red flagged. We'll have to see how long the race is red flagged for. Whether or not we get a full race distance, whether or not the race is shortened, we'll have to wait and see. But certainly that was a dramatic start to this Toyo Tyres 7 Race Series encounter. These 1600s, the slightly tamer of the 2 cars that the Toyo Tyres 7 Race Series cater for. Albeit tame being an operative, not being the operative word at all. Got some damage on one of the other cars going through shot there as well, and you can see that the rain really has arrived here. It's hardly teeming down, but certainly conditions are suboptimal, to say the least. You can see there the cars halted briefly at the Robert chicane, and I think they might now be filing back into the pits. So given that the race has been stopped before we've even completed a lap, I suspect we're purely going to get a fresh start with the same grid we had before. That tends to be the protocol there. We'll have to see how long the process is of getting this race back underway. Of course, the first priority is the safety and well-being of Ryan Grant as we wait for this race to get back underway. So we'll have to see, coming into this red flag, just how long it lasts and how much racing these drivers get from their first race of the day. We were running some 15 minutes ahead of schedule, so from the perspective of beating curfew, we do have a lot of time to play with. You see the cars lined up, waiting for the go-ahead. Now the cars being ushered forth then to take the grid. So the ambulance has left the scene, and with Ryan Grant, and hopefully the car can be moved in short order as well, and then we can get back to racing, and hopefully Ryan is a-okay. He'll get checked over. You can see there some of the collateral damage from that attempted start. The 19 car of Stuart Bell appears to have a rear fender missing. And I'm sure there are a few battle scars to be accounted for elsewhere on the circuit too. We had 24 cars. We certainly won't have 24 cars once we get started. I suspect it'll be something like 20 or 21. Not sure whether or not it's still raining out there. I don't see any rain actively hitting my window or indeed the lenses on the cameras out there on circuit. So hopefully the conditions are none too bad out there. You see there, we do have a good build of cloud. That's just looking out from the final chicane. That's the East Midlands Airport. And there's Coppice Bend, which again is very close to the perimeter of East Mids Airport. Any of you who've been here to Donington Park that are watching on the stream, and indeed those of you here today, can attest that we often have a lot of air traffic overhead here at Donington. And you see the recovery crew will no doubt work on moving Ryan Grant's car fairly quickly. A few happy campers up there. I think that's looking over the old hairpin. Good spot to set up the tent. Room with a view. And you can see it's visibly darker. Of course, with the clocks having just changed, the evening and the daylight hours within the evening are a lot more prominent than they were just a couple of weeks ago. And even with that in mind, it suddenly does look a lot more dark and gloomy here at Donington. You see the car being craned now. So hopefully shouldn't be too long before we go racing. Still listed on my screen as a 30-minute race. It's just don't see anything from race control confirming that it wouldn't be. A reminder, the scheduled start time was 25 past the hour, so we do have time to play with. Looks like we've got one of the spectators there with phone in hand, watching the live stream and enjoying the view from the track, which may well become the new normal here at the MSVR events. This is the first time they've streamed a full event here for MSVR. Of course, championships, including GT Cup, have had live streaming before within MSVR programs, and GT Cup, I believe, will be here at Donington Park in a couple of weeks' time. If my memory of their calendar serves me correctly. And sure enough, yes, it's next weekend. I couldn't remember which way round it was. Next weekend here at the Donington Park circuit. We do have the GT Cup Championship with their first run of the 2022 season. I'd argue the most spectacular grid in GT racing in the UK at the moment. Plenty of GT3 and GT4 cars joined by Cup cars and the odd rarity such as Paul Bailey's fabulous Brabham BT62. So if you can get down here to Donington Park next weekend, I'd heartily suggest doing so. A fabulous weekend coming up as well for the Masters race weekend. That's on actually the Easter Friday and Saturday the 16th of April. The Masters race weekend with plenty of historic cars from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and I think either side of that decade window as well. Not the only historic event this week, this month. On the 30th of April and the 1st of May, you have the Donington Historic Festival. So 2 opportunities to soak in some of the iconic cars from decades past coming up at Donington in the next few weeks. The weekend before that, the 23rd and 24th of April, it's a small matter of the British Touring Car Championship, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship on the 23rd and 24th of April here at Donington Park. That will no doubt be a fabulous race meeting too. And then heading into the rest of the season, British Superbikes and British GT in May. The World Superbikes here in July. The British Truck Championship in the middle of August. That should be a great one to attend. Of course, both the Superbikes, the British GT and GT Cup will all be back throughout the year too. And of course, practically every weekend from here through November, you have something exciting to watch here at the Donington Park circuit, be it club racing, cars, bikes, plenty going on here. I also recommend the Duke Rees stage rally in December. I've heard a lot of good things about that event too. So if you don't mind the bracing cold and you like your rallying, maybe come along first weekend of December for that. The Caterhams look like they're about ready to go. The Toyo Tyres 7 Race Series 1600s will take another stab at the half-hour race, given we're still about 5 minutes away from when the race was originally scheduled to start. I do believe we're still intending to get the full half hour out of this. The marshals and officials vacate the grids, and we will be joining or seeing the cars go back out on a second formation lap very shortly indeed. We're going to see some three-point turn action here from the safety car, or is the turning circle good enough? Oh, it was, but I think the drivers decided a three-point turn might be the better solution in the BMW 2 Series. You see there, still seeing occasional wipers from that BMW. No wipers on the Caterhams, which are the telltale indicators of the weather for the other cars. It shouldn't be too long before these cars head off on their formation lap. So the cars head off onto their formation lap. Let's remind you of the grid for this one then. Gary Smith in that 22 car will start on pole position alongside Stuart Bell in the 19. On the second row of the grid, Don Henschel and Luke Rosewell, 62 and 47. Row 3, the 13, Michael O'Reilly alongside Finley Cooper in the 141. Row 4, Jeff Newman in the 79 and Bren Maud in the 55. Row 5 of the grid, the 33, Mark Roberts, and the number 9, Caroline Everett. Row 6 is Ian Fortescue, who spun trying to start the race a little earlier on. He'll be joined by John Styring in the 777. Row 7 will be Chris Savage on his own, of course, because Ryan Grant was the cause of our red flag just a few moments ago. We've seen that car recovered. Row 8, Rob Warner in the 58 alongside the 17 of Ben Roswell. Row 9, the 85, Colin Loughlin alongside Greg Hyatt in the 50, 85 and 50 on row 9. Row 10, Andrew Donaldson, the 77, and Paul Wells in the 56. Row 11, Rob Good in the 36 and Andy Ebden in the 54. Our last row of the grid set to be Dave Antrobus and John Russell in the 57 and 14 cars respectively. So the safety car lights are out and we're about to go for a rolling start once again for this 30-minute race for the Toyo Tyres Race Series, the 1600s, about to take to the track for 30 minutes of racing action. We very much enjoyed the 420Rs earlier. They didn't have what I suspect is still a slightly damp surface to contend with. Let's see how they fare here on attempt number 2. It's Gary Smith on the inside, Stuart Bell on the outside. They're fanning out a little bit, and we are underway. Immediately defensive is Gary Smith because of Don Henschel, who was looking lively on the second row of the grid. 3 wide, almost 4 wide into the first corner. All the way around the outside goes Stuart Bell, and well off the track goes Stuart Bell. Trying to find room is Stuart Bell. The leader, though, as they run down towards the first corner, is Gary Smith, and I believe that is Don Henschel behind him. Through the craners, an old hairpin streams the field then. Looks like the remainder of the cars have all got away cleanly there. There is Gary Smith at the head of the pack though. Being followed, I believe, by... In fact, it might be Michael O'Reilly, might it, in that 13 car. I think I could be mistaken saying that it was Don Henschel. We'll have to wait for the timing screen to confirm. But certainly Gary Smith leading the pack, and it's all fanning out and getting a bit dramatic already as they run down towards the Robert chicane for the first time. How's everyone feeling about the grip? It seems that there's a good level of confidence out there among the drivers. It will be Gary Smith that leads across the line, followed by Bell in the 19. It is Henschel in the 62 there in third place, so I was right to identify it as Henschel. He's looking for second place. Can't quite find a way through. He's followed by Luke Rosewell in fourth place in that 47 car. Does feel almost pointless giving you the order corner to corner because it changes all the time, but that's what we're here for, to bring you this blow for blow. And a little dive up the inside there for fifth place. I believe that was the 55 of Maud making his way up to fifth place. O'Reilly has dropped down then. And there you see the missing wheel arch on the rear right of Stuart Bell's car. Stuart had, I think, a bit of a spin at the first corner on that first start, if memory serves correctly. And here comes the pack down the back straight, and they're fanning out once again. Gary Smith going defensive, Stuart Bell trying to find a way through, and just squeezing for third place there was Don Henschel, so he holds on to P3 for the time being. Now, given the lower speeds of these 1600s, the slipstream isn't quite as potent as the 420Rs earlier on, but as you can see, it's still a very useful tool and one to be used whenever possible. As the 141 car, Finley Cooper there, tried to look to the inside of Maud in the 55 in that battle for 5th and 6th. I believe Cooper has got through there. No, he hasn't actually. I'm looking at that wrong. He's still there in 6th. Bren Maud, who started in 8th place, currently all the way up in 5th. As maybe looking to the inside there, Stuart Bell, or defending maybe more accurately, from Don Henschel behind as they run through McLean's and onwards to Coppice for the third time. Should note that, as suspected, we are getting the full half hour out of this race because we're now practically perfectly on schedule, whereas before we're about 15 minutes early. Going defensive is Gary Smith. Meanwhile, going to the outside, Stuart Bell. Ooh, I thought that maybe Smith there had glanced the barriers. I'm not convinced he didn't glance the barriers there at the chicane, but it didn't affect him too much, seemingly. It's Stuart Bell, though, that now leads. Gary Smith will have something to say about that, though. Looks to the inside line. Can he find a way through? The answer is no. Don Henschel trying to find a way past, and all the squeeze not quite on there for Henschel. Smith making sure he doesn't lose any more positions, having seen Stuart Bell go into the lead. I believe that that's still Luke Rosewell there in 4th place as well in the 47 car. And there you see the top 6 jostling for position. I think a little tiny bit of contact towards the rear end of the top 6. Fastest lap for Jeff Newman, a 1:18.415. He's running in 8th place towards the back of this queue. There you see Jeff in the blue and yellow with the distinctive yellow roll cage. Can't miss that car in a car park. Stuart Bell goes defensive, and it looks like a move could be on for second here from Don Henschel. It could be a move for the lead. That was a mighty dive, and he's managed to get himself up to second place in that 62 car. However, Gary Smith is going to immediately retaliate and immediately move back into second place. So, oh no, actually he hasn't. My apologies. Henschel going for the lead. Can he make it stick into Redgate? Not quite. Everyone giving each other room just as they run out of Redgate through Hollywood and down towards the Craner Curves. Oh, and contact there between Smith. He's going to lose yet another rear fender on that car. He's not going to have any Caterham left by the end of this if he's not careful. That was, I believe, Gary Smith giving him a little nudge. And all of that has put Don Henschel into the lead of the race. It's Henschel from Smith with his flailing wheel arch there. And in third place, it is still Gary Smith. You're kind of almost willing on that wheel arch to just fall off the car at that point. It's horribly distracting watching it flail around. Up the inside is Henschel. Smith has the nose ahead, but he locks up the brakes quite significantly. I wonder if that has anything to do with the wheel arch tapping away on the wheel. It could well. And look at this. Oh, there goes the wheel arch. Evasive action from some of the drivers behind. Eventually the wheel arch gave way. But already down to fourth place is Stuart Bell. He's just fallen behind, I believe that's Michael O'Reilly. No, actually that's Bren Maud, isn't it? Up into fourth position, fifth position, I should say. I want to dive up the inside there. Sorry, though, that's Bren Maud going for second, isn't it? For third, isn't it? My apologies. So Bren Maud is up to fourth place. It's been a very topsy-turvy race so far, but it's Henschel that leads. And, oh, a dive for second from Maud there. So Maud was third and is now second to finally catch up with the race. My apologies. The frantic nature of Caterham racing, sometimes very difficult to keep track of. Henschel is using all of the track and more here, bouncing over the curbs, bouncing over the grass in the 62 car. It is Henschel that leads. And it's now Bren Maud in his wheel tracks. Gary Smith is there in third. And then it's Stuart Bell in fourth place with about half a car left, with both of his rear wheel arches strewn across the countryside. Side by side for the lead once again. And the 62 car is through once again. Don Henschel just about finds a way to keep hold of that lead. I thought Bren Maud might have squeezed him out momentarily. Oh, that was a bit of a dive at the Craner Curves. Really looked to the inside there, did Bren, but did not find the room. I wasn't sure about 2 into 1 going there. They found a way. Bren around the outside. And actually losing time there, I think just ran it a bit wide. Into second place has gone Gary Smith once more. Bren Maud, oh, bouncing all over the grass. Top 10 practically all together. When is that not the case in a Caterham race, I hear you say, and, well, I do agree. Looking to the inside there is Henschel as Smith manages to take the lead. Bren Maud also getting involved in this still. And they're all fanning out, and oh, big contact there between two of them. That was Finley, I believe, that had the issue there. Finley Cooper in the 141, tagging the back of, I believe, Luke Rosewell. And Rosewell lost his bonnet as well as one of his wheel arches there and ended up just tapping the barrier by the looks of it. They should carry on unabated, but goodness me, that's not a nice place to have a spin. Certainly one that you're assisted in having. Safety car is out, so they've judged that they need to pause the race. And so the race will come to a halt, and there is Rosewell. Luke Rosewell there in the 47 car. Unfortunately, with 1/3 of the race complete, we have a safety car. Unfortunately for Luke Rosewell, he's going to take no further part. So then let's talk you through the order as it stands. A good opportunity to clarify who is where with the safety car. The 22 of Gary Smith is our leader once again, having made his way around Don Henschel shortly before the incident there. In third place, behind Don Henschel in the 62, is the 55 of Bren Maud. Then it's the 19 of Stuart Bell in fourth position. Up into fifth is Jeff Newman in the 79. In sixth place is Michael O'Reilly in the 13 car. In seventh position is the number 9 of Caroline Everett. Eighth place is the 777 of John Styring. Ninth position is the 33 of Mark Roberts, which is where he qualified for this, so consistency is key there. And then the 58 car of Rob Warner, currently in 10th place, having qualified 15th. So I'm not expecting an overly long safety car here. I do suspect it might go on for at least one more lap. I don't think it's going to be a one-lap wonder, but it shouldn't distract from the racing too much. Good to see the 142 car back out there. Just caught a glimpse of Ian Fortescue in the pack. Ian, of course, was the driver that had the initial spin on our first attempt at getting the race started amidst an arrival of rain. So definitely at least one more lap to remove that 47 car, as the snatch vehicle has now arrived for Luke Rosewell. BMW with some more miles on it today, no doubt, at the front of the order. You see there the orange heart on the front bumper of that car. One of many ways we celebrate the Orange Army at every given race weekend. Great job that they've been doing today. I don't think there are many posts that have an easy day over the course of an event at Donington. But it is one of the most fabulous circuits in the UK, principally because it is such a challenge. A lot of drivers prefer it in this national configuration to the GP loop. The Melbourne Loop can be an exciting overtaking opportunity as well. Of course, it was here in 1993 that we hosted the European Grand Prix. When Ayrton Senna realised that a shortcut into the pit lane would actually give him the fastest lap of the race. And so famously, he took the shortcut, which you can still see today just alongside the grandstand here at the main straight. So it's just next to the grandstand here. There's a little cut through that used to be the pit entry for the GP loop. Senna realised that it was about 5 seconds quicker, did it during the race at full chat before pit lane speed limits were enforced at circuits, and netted himself the fastest lap on the way to a famous result at the European Grand Prix in 1993. Formula One itself has not returned since, despite efforts to bring it here in 2010. Long before the MSV ownership. But it has remained a fixture of a great many international calendars. World Superbikes, of course, here later this year. Over the years, since that Grand Prix, of course, we've seen the World Touring Car Championship here, we've seen MotoGP here, the FIA GTs were a regular proponent of the calendar in the 2000s. But some of the best racing you'll see anywhere in the world, from any level of motorsport, comes with these Caterhams, and it shouldn't be too long before we see them running again at full chat, with Gary Smith leading the pack. Smith in the 22 car, you see there, warming up his tyres. We'll have to see whether the lights come off the safety car this time. All 22 of the remaining drivers will be keen to get this race back underway. We've got 13 minutes and 35 seconds left to run here. So it's effectively going to reset into a sprint of a dozen minutes or so. Let's see if the safety car lights are on or off as they come down the back straight towards the Roberts chicane. Unfortunately, they are still on. Looks like we're going to get one more lap under safety car. A bit too late to withdraw the safety car now, I think. So yes, at least one more lap. Would suspect just one more lap, but we'll have to wait and see. So we are going to have about 11 minutes left to go, I think, by the time we get this race underway. It's going to be near as makes no difference, a 10-minute sprint, with Gary Smith heading the order. Don Henschel, who started in the second row, led for a little while there in the 62. I'd expect him to try and elbow his way back into the lead before too long. And it's been a good drive from Bren Maud, who's there in third place. Bren, who's done some Ginetta racing in the past. Fourth place there with no rear wheel arches left, Stuart Bell. Fifth place, of course, is the number 79 of Jeff Newman. Fastest lap of the race actually belongs to the car in last, the 141 of Finley Cooper, who of course was the other party in that collision with Luke Rosewell. Finley Cooper has lived to fight on in this race. Well, unfortunately, both Luke Rosewell and his car are now on the sidelines as disgruntled spectators. The lights are out, and we are about to go racing once again, with Gary Smith leading the way, bouncing over the curbs before they've even officially gone green. We are now racing once again with dead on 11 minutes left to go. And a good start from Smith has given him a gap back to Henschel, who's been swallowed up there by that 55 of Bren Maud. Bren Maud through into second. Stuart Bell on the offensive as well, trying to find a way up into third place at the expense of Bren Maud. But Gary Smith here, with a masterful restart, has maybe not quite broken the slipstream, but given himself a nice little comfortable buffer for the next little while at least. And he'll be praying that Don Henschel and the rest of the field have a little bit of a skirmish now. And if they do, that could give Gary Smith what he needs to disappear off into the distance. Look at the fight there between Henschel and Maud. Maud just about had his nose in second place. They're side by side with Henschel on the inside as they turn through Coppice. Everyone just about making it through in 2x2 formation there Inside line for Henschel, outside line for Maud, and Stuart Bell wanting to get involved as well. Bren Maud just about reclaims second place there ahead of Henschel. Then it's Bell. And who's that now up into 5th place? Is that O'Reilly? Yes, it is. The 13 car up into P5. Side by side once again between Henschel and Maud. And it's the 62 car through into second place. And he's going to want this fight to stop because up ahead, now 2 seconds clear, is Smith in the 22 car. Smith is disappearing up the road. And once you've broken the toe in a Caterham race, sometimes Bob is in fact your uncle. Almost side by side between the two at the old hairpin though. Bren Maud not giving up and not giving way in the slightest. Don Henschel will be begging for the opportunity to just try and chase Gary Smith, who's absolutely the hare at the front of the order. A 1:17.577, the fastest lap. You saw the graphic on screen there. So Smith setting purple laps with no competition. Everything is coming up Smith at the moment. Field fans out as they run down towards the Robert chicane. Stuart Bell looks to the inside. Bren Maud fires back at Henschel once more. They bounce over the curb. They thoroughly get in each other's way and slither around on the still slippery surface there at the chicane. And look at this, fanning out almost to 4 wide. It's going to be Bren Maud that just about holds on to second. A dive up the inside from Jeff Newman. Goodness me. They just about found room for each other there. Don Henschel and Jeff Newman almost came to blows there. They're still side by side as they run through the craners. Newman has to concede. Don Henschel holds on to 3rd place. And now it could be Bren Maud's opportunity to distance himself from the pack. Although I don't think he's quite far away enough. In fact, absolutely not. Even just on the run to McLean's, it's clear that that is not happening. Bren Maud in 2nd place. Already 3.5 seconds back from our leader, Gary Smith. Smith with that very well-timed restart has pulled off a masterstroke here. Meanwhile, Henschel and Maud once again side by side, and Henschel just locking up a bit there and getting all sorts of crossed up coming through the Robert chicane. Easily done there. Some strange cambers at play around Roberts. And up into 3rd place by the looks of it is going to go Jeff Newman. Dives up the inside, but Henschel is going to fire back. Bren Maud will be egging them all on behind him as he tries to once again break away in 2nd place. Henschel holds on to 3rd for the time being, ahead of Newman. Then in 5th place, I believe that's still O'Reilly. Certainly not lacked action since we went back to green flag conditions. And Henschel really is wringing the neck of his Caterham. There in 3rd position, he's trying to close back in on Bren Maud, I suspect, but those pesky other drivers keep making him defend. Once again, they fan out on the approach to the Robert chicane. Jeff Newman tries for the outside, then the inside, and eventually tucks in behind the 62 of Henschel. Bren Maud has been closed up on there. He's kind of rejoined the pack in that 2nd place now. The slipstream on the run down to Roberts was too much. And Bren Maud has not managed to break away in quite the same fashion as Gary Smith. And in fact, here comes Henschel trying to find a way past on the inside at both elements of the Craner curves, but on neither occasion does it work. Firmly across the curbing there at the old hairpin. Just over 5 minutes left to run, and really anyone in the picture here could be 2nd place at the end. Going to take quite the Herculean effort to beat the man that just went through camera, though, Gary Smith, as the cars come out from behind the crest in this battle for second. It's Bren Maud, who started 8th, currently in 2nd place, but he's going to have a wide Caterham to still be there by the time we get to Redgate. He's done half the job, or has he? Because here comes Henschel up the inside and into 2nd place once more. And oh, Newman, he's done very well to keep that in a straight line, but does he keep it off the barriers? Just about. Goodness me, I thought for sure he was going to collect the barriers there. I thought he was going to be in a full rotation as well. Credit to him for still having the car pointing in the right direction as he approaches Redgate. But Jeff Newman has firmly fallen out of that battle now. Some smoke, tyre smoke, coming off the back of the 62 of Don Henschel now. That's nasty, that is. That will rub the tyre down quite quickly. You can see there it's becoming more of a handful by the looks of it, as Bren Maud, side by side with O'Reilly, I believe that is. So I think maybe something happened off camera at Redgate while we were looking at the moment for Jeff Newman. And it looks as though Bren Maud's front left tyre is a bit worse for wear as well. It's looking like it's not quite straight and true. I think you can anticipate what kind of collision happened between them, as picking his way through and up into 2nd is O'Reilly in the 13. Bren Maud gets through into 3rd. I do believe these two must have made contact down at turn 1 based on the damage they have. Bren Maud with an issue with his left front and right rear problems for Henschel. Henschel, if he gets to the end of this race, I think he's going to have a bald right rear tyre. Around the outside there goes, I believe that's Roberts in the 33, who we haven't really mentioned. Goodness me, he's sideways there. I think Roberts might actually be the car that had that damage before the red flag, or at the red flag point, and ended up coming back from the pit lanes. If that's the case, Roberts has come from the very back of the order. I can't say for certain, but it was certainly a blue and white striped car. And if so, Roberts has put in a fabulous performance to be up here at the sharp end. While we continue to watch these leading cars, Smith is already 7.1 seconds further up the road. There is Gary Smith. He starts his penultimate lap now. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack comes steaming through now. It's O'Reilly in 2nd place. And notice that the Henschel car has stopped smoking so wildly now. So I think the wheel arch has finally kind of worn itself down, as Roberts has a bit of a skittish moment there and falls back behind Henschel as a result. Oh, I spoke too soon, maybe a little bit on the tyre rub, but it's not as profound as it was. Henschel, oh, with lots of oversteer to contend with once again at the old hairpin. Looks to me as though both O'Reilly and Maud, particularly O'Reilly, are something like secure in their podium positions. This battle for 4th place continues though, with Roberts currently there in 4th, Henschel looking to the inside as they run through Coppice. Jeff Newman is there. And so is, I believe, Everett in the number 9, who's himself got some appendages flapping in that number 9 car. Had a bit of a mistake there into Roberts, but continues on. Final lap of the race then. O'Reilly doing a great job there in 2nd place. Bren Maud is in P3 and looks fairly secure himself. Through the crane as they go. This field really has kind of spread a little bit over the last couple of laps. Bren Maud under pressure from Roberts, who has cleared the challenge from behind. Some lap traffic to contend with there, but no issues for anybody by the looks of it. Our leader already firmly on the back straight. There he is, Gary Smith, with a masterclass in safety car restarts. Has given himself the advantage, which translates into the win. He will cross the line to take victory. O'Reilly should join him on the podium in second, but who will be in third place as they emerge from the chicane for the final time? It's going to just about be Maud, I think, or no, I'm not sure who got that. That's going to come down to a photo finish, I think. I would say Bren Maud just about got it. The timing screen at present agrees by just 0.08 of a second. However, I'm sure they'll have a look at that and make sure that that's the case. It was a good effort from Mark Roberts, but I think he may have just been pipped to the podium there. Gary Smith didn't so much pip anyone to the victory. He cruised there ultimately. The 22 car driven exceptionally well. Great pack racing before the safety car came out with Gary Smith. Wasn't always at the very sharp end of the order, but was always there or thereabouts in the top 5 pushing on. And you see here there's some of the beeps from the drivers going around. There's Henschel with his rather mangled rear bodywork on the right-hand side of that car. But to finish my point on Gary Smith, great racing before the safety car, and then he took full advantage of that safety car restart and just drove off in the 22. Launched at the perfect time and ultimately finished with 7.2 seconds of advantage compared to the rest of the pack, which is not unheard of in Caterham racing, but it's certainly a rare and significant advantage over the chasing pack. He wins the race, and he gets to talk to Alan Hyde.
Certainly does, and just getting the gloves off, and it gets chillier as the afternoon continues. Off comes the helmet, the balaclava, and I wonder, is Gary going to pop out of the car, or oh no, I can come down and join you because then I can lean by the exhaust, which is nice and warm. Absolutely brilliant use of the restart, Gary. That really worked in your favour, didn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to play it, and I just thought I'd get it from the last chicane and just go. And they were caught napping, I think. So
the key with Caterhams is breaking the toe. You did it to perfect effect. I want to take you back to the first start when the little drops of rain came really just at the wrong point, didn't they?
Yeah, straight into turn one. I think the whole car snapped sideways, and yeah, I didn't know where I was going to go from there. But you know, obviously it was straight red flag, so we didn't get to find out. But
and then safety car during the race, you have to keep the concentration. You never quite know how long it's going to be.
Yeah, I was looking at the car down on there. The guy looked okay, and he was pushing it back. So just trying to judge when they're going to call it in. So yeah, exactly. Trying to keep everything warm and ready to go.
I tell you what, it's just as well that you got that little advantage because behind you, what a battle!
Really, was it carnage?
Just wonderfully close.
Yeah, no, I was part of that for the first part, and it was intense.
It was superb, absolutely brilliant. Well done, many congratulations, and thanks for talking to us, Gary. Gary Smith, a winner down in pit lane.
Big congratulations to Gary Smith on a very well played race there in the Toyota 7 Race Series 1600s. He finished ahead of Michael O'Reilly, Bren Maud on the podium, Mark Roberts and Don Henschel rounding out the top 5 ahead of Jeff Newman, Caroline Everett, who did well there to come home 7th, Stuart Bell eventually fell back to 8th place, John Styring and Rob Warner rounding out the top 10. Chris Savage, the man from Fareham, taking 11th place. Big congratulations to him, my new neighbour, as it were, and hello to his sister, who I know is watching as well. Andrew Donaldson in 12th, Ian Fortescue in 13th, Finley Cooper recovered to 14th after being knocked to the back with that collision earlier in the race. Paul Wells, Colin Loughlin, Ben Roswell, Greg Hyatt, Andy Ebden and Dave Antrobus rounding out our top 20. Rob Good in 21st crosses the line ahead of John Russell, who finished a lap down. Luke Rosewell, the other party in that collision with Finley. And of course, Ryan Grant didn't take the start in our second running of that race after his incident on the main straight at our first attempt at a start. But that's it for today, at least, for the Toyo Tyres 7 race series. Still one more race to come for us, though. We'll be back with you in just a couple of seconds with the final race of the day from the Porsche Club Championship. So then there we are. The Porsches are out on the grid for what will be our final race of the day. It's going to be an all-Strasser front row once again with Peter Morris alongside Chris Dyer. Peter Morris in the number 2, the 997, and Chris Dyer alongside him in the number 9 Cayman. Row 2, is Kevin Molyneux there? No, he's not. I don't think, is he? I don't think Kevin Molyneux... No, he doesn't appear to be there in that 33, unfortunately. No, he's not. So we saw his engine go earlier, seemingly, and that's the end of that. James Cayley is on the second row on his own, then, in effect, in 4th place. In 5th is Simon Clark in the 23. Kevin Harrison in the 16 is next on row number 3. Richard Ellis will be there on row number 4. He's joined by Bill Cayley in the 80 car, the Cayman. Andrew Muggeridge is 9th in the 17 car on row number 5. And James Coleman, the first of the Class 2 drivers, the 47 car, lining up 10th overall. Row 6, Colin Tester in the 99 and Angus Archer in the 70. Row 7, Neil Delargy in the 62 alongside Oliver Chatham in the 69. Row 8, Paul Simpson in 15th in the 88 alongside Andrew Porter in the 44, a row of multiples there. Row 9, Paul Seagrave in the 45 and Carl Hazelton in the 24. Row 10 is Trevor Lewis in the 30 and Julian Morris in the number 10. And the 11th and final row, Vince Blacker in the 64, and the hastily readied former car of Richard Forber is now Richard Forber's car again for this race. Bolted the slicks on it instead of the treaded tyres it would have run last year, and he's good to go, and he'll try and get a good result out of this from the very back of the grid. in 22nd place. So then I am once again joined by Paul Jerd from Porsche here, and well, if that Boxster race we had a little while ago is anything to go by, I'm desperately hoping we get some more wheel-to-wheel in this one, because that was a fabulous race earlier.
That's right, and we had lots of novices out in that, and these are the experienced old hands, so I'm hoping for great things, and they'll be inspired by what was absolutely a stunning race earlier on. And you know, I had the fortune of chatting to everyone after who all thoroughly enjoyed it. A few things to watch from this. You mentioned Richard Forber. He's had a clutch problem on his race car. This is his Boxster Cup car from last season with slicks bolted on it. Essentially, everyone was given the option of saying no, we don't want him to do that, but no one minded at all. So he's allowed to race from the back of the grid, but has spent absolutely no time on slicks, not even in his normal car, let alone in this car. So you can see him weaving in the background there, just trying to get a little bit of heat into it. And yeah, ready to rock.
So they're not quite the full quota of 22 cars that we expected. The most notable absence is Kevin Molyneux on the second row of the grid. Hopefully he can be back out later in the season. But for now, we are about ready for the red lights to go on for the final time here today at Donington Park for 25 minutes of Porsche Club Championship action. Red lights on. Red lights off, we're underway. Looks like a good start from Peter Morris on this occasion. He bogged down in the first race, no such issues in race number 2. A good start from Andrew Muggeridge further back as well in the 17 car, but it is Peter Morris that starts the best and leads into the first corner. And I think a good start from Bill Cayley as well. I think he was up in 4th place very, very briefly. And all telltale signs of rain there. That's going to be bad on these slick tyres. You can see the rain falling on the screen. Let's hope that everybody gets through the Craner curves and the old hairpin without incident. It's going to be very tricky on these slick tyres. You can see the rain falling on the live stream pictures, and if you're here at Donington and at this section of the circuit, you'll know that the rain is falling. It seems to be pretty much exclusively at the back section of the circuit. And an issue there for Peter Morris. Peter Morris, I think, had a spin, and Morris has dropped down just behind Bill Cayley there. So Peter Morris in the leading car has had a bit of a drama. Now the question is, as everyone continues to fight the conditions here, are people going to pit for slicks? Through into the lead, and you can hear cheers from fans. Simon Clark has got himself into the lead in the 996. He leads the way. Now, will people pit? It looks very dry around this section of circuit, so I can't imagine they will. The wipers will go on shortly, though, as Simon Clark fights tooth and nail with Chris Dyer. Dyer doesn't know which way to go as they approach Redgate for the first time of asking. Dyer tries to go around the outside. Good run to this point in the race from Bill Cayley, up in 5th overall. He was there with the Group 2 cars at the start of race 1. He's doing very well in race number 2. You can see the rain again as they come down through Craner and the old hairpin. These cars, remember, are on slicks. This is very treacherous going. Car control par excellence from the 23 of Simon Clark there. Lest we forget, he started 5th, and that was an issue for the older Cayley, I believe that was. James Cayley in the number 11 car, the 997. We just briefly got a shot of that car on the grass coming out of the old hairpin. So that car's fallen through the order.
I think it's very, very much wet in certain places, isn't it?
It is. It's 50-50.
Certainly up at Coppice and onto the back straight, it looks dry. So really, really testing for these guys on slicks. And there is absolutely no point them coming to change. A pit stop's going to take them 5 minutes or so.
Right,
You've got five studs per wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't do pit stops, basically. If we do go rain, then I suspect the race would get stopped.
Yes, that's the most likely scenario then. But at the moment, it's 50-50 conditions. I tell you what, Simon Clark will be delighted with what's going on here. I'm sure he'll be driving through the seat of his pants, and he'll have much more pressing things on his mind. But there may be a little wry smile in the fact that he's leading this race, albeit with Chris Dyer close in his wheel tracks. Now, in these semi-slick conditions, I would suspect that the Cayman could do better. Although, having said that, commentators cursed him. He's through into the gravel and spins it towards the old hairpin. He will gather the car up. but he has been demoted to third place. There are other cars going off as well. There were 2 more cars further back, 2 of the Boxsters going off, and I think Simon Clark has had an issue there as well. He must have had a half spin. There's spins going all over
Class
the
2
place.
leader James Coleman.
James Coleman, who won Class 2 earlier on today. It's getting very treacherous out there. I think there were a lot of spins down through the old hairpin and the Craner curves. And up into second place has gone Bill Cayley.
Which is fantastic driving in only his second race now in Class 1, having jumped into the Boxster that's Simon Clark. So Simon Clark's leading, and that's his old car from last year, now running second. But I think there's actually Pete Morris now recovering and up to third.
Yes, Pete Morris recovering from his moment on the first lap. Seemed like it was a half spin from what we saw on the live pictures. Fourth place then is Chris Dyer, and rounding out the top 5 is a 16 car of Kevin Harrison. Dyer goes defensive, and this section of the circuit seems to be bone dry. The wipers are still going, but it doesn't seem that treacherous. It's when they get here to the Craners that things start to get a bit edge of seat, and I hope he hasn't hit the barriers. That's the 62 car down at the final chicane. Neil Delage having a moment, and you see it's still wet here, it's still tricky here, it's still Bill Cayley, I should say, in second place in the Cayman.
Big twitch there from Pete Morris, but I think he now knows what those conditions are like. And I have to say that Simon Clark out front, he's arriving first. You know, he's discovering what the conditions are like, but he is starting to ease away. A lot of his sponsors here today, hence the big cheer earlier on. Okay. So, yeah, really showing his mettle in these tricky conditions.
Yeah, absolutely the case. He has had, I think, a little bit of a near spin, if not a full spin, on the run where Starkey's Bridge used to be. But that aside, he's been very clean out there, and look at him. Quite the significant margin. It was 1.9 seconds last time across the line between himself and Bill Cayley. I think that's gone up and into fourth, but immediately into a spin.
Kevin Harrison
goes the number 16 car. Yes, Kevin Harrison. I thought he might have just about got it stopped, but the rear end had other ideas, and the 996 spins out of the top 5. Bill Cayley being followed by Peter Morris. Morris going defensive there as Chris Dyer trying to go all the way around the outside in the Cayman. Yes, he does. The Cayman a bit more sure-footed as a mid-engined car potentially in these treacherous conditions. Through the Craners they go once again. It's a track of 2 halves.
I think the rain is creeping towards us. We now have rain on the window here in the commentary box, which we didn't a lap or so ago.
Okay, so that means more and more of the circuit is being engulfed. We can see a rainbow developing as well by the Craner curves, actually, from our vantage point here in the commentary box. And look at the twitching going on there for Bill Cayley.
That was a fantastic control from Bill, because it doesn't look much here, but in the car, that is heart in the mouth moment.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The fighting, the soaring at the wheel that he will have done there to make those little micro corrections should not be underestimated. Fluid on the camera lens here at the chicane as well, as Dyer goes defensive. He's got himself up into second place then, and Bill Cayley just too long on the brakes there, I think, and he's demoted to 4th place there. But he keeps the car under control. Chris Dyer up into 2nd, and Peter Morris into 3rd place.
That's right, in 7th overall we've got Colin Tester now heading the Boxsters in only his 2nd Boxster race.
Yes, and he's still just about in the back of shot with these guys, so the rain is often an equaliser, and we're seeing that again. The Boxsters aren't losing anything like as much time, at least the front-running Boxsters, to the Class 1 cars. Also, the Boxsters running within Class 2.
Yeah, we mentioned Richard Forber from the back of the grid. Now, he's actually, having said that, he's just fallen down. I was just about to talk him up, and he hasn't come round. But, yeah, that is the baptism of fire out on slicks on a wet track for your first outing.
Absolutely, yes. He's, I think he's yet to cross the line, having fallen 5 places. Hopefully his car isn't in too bad of a position as we continue on. And at the moment, Clark is continuing on with a mighty advantage. It was 4.2 seconds last time across the line. Wonder if it's gone up again. One suspects that it might not have done, actually, because it does look about equidistant, if not maybe slightly in favour of Dyer. We'll have to see as they come across the line again. And Chris Dyer was really pushing the limits there. I wasn't sure he was going to get that car stopped. I think 5 metres later, and he would have been straight on there.
That's very much the look of a driver who's not racing for second, is it? He is trying to reel that leader in.
And sure enough, 3.5 seconds now the gap, so he's taken time out of Clark that time by. He's taken about 7/10 out of the gap between himself and the 23 of Simon Clark. And of course, it was here a few laps ago where Chris Dyer did a full pirouette and a visit to the grass and the gravel, and yet he's still here in second place, using the Cayman's strength to his advantage.
Does look like the rain has eased on that part of the track, but it's not exactly if we've got to have a bright sunny day. There's not a lot of track temperature that's actually going to dry very, very quickly.
No, exactly. I think it's going to be greasy for the remainder of this race. And again, big shout to Bill Cayley, who's doing a great job there in 4th place, has fallen away from the 2 Strasser cars a little bit, but we still have to acknowledge how well he's doing. Simon Clark, best lap of 17.947. That's before the rain started to make an impact. Now the times are notably slower in the mid-120s.
That's right, he's substantially slower now. Again, Chris Dyer really has got that look of intent about him. He's easing away from teammate Pete Morris, who you'd expect to be very experienced in these conditions.
And actually, to your point about the rain looking like it's easing up, we're back under the 120s, at least for the top 2. A 1:19.794 that time by for Clark, so he's getting closer to the pace he showed earlier on. And Dyer in second, also in the 1:19s. Oh, but Dyer just had a snap of oversteer there. Very well held, sir. That was a little campaign from the tyres, and oh, he's had a bigger moment coming out of the old hairpin, and the grass is slick. Oh, he just taps the wall. He shouldn't have too much damage there, but as you rightly said, he was not racing for second there in the slightest, and well, eventually that cost him. I think just pushed it a shred too far, and it looked like the rain was a bit more intense that time by compared to just a minute and a half ago as well. So I think a little bit more rain hammering that time. The traction just broke free from Dyer.
Although it does, I have to say, it looks like Simon Clark in only his second outing in this new car. Just looks like he's driving on a different track to everyone else.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. He was one of only 2 drivers to get under the 120s last time by, the other driver being Chris Dyer, and we just saw what happened to him this time by, a 120.8, so that backs up my theory that the rain was a bit worse there at the old hairpin that time, but he's still better part of a second quicker than Pete Morris that time by. And Bill Cayley is up to 3rd position.
Fantastic, he's going to be so pleased with that. I did ask him earlier in the day if he was under orders not to beat his father, but obviously he can go for it.
Yes, doing a great job there in 3rd position. In 4th place is Richard Ellis. Richard Ellis having a good run at the moment in 4th position, just ahead of the elder Cayley, James Cayley in the 11 car, who had his own moments, but I think saying they've had moments is somewhat redundant in this race. I think everyone's had at least one in these horribly difficult conditions. In 6th place, I'll say as well, good drive for Muggeridge. The 17, Andrew Muggeridge, having a good run in 7th place at the moment.
And another driver out in a new car for himself. He was a Class 2 contender last year.
Absolutely. Tester is up to 7th position. He's actually just ahead of Kevin Harrison at the moment. Tester in the 99 car is, of course, the leader in Class 2 at the moment in the Boxster. Rounding out the top 10 is 2 more Boxsters in Class 2, that being the 88 of Paul Simpson and the number 70 of Angus Archer. Just heard a spin, I think, potentially ahead of the race leader over at Redgate. Potentially we might have had a bit of a spin for somebody, but we haven't caught that on camera. We certainly heard some tyres squealing, and both myself and Paul flinched here in the commentary box. Let's see if there's anyone around there. No, I thought it might have been here at Redgate that there was a spin, but no evidence of one.
There was definitely the sounds of tyre distress.
Yes, indeed. Not seeing any evidence of people particularly falling through the order, though. So if there was a spin, it didn't cost anyone too much time. Side by side, as Colin Tester, I believe that is, going side by side with the 17 of Mugridge. Yeah. So Mugridge having to fight for his 6th overall there and seemingly losing out to Tester. So Colin Tester into the overall top 6 in his Class 2 car, running very well in the wet conditions, but no one is mastering the wet quite like this man.
It's almost as if no one's told Simon Clark that it's wet.
So sorry, slicks lose grip in the wet. Yeah. Oh, okay, I'll bear that in mind for next time, you'll say.
Although one thing that, as Vince Blacker slowing, unfortunately, just letting the lead group past. One thing that is causing Simon Clark problems, though, if you notice, as he's coming down the pit straight, he's shielding his eyes with his hand. The low sun, as they are racing straight into it, is starting to cause them issues.
Yes, indeed. And an unlucky rejoin there for the number 30 Boxster. Comes out right ahead of Bill Cayley between the battle for 2nd and 3rd there, but rejoins the circuit. That's Trevor Lewis coming back out onto track. Highly experienced driver. I'm sure he dealt with that as best he could.
And to say Bill Cayley now actually has James Cayley behind him, so it's father starting to close back in on son.
Yes, the lap time for James last time was about 0.6 of a second faster. The gap between them is 5.3, so I have to see whether James has time to close in on Bill, but you'd suspect that maybe it's certainly within the realms of possibility. One thing that does seem unlikely at this stage, though, is Pete Morris closing in on Clark. In fact, I would say that Pete Morris is being closed in on here by Bill Cayley, because the gap was 1.8 seconds last time they crossed the start-finish line, and as they come down towards the Roberts chicane once again, that's obviously not a 1.8 second gap. Either Morris has put a foot wrong somewhere, or Bill Cayley has had a stunner of a lap. We'll see when they cross the line, but nonetheless, that gap has gone down.
Bill Cayley looks to even have more grip, or just actually more confidence about the grip that's out there at this part of the race.
Yeah, Bill has actually just set his fastest lap of the race thus far, a 1:19.366. Meanwhile, fastest lap of the race, point blank, to our race leader Clark in the 23. So Clark is going faster and faster. He's now going quicker than anyone has done all race long, including himself. So Simon Clark really back in the groove now. It seems like the moisture is no longer actively falling. So that's good news. It's still going to be greasy out there on circuit, but hopefully an easier thing to manage on these Pirelli slicks at this stage. And well, we've had plenty of exciting races today. We've had plenty of drama today. And this final race of our day here today at Donington Park has been quite the dramatic one thus far. We've still got 8 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. We've already had about 3 seasons worth of weather, about 4 seasons worth of spins for drivers, and I could go on, but I can't think of any more analogies.
I think you're exactly right. I don't remember this amount of spins all of last season.
Yeah.
And then we've wrapped it up in literally the first half of one race. Bill Cayley now right with Pete Morris.
Yes, I think this could be on in the next couple of corners if Bill Cayley gets a good run towards Redgate. I don't think he's going to quite manage a way around the outside here with Pete Morris defending in the 997 there. The number 2 car in second place, but for how much longer? And look at that, Cayley's so much more brave through Redgate there. Morris just did not commit to the grip at all. As you rightly said, Bill Cayley with a lot more confidence in his Cayman. But that 997, it's a wide, imposing car, and Pete Morris knows how to defend. That's an understatement.
Pete Morris has done thousands of laps of Donington Park, as we commented earlier. He won Class 1 in this championship back in 2002, so that's 20 years ago. And he's been racing every season since, not always in this series, but in Britcar and British GT, and this is his favourite track, and he knows it backwards.
Yes, I think he even raced a full-bore Porsche 911 GT2. Up against the likes of Chrysler Vipers and Lister Storms at one point in British GT. So he's driven a vast array of Porsches over the years. He certainly did quite a lot in the Cup cars in British GT in the mid-2000s. And Pete Morris continues on here in second place. Cayley not as close this time as they come back out onto the main straight. So either Pete Morris has just found a little more bravery and realised how dry the circuit now is, or Bill Cayley is just slightly falling off.
I think almost Bill Cayley has actually shown Pete Morris how much grip there is now.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Bill has set a 118.809 that time, and Pete Morris actually set a 118.1, his new personal best. The fastest driver out there on circuit, though, is James Cayley, who is firmly getting involved now. Bill Cayley is going to have to soon watch the mirrors, because this is beginning to look like a 3-car scrap. James Cayley with a 1:16.240 last time, the quickest lap of the race from anybody, including our leader, who is just coming through towards the last chicane now. He is all on his own, some 18 seconds clear of the chasing pack. But let's take a look back to Pete Morris if we can, because he is in the midst of battle here. There goes Clark down the main straight, and here is the battle for third place. Cayley on Cayley, and that was made very easy there. I don't know about whether or not there are team orders there, but it certainly didn't seem as though that Cayman was at full chat for Bill down the back straight.
That was totally unopposed, and if Bill is recognising that his dad is that much faster, he's possibly just letting him go. So that's a young man who knows who pays for his racing.
Exactly, and well, look at the time between the two of them. I mean, a 1:15.817 for Cayley, who continues to set the circuit alight beneath his Pirellis at the moment. 5.5 minutes to go, and Cayley could well challenge for second here. I think it's a bridge too far to expect an 18-second gap to go away over the next 5 minutes or so to the leader. But let's keep an eye on that battle for second between Morris and Cayley, because that is very interesting indeed between the two of them. There's our leader, Simon Clark, in the 996. As you said, he's got his sponsors here, he's got family and friends here, and they're all lapping this up. There's the battle for second place, though. Let's keep an eye on that. Those are the two important ones just in the back of shot there, the two 997s, the number 2, the number 11. These are the battlers at the moment, the two Porsche 997 cars, the C2s, the base spec 997s, both being used very well, but James Cayley has found the edge here on this circuit. I'm interested to see what kind of time he sets this time. It was a mere 1:16.157, which was a mere second faster than Pete Morris on that particular lap. The gap between the two of them is within a second. It was 8/10 when they crossed the line. Now the question is, will Pete Morris again observe the pace of a Cayley behind him and pick up the tempo himself, realising what kind of grip is now available?
It's going to be very, very interesting. He's got that marker out. The Pete Morris pushing hard, just saw the back of that car almost step out on him. But James Cayley has been banging in these laps for lap after lap. It's obviously very, very confident in the grip levels and how much tyre and car he's got under him.
Yes, so Morris taking a measured drive here. He's got some lap traffic ahead, and that lap traffic very quickly moving itself out of the way. As, I think this could be the moment for Cayley, you know. That wasn't the best run through Coppice for Pete Morris. 3.5 minutes to go. Can Pete Morris withstand the pressure as they run towards the Robert chicane? Cayley looks to the outside. Morris in control for the time being. But James Cayley pushes on, presses on. You see there the 62 car recovering as well. Neil Delage had a spin earlier on. Good to see that he's still running in the third of the 997s here. But we focus on the two fighting for second place. Going defensive there is Peter Morris, and James Cayley firmly on the offensive. Gets a way better run out of Redgate, and as they plunge down through the Craners for what is the 17th time in this race, one gets the feeling that it's only a matter of time if Cayley can find his way through. However, that's easier said than done on a wily defensive driver, someone with 25 years of Porsche racing and Porsche motorsport experience in the form of Peter Morris, who's bucking and weaving like no tomorrow as they head towards McLean's. Both of these drivers are pushing. It's very clear to the human eye.
Very, very much so. Pete Morris knows exactly where to put that car, and he's really seems to be able to just deny sometimes I think James Cayley, just that exit from the corners that he wants to get that run. They're now on this long run down the straight, and Pete will be so precise as to where he puts that 997.
Yeah, absolutely. Making sure he has the middle of the road, making sure there aren't many viable options for James Cayley as they enter onto what will be their penultimate lap of the race. And Cayley looks left, looks right, stays right. Not close enough though for a move into turn 1. Pete Morris, I think, there was very late on the brakes indeed. And they've got lap traffic ahead of them, and it's not just a Boxster with a straight line speed disadvantage, it's another 997, so this could get a little bit tricky as Neil Delargy looms large in the windshield of Morris, and Morris just mercilessly dived up the inside of the 62 there. That was lap traffic, but that was still an incredible move. But has he cost himself time and, more importantly, momentum on the run to McLean's? The answer is certainly yes, but can James Cayley take advantage? This is the penultimate lap of the race. We've got 1 minute and 15 to go. The leader is well clear, but this battle for second place is truly enthralling, and Morris is on the full defensive now. James Cayley all the way around the outside as they run through Coppice and down the back straight. It's a drag race, and guess what? They're mechanically identical. So who's going to get there first? I'm not quite sure. Morris has the inside, Cayley has the nose ahead, and Morris holds on to second for the time being. James Cayley is not going to take that lying down. He's not going to take that for an answer. We're going on to the final lap of the race. There's the 17 car. Andy Muggeridge has been pushing hard in this race, and unfortunately Andy Muggeridge having a spin there right at the end. And I'll tell you what, sticking with them is that number 62 of Neil Delargy. He's learning, and I think James Cayley has a problem. James Cayley slowed there coming out of Redgate. Yes, look, Cayley. Oh, it's so unfortunate. James Cayley seemingly with some sort of issue there.
To hand third back to his son.
Potentially so. Yes, I mean, he was pushing hard as could be there, and it seems as though something underneath him has just said, I don't know about this, maybe back off. But coming towards the last chicane for the final time as the clock ticks to 0 is Simon Clark in the number 23. He was the most sure-footed of all, trying to make slicks work on a damp surface, and it pays dividends. The number 23 Porsche 996 takes the win, and a jubilant Simon Clark crosses the line for victory. Second place will go to Pete Morris. It seems as though James Cayley is back up to speed, albeit too little too late. He's going to be a distant third now as Pete Morris crosses the line in second position. Flash of the headlights from Pete Morris, a well-deserved second place. Frankly, all of the positions well deserved in these conditions today at Donington Park. James Cayley crosses the line third. It will be the younger Cayley Bill just about in fourth, although he was being rapidly chased down by Harrison in the 16 car. Just about takes fourth position.
That's right, fantastic battle, and Colin Tester 7th overall. And winning Class 2, but second in Class 2, James Coleman, who we saw take a huge, great slide across the grass early in the race.
Yes, Coleman would just be crossing the line now, and in fact was making up time hand over fist over Colin Tester at the closing stage of that race. 3 seconds the gap shrunk down on the final lap. There go the Porsches at the Boxsters through. So Tester 7th overall and taking the Boxster S victory in that Class 2. Coleman in 8th place overall, taking second in that Class 9th. Simpson rounding out the podium for the Boxsters. But the man who will have either the biggest smile on his face or the most tense body language in this part of the country will be Simon Clark. I'm sure he will be breathing heavy after that one, but he deserves that win. That was a masterful display from him on the slick tyres. He will trundle down to meet our interviewer now, and this is the interview I'm most keen to hear from you, Alan Hyde, because goodness me, what a race that was and what conditions they faced.
You can stay where you are if you like. You can stay or you can get out. It's up to you. Well, Simon's just asking me if he's going to get out of the car or stay in the car, and he's elected to get out of the car, but I could see the eyes were smiling, Simon, that's for sure. Pop your helmet off if you could, just so we can get a quick word with you. Gloves come off first of all, and the helmet will come off as well. But as soon as he came into the pit lane, I could see the eyes were absolutely elated with that, and it was a very, very good race. You had to make the most of the conditions at the start of the race that caught so many out, and you did it perfectly.
I wasn't without drama, to be honest. I caught a couple of massive tank slappers down Croney curves. So, but yeah, it was difficult because the conditions were different everywhere.
Was it expected?
I think the weather was expected to come in a bit, but the challenging thing was the sun was so low, it was quite difficult to actually see whether the surface was greasy in some parts or just the sunlight was reflecting on it. But yeah.
I was also thinking, if there's one part of Donington Park that's going to be dry and another one wet, the one you would least like to be wet is down through the Crater Curve.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was fairly hairy the first time round. It was basically wet here, which was tricky. Car was squirreling under braking. It was wet turn 1, 2, 3, old hairpin, but then it wasn't so bad the rest of it. But yeah, but you didn't know how quickly it was going to change.
That was absolutely supreme. Quite right, you'll have that smile on your face for the rest of the day, won't you?
Yeah, it'll carry me home, that's for sure.
Absolutely brilliant, Simon. Many congratulations. Simon Clark, our final winner of day one of a 2-day meeting here with MSVR at Donington Park.
Okay, so there we go, our final race of the day. What a cracker it was. Simon Clark eventually 20 seconds clear with an incredible victory here today in the Petro-Canada Lubricants Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. Peter Morris took second place. A late issue seemingly for James Cayley, but he just about took third place nonetheless. Bill Cayley took fourth place ahead of Kevin Harrison in fifth. Richard Ellis in sixth position. Colin Tester, the first of the Class 2 runners home, ahead of James Coleman, Angus Archer and Paul Simpson, all of whom are also in Class 2. In 11th place was Paul Seagrave in his 996, Oliver Chatham and Andrew Porter 12th and 13th, Richard Forber in the car that he had to have driven to the circuit this afternoon. He takes 14th ahead of Neil Delagi there in 15th. Carl Hazelton taking 16th ahead of Julian Morris in P17. Trevor Lewis was next in 18th place. Andrew Muggeridge taking 19th, and rounding out the top 20 was Vince Blacker in his Boxster. Well, that draws to an end quite the day of racing here at Donington Park. It's certainly been a good time to bring the live streaming out, I tell you that. I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to re-watch that one if you've been here at the circuit today. Whether you have been here at the track or whether you have been watching with us online, I thank you so much for you joining. I hope you've enjoyed the racing as much as myself and my co-commentators have done, from Alan Hyde, from Chaz Draycott, who joined us for the Sports 2000, and also from Paul Jerd, who you just heard with me for all four of the Porsche races today. It's a firm farewell from myself, Adam Weller. Do get home safe if you're here at Donington. Please tune in tomorrow if you're on the live stream. We'll see you again bright and early at 9:10 for the first race of Sunday morning.